the balance of payments is stabilized. India is scenting a seat on the high table. It's the fourth largest economy. You have now got to go for the audacious goal of becoming a developed economy by 2047. That means you have to dig in and really work hard, not let up at this point.
Right. So I think we are getting visuals of the finance minister with her entire team all set to present the budget. We are seeing the red bag in her hand being very proudly displayed, and we can't wait to hear her speak and get the details of the budget. Professor Banik, let me come to you and understand from you, what are your expectations from this budget, given the situation India is in, be it economic growth or the uncertainties around the world? What would be the biggest focus points for the finance minister in this year's budget, given that we have, political economics to also deal with? There are some elections coming up.
So it depends who you ask this expectation about, because if you're asking the common man like you and me, of course, the expectation, as my previous commentator was mentioning, is to see a lower tax regime. The question is, do the finance minister has the headroom to further lower down the tax? And if she does so, is it going to actually impact? Because as we know that only 2.1% of our population pay tax. So even if I lower down the tax, does it actually make much of a difference in the life of 98% of the other working population that we are talking about? Now, if you are also talking to someone who have invested in the market, the expectation is, and this is a kind of realistic expectation, because what we have seen over the last 1.5 years, FII has been pulling out from the Indian stock market, and that has resulted in the fall in our, to a certain extent, fall in our rupee vis-a-vis US dollar. Now, because of that, the expectation would be to see that whether she can roll back some of the long-term capital gain tax that we are seeing, and some of the maybe tweak around with the short-term capital gain tax. And that will, in a way, bring some life to the falling stock market, which is not in great shape since September of 2024. So far as the entrepreneurs or MSME sector is concerned, because right now we are talking about lots of global headwinds, in particular arising because of Trump tariff. So do I see some kind of interest subvention scheme which might actually help the small and medium scale enterprises some breadth in terms of getting cheaper access to capital? Or for that matter, do I see some subsidy given to these small and marginal enterprises, which might actually help them to actually survive this? Because as you know that when we are talking of the Trump tariff, and if I'm looking into the major exports items which are going out from India, most of the major items are not actually getting impacted, be it refined pharmaceutical, refined petroleum, or pharmaceutical. Only the small and marginal enterprises, which has to do with the textile, shrimp, gems and jewelry, these are the firms which are actually getting impacted. So therefore, expectation would be, do I see some kind of a subsidy or a PLI related scheme be extended to this kind of labor-intensive export units, which will actually help them to create jobs, So, as I said, that there are a lot of expectation, and we are going to see which one of this is going to come along.
Right. Meghna, let me ask you. He said, Professor Banik said that, a very small set of people give taxes in our country. But, that pool is expanding because formalization is happening, education is improving. Now, the Economic Times focused on AI. Now, how important is this piece going to be? Because, there is stress in the MSME sector when it comes to employment. So, is there a big threat to jobs with AI? And what is the Economic Service saying about AI and technology and its impact on Indians in the years to come?
So it's interesting because the economic survey references a study by McKinsey that says that out of the number of firms it surveyed, 88% had started dabbling with AI. But once you dig deeper into that data, only about 7% had it diffuse across their organizations, which means that while firms are exploring it, widespread diffusion is not there at the firm level, so within the firm itself. Then it cited other data and other information as well, that these expectations of extreme disruption of labor are perhaps now being tempered by data that is coming to the fore. That being said, it does caution that at the end of the day, it is likely to be a disruptive force. And on that front, it recommends pacing diffusion across industry. Now, there, I'm not certain how that would be affected, and I'm not certain to what extent that would be merited or very wise, because it would create perhaps problems of competitiveness for industries over here relative to foreign counterparts where such diffusion is not being controlled. Also, one thing to consider is that the MSME sector is, technological diffusion is typically slow there because it is considered capital intensive. There are technical skill gaps that exist over there. So the extent to which it is going to diffuse there is, I think, something that has to be studied. And that is something that the government must do, which is that it must collect data about the pace of diffusion across sectors, and then the pace of rationalization as well, like what jobs are being rationalized. And ultimately, if you want to stem that, you have to revise or invest in reskilling your population, not only in terms of vocational skilling, but also at the education level as well. You have to understand what kind of skill sets you have to develop and imbue that complement this technology, rather than trying to control the way organizations use it and adopt it.
But what did this McKinsey study say on why the diffusion is slow? And is this because of the skill gap? And is this actually an indication to the government that we need greater spending on education or new outlook to education? You may not be spending more, but you may be doing different things. So why is the diffusion slow?
I think it depends on individual industries, and it depends on the rate of development of the technology. There's been a lot of news in the media about generative AI and the exponential developments over there, but a lot of artificial intelligence systems continue to remain narrow, which is that they aren't very generalizable, and they do require human input, human control. So from that perspective, I think diffusion has been slow, also because companies maybe do not want to, put out the initial capital outlay for it. It might require skill sets that aren't yet there in the market, that are still being developed. There's many reasons.
Or maybe they're just taking it slow.
And they're taking it slow, maybe, yes, also because they want to evaluate and wait and see how others are doing it and whether there's actually a benefit in doing so. Because there is a degree of experimentation and risk appetite required to deal with a new technology. So I think that the government has tried to move towards revising the education system. So, the move under the NEP, there are a lot of new initiatives that have been introduced. But the quality of implementation, I think, is what matters rather than the revisions of structures there.
Right. Yeah. I think we have with us Professor Dr. Parin Somani, CEO, London Organizational Skills Development, LOSD, and Chief Editor, Global Research Journal, also with us. Dr. Somani, Meghna is talking about AI in diffusion and impact on jobs. And we heard Professor Banik say that, you need more jobs for incentives for labor-intensive industries, which again may not be doing very high-skilled work, but you need to give them jobs and opportunities. So how do you balance this? You're saying on one hand, skill our youth to be able to work with AI. On the other hand, you're saying incentivize industries which perhaps use more of blue-collar workers. Do you see some, announcements from the finance minister towards the labor side? Because on the labor side, we have seen labor reforms come through. That's a big plus for investors watching India. What are you expecting when it comes to job creation and the way jobs will be created when the finance minister presents her budget?
say, sorry, I've been lost my voice. But first of all, I want to say good morning and a namaste to all of you. The main important part is I personally think okay, AI does not take the job away. AI is the source of getting more jobs created. And I personally think that right now the society is going crazy and we think the economy of India is behind the work of AI. No. AI, they are working with AI, but I understand pre-budget 2026 expectation and expanded the thought leaders inside. They're looking at the main thing is caps as a growth multiplier, even though we are looking at how we can create the jobs even at the time of AI. I think the capital expenditure must remain a central pillar of budget 2026. Strategic investment in infrastructure, renewable energy, logistic, and a digital public infrastructure not only creates immediate employment but also crowds in private sector participation in the area of different areas as well. If we look at the rural areas of agriculture, and especially with caps, has a long-term multiplier effect, strengthening the productivity, improving connectivity, and positioning India as a resilient global economic power. But then let's talk about the MSME as the economic backbone. MSME are the backbone of India's economy, contributing significantly to employment and a grassroots innovation. So, Budget 2026 should focus on reducing compliance complexity, expanding collaborative free credit, and improving access to market and technology. Empowering MSME is not just an economy imperative, it is essential for inclusive and a balanced national growth. But then, when we talk about the tax rationalism for ease of doing the business, that is also one of the part. But the important part, what I personally think, support for innovation and a skill development as the industry evolves. Our workforce must evolve along the side with the budget 2026 should align skilling initiatives with emerging sectors such as AI, green technology, healthcare, and digital services. That the increased funding for research, innovation, hubs, and the public private skilling partnership will help India transition from job seeking economy to the job creating. And always remember the inclusive and the sustainable growth. The true economic growth must be inclusive. So budgetary policy should strengthen support for women, lead enterprises, social entrepreneurs, and underserved communities. At the same time,
Right. So we had Dr. Somani talking about the imperatives, especially with the focus on MSMEs. I want to ask you, Anil. You said that the government has done the heavy lifting. And the heavy lifting of the last few budgets has largely been the capex, be it your roads, your railways, or your ports. That is happening. Now, the government makes the effort with the hope that the private industry starts doing it. They have not really done much. Do you think that is set to change? Because after a few years of slow growth, now because of more money in the hands of people, more spending, it is going to change. The private industry will now make the investments in capex as well.
Oh, absolutely, Anisha, that there is no doubt that the Indian private sector has to step up to the plate. They have not, for a host of reasons, something around 2010-11, they have got into some kind of funk over investing. And most people do not understand that while the government has been doing a fantastic job in stepping up capital spending, but they are not the main driver. If the
They just
the
facilitate
engine,
it.
engine is of capital spending, the government's is about 30%. 70% is in the private sector. So if 70% is not functioning, basically 30% is powering the Indian economy. So flip it and assume that even if 10% of the 70% was to kick in, then your economic growth, which is growing at 30%, will accelerate. So it is, at this point, the private sector needs to develop more risk appetite because they have been worried about the uncertainty, understandable, but uncertainty is not going away. Trump may go away, but uncertainty won't go away. So it's going to stay with you, which means you have to now develop an investment appetite which takes into risk account these kind of risks which are par for the course. Just like any normal risk, this is now uncertainty is part and parcel of investment. So this, like you said, I don't think the Indian economy is in a better spot than it has been at this point of time. The income tax which you mentioned earlier in passing, most people are not aware that I had actually checked out the data over the last 10 years. The middle bracket, which is the middle income tax bracket for salaried, I'm not even talking about income, has grown, that is 10 to 25 lakhs, 10 to 15, sorry, 15 to 20 lakhs, has grown from 10 lakh filings in 2014 to something like 70 lakhs in 2023.
That's a big jump.
Huge. It's a 600% jump. What does that tell you? It tells you that incomes have grown, and the middle bracket is where it has grown the most. Yes, a lot of attention gets taken by the 1% of India, which are the billionaires and unicorns, etc. But the middle chunk is growing. They form the backbone of the consumer economy. So if India Inc. is looking for some kind of incentive or potential, this is right in front of them.
Right, and I think that is another reason why India has done so well over the last few years, is because it's largely inward looking. As the fourth largest economy, our exports are 2% of the world's exports. So, Professor Banik, is that a blessing, or is that no longer going to work for us? Because many people feel that if you want to grow and grow fast, become the fourth largest, third largest, and larger still, you need to develop manufacturing and you need to develop exports. So does the weaker rupee not help us there? Because you championed in your first comment saying that the depreciation of the rupee thanks to foreign outflows is becoming troublesome. But if you want to encourage manufacturing, should you be doing it for domestic consumption, which is bound to increase, or should you also be looking at larger scale, a global footprint?
So let me touch upon some of the points just to complete the story. Like some of the things that you have mentioned is one of the good thing about the Indian economy is if I'm looking into the marginal propensity to consume. Now, if I'm looking into the various components of GDP, you have consumption expenditure, investment expenditure, government expenditure, exports, and now out of these 5 components, the most important component at this point of time is the consumption expenditure, which is explaining close to 60% of our national income. Now, if I just do back of the envelope calculation with a marginal propensity to consume around 0.6, what it tells you that our multiplier is around 2.5. What it means in a very simple terms, it means that if government is spending, let's say 100 rupees, it is going to create an output worth of 250 rupees. So this is a great thing because almost 2/3 of our domestic economy is run by factors which is coming from the Indian economy itself. We don't have to depend on the foreign economy. Now, coming to the manufacturing sector, I think the wish list is how to have more fund outlay for the production linked incentive scheme, because we have seen some green shoot in terms of the number of electronic items getting exported from India. For instance, number of Apple iPhone which are now getting exported from India is one of the largest in the world. We are also seeing some green shoot in terms of pharmaceutical products where earlier PLI scheme was extended. As you know that India is also one of the largest exporter of generic drugs. Now, if I look into amount of money which was actually given for the PLI scheme, it is only 10,000 crore of 10,000 crore of rupees, as opposed to the amount of money, just to put it to perspective, on agricultural subsidy alone, we are spending 1,20,000 crore rupees. As opposed to that, when we are spending only 10,000 crore rupees on PLI scheme, I think there is a space to give more such funding for making our manufacturing sector competitive, because as we were mentioning, that some of the sectors have already started performing well thanks to the PLI scheme being given to them. The idea is whether we can actually extend the PLI scheme to these other sectors which are also employing lots of people. For instance, as I mentioned, textiles, gems and jewelry, shrimps. These are also the items which are getting impacted by Trump's tariff. Now it's the other thing that we are now signing FTA with EU, which is a kind of a blessing in disguise, in the sense that our textile items, gems and jewelry, and shrimps will now have a big market in the European Union. We also have signed FTA with Oman and New Zealand. So these are the good things which are happening. But in addition to that, in order to make our manufacturing more competitive, I would recommend that more fund being allocated for the PLI scheme, as well as try to incentivize our domestic manufacturing sector to invest on R&D. Because if I'm looking into the research and development component of our domestic industry, India is only spending 0.75% of GDP on R&D activities, as opposed to what China is spending close to 4% of their GDP. Now, you should also appreciate the fact that 4% of 22 trillion economy, which is the Chinese economy, is much bigger number than 0.7% of, let's say, 4 trillion economy. So the need of the hour is government can do handholding in terms of giving more funding for the PLI scheme. But from the private sector, there should be some attempt to make our industry much more technology intensive, much more competitive. Because so far the innovation that we are seeing happening in the Indian context is the process innovation. It's not the product innovation. Because as you know that you can actually bring down your cost of production, either you go for the process innovation, but in terms of value addition, if you are going for product innovation, which is kind of bringing in more technology, more R&D activities, I think in terms of value addition, that will be much more beneficial for the Indian manufacturing sector.
You're right. Anil, what do you think about this assessment that we need PLIs for sector-specific incentives? Do you think that would play out? And I just wanted to say that the finance minister is having a meeting with the president, and this is just ahead of presentation of the budget. But Anil, what Professor Banik said, PLIs have worked very well in some sectors, like electronics has been a hit, solar module manufacturing has been a hit. Other areas, green energy, etc., it is still, the verdict is out. It's still not showing a very good, output. But is this the way to go? Specific industry, PLI, or should it be make it easier for everyone? Now, see, the government's also doing that. Logistic costs have come down. Connectivity is better, but they say, oh no, power is too expensive. So what works? Specific targeted PLI schemes, or make it easier for everyone?
So what you just said, that you have to make it a level playing field for everyone. But it's not a chicken and egg syndrome. You need to get there, but till you get there, what do you do? So PLI is precisely that kind of band-aid or stopgap. If you just break down PLI, effectively what is it doing? It's figured out that Indian entrepreneurs or whoever sets up business in India suffers a 30% deficit because of all that you mentioned earlier, bad logistics, etc.
Yes.
A host of issues. So you give them a 30% incentive to level it and thereby incentivize them to produce that much, which they have done. And like you again said, it's not universal across all sectors. It has happened very strikingly in the case of electronics.
You mean the output?
Success, yes. The success of PLI is not uniform, but if it's not uniform, it's not that it's a bad thing.
Okay.
It works in some sectors, may not be working elsewhere. And also, please remember what you said earlier is very important, because it also depends on where India stands on this tech curve. when you move up the value chain, you also need that capability in skills, which
Neil was
talking about the tech capability and a host of other things. And to go back to what you said, that all that is being done by the government is to create that ecosystem. And again, I just want to wind up by saying this on jobs. I want to point out the budget does not generate jobs. What the budget does is to create a blueprint for action. And that blueprint requires very heavy emphasis on creating a conducive ecosystem. So which is what you mentioned, labor reforms or ease of doing business. These are the priorities. So like the economic survey said, the government has to move from a regulator to becoming an entrepreneur.
All right. So Megha, taking up from what Anil is saying about adopting technology to become more efficient, when you're worried about Bijli Pani, you yourself said that your tech is an expense you want to avoid. Now, on top of that, you have sustainability spending, because I have a leather footwear unit, and I was exporting to the US, and now I'm not competitive. So I'm looking at a European market, but they say, oh, you're not green, you can't come. Clean up your act. Why should my industry suffer when it makes green investments? You can't do it. So technology as an expense, technology as an enabler, technology is a problem, especially for smaller companies. How do we overcome it? And can the budget give us any direction there?
So, while technology obviously is an expense, I think that overwhelmingly it does provide efficiencies that overcome any initial expense. I think the reticence to spend that, particularly when you're a small business, emanates from the fact that you are small and your margins are always tight. A lot of that can be alleviated by state investment in programs. And what I really liked in the economic survey was this emphasis on enhancing and expanding state capacity and defining what that means. And specifically in the context of manufacturing, in fact, there was an entire section devoted to why manufacturing is a more, let's say, critical lever for pushing the state to expand its capacity than services. Not to say that services aren't important, because of the very things that you mentioned, problems in logistics, problems in all the real world problems, that all the physical problems that you deal with, or that you deal with as a manufacturer. The state has to come in and fix those problems, whether it be municipalities, whether it be bad roads, whether it be a lack of connectivity, or compliances. And so it falls to the state to create those alleviating factors, and manufacturing, emphasis on manufacturing and understanding its value, not only as a job creator, which everyone looks, not only in the context of job creation, which it has always been considered, but also now, given that services may see some kind of rationalization because of artificial intelligence. Of course, there will be job creation as well. But given that, it also potentially creates a hedge against that. So I think that, this push for the enhancement of state capacity, even in the context of innovation, as one of the earlier speakers said, it talks about the entrepreneurial state that Mariana Mazzucato discusses in her book, where basically she talks about how the US government has created a base layer of fundamental innovation. The internet, for instance, was basically a government-led project. It was called ARPANET, and DARPANET, which is their defense research agency. And then on top of all these fundamental innovations that the state has invested in, because it has much greater risk appetite than private enterprise, you've had, the Googles and the Apples and the Metas of the world develop. So the state has to create that fundamental layer of innovation, and on top of which private industry can grow. So just on the point of innovation and on the larger point of state capacity, the state has to understand that it must look at investments not from a return perspective or a pecuniary return perspective, but from a national interest perspective.
And how it facilitates
further growth, yes.
Right. Professor Somani, Dr. Somani, you spoke about the government becoming an enabler, and you also said that we need more investments and incentives perhaps to get the private industry to invest in innovation. Do you think there is less innovation in our country? Because a lot of people say, oh, India is the next Silicon Valley. So the visuals you're getting at this point of time on your screens is of the president wishing the finance minister best of luck, and that is by feeding her dahi chini. Now, in many parts of North India, this is a standard practice when you leave home for an important event or an important meeting. So she's got the best wishes of the president of the country. Sorry, I'll come back to you, Professor Somani. We were talking about how, when it comes to technology, to employment, to labor, the government has come in with labor reforms to, make it easier for investments and not too many issues with the labor. How progressive is this step been, and what other further reforms or deregulation are you expecting as announcements in the budget? Because deregulation was a very big deal in last year's economic survey, and the government delivered a fair bit on that. So what are you expecting when it comes to further, fundamental structural reforms that will push investment in our country, whether it's domestic or it's, foreign money that comes in?
I would say right now, we stand the threshold of budget 27, 26, 27. The capital expenditure must remain at the heart of India's growth, with the projection that the public caps could exceed 12 lakh crores. This sustained investment support infrastructure, digital connectivity, and green energy, all of which are critical to creating jobs, boosting productivity. This isn't just spending on it. It is a strategic nation building that accelerate both public and a private investment. So I personally think right now, by doing the negotiating, by working with the EU, I think we will be in a better position and better way to what we want to achieve in this pre-budget. I think there are a lot of things we talk about it on a tax rationalism for business and a citizen. So I am looking at the way, okay, I think we also need a tax needs system.
Right. All right. She was talking about further rationalizations and incentives on tax as well. Starting with the tax thing, Anil, I'll come to you. Now, there has been a rationalization in the GST rates, and that would have had an immediate effect in the collections of the government. When it comes to the budget maths, where do you think the government's placed? Because we're expecting strong growth, right? On nominal basis, 10%. What are the other numbers, the important numbers you'll be watching out for? Tax receipts, borrowings, and dividends, because then all of that also has to be balanced.
I would focus a lot more on expenditure than the receipts, because first I'll explain why. On the indirect tax side, like you said, GST is outside the purview of Parliament.
Yes.
It's
GST
conducted
Council.
by the GST Council. Direct taxes, whatever has to be done, she has fixed, beginning with 2019, the corporate tax rejig, and then the rejig which she undertook last year.
You're not expecting any more?
There can be a small, nothing radical. I don't expect anything radical.
Okay.
So, and on disinvestment, we know the way things are going. So, non-tax revenues are not really accepting for dividends. Now, there are two big chunks, the RBI dividend and then the public
PSUs,
sector
yeah.
undertaking. And public sector undertakings are doing well because overall economy is doing well. So, I presume dividend will go up. So, I would focus on expenditure, and I just want to go back to where Megha left off. She talked about this efficiency. She signaled, and so did Dr. Somani, talk about the need for capital expenditure. What I want to point out is that, don't see the budget in isolation. It's part of what is happening overall. So let's just back up a little. If you look at the trade deals that have been struck, what do? Without trade, no economy can grow. So I'll give you a contrast. Coincidentally, Vietnam was the first country that the European Union signed a free trade agreement with. It was in 2015, but got productionized in 2020. Its per capita income in 2015 was probably around $3,000 or something. Today it is on $5,500. So in 4 years, it has scaled to such heights purely because trade gives it growth. So I'm not saying the same trajectory will play out for India, but all I'm saying is that India needs trade. So the free trade agreements have come in this context to give that space for India to grow its trade in such a difficult Trumpian world. Okay. Second, the efficiency of spending, which he talked about, that and the capacity, that's linked to the capacity. So if you look, there is a governance thing called Pragati. I forgot the exact.
It's a platform, I think.
Yeah, it's a platform which the Prime Minister heads, but it's got two levels. One at the state level, and then whatever interstate, and then intra-government, and then if there's some major crisis, it escalates. Long story short, to give you an example of what I mean, the Navi Mumbai airport, if it had been the Chalta Hai, the usual approach that Government of India adopts, it would have been launched in 2049.
It would have taken longer.
Yeah, because of the intervention of Pragati, it's up and running. May not be up to the best of.
So you think Pragati is getting the accountability in?
No, governance. It's fixing governance and efficiency in spending, the capacity problem that Megha talked about. So if you that's very, very important. You need efficient spending, not just a lot of spending.
Yeah, but look at the state governments. You got freebies. Is that efficiency?
Exactly. See, so like I said, it is not you're highlighting the problem and you're fixing it. So Navi Mumbai is not a union government project.
Yes.
So are the other projects in under
Other state
Pragati.
governments, yeah.
So they are all state governments. Most of them are state government. So you are seeing an engagement, unprecedented engagement in actually a case of cooperative federalism, where the center and states are engaging in dialogue to unlock key infrastructure projects. That is again efficient spending, capacity creation. Now that capacity creation can, I presume, have an osmosis effect and go into other sectors like you say, which again the economic survey, to go back, the governance in cities. India's cities are a mess.
Yes.
So you cannot progress to the next level without fixing governance in cities. Again, it comes back to the capacity issue that Megha talked about. So the budget, what it has to do is to signal these intents and to point to policy change, particularly ease of doing business, capacity creation. So the efficiency in spending, and eventually it will show up in productivity and growth, which is why we take process reform, structural reform. What do? If I remove that layer, like you said, logistic costs have come down. They were about 11-12%. Now they're at 7-8%. That's huge if you're a business person. Look at GST. You are working through 36 states and union territories, basically 36 countries. Today you're one country, economically unified. Look at the efficiencies. So which is exactly why you're seeing the buoyancy in GST revenues. So as you create efficiencies, they start seeping in. So efficiency of spending and capacity creation are hugely important, and I hope the budget signals fresh intent in this direction.
Meghna, are you expecting something there?
In terms of, so I think when we talk about, since Anil was talking about governance, and we were talking about rationalization of compliances, I'll go to, and there has been so much emphasis on developing internal capacity, not only for the state but also for our entrepreneurs in the AI space and technology spaces, particularly in relation to data. So I think in that context, what needs to be considered, and maybe the budget is not the best place for it, but certainly thought needs to be given, is that our Data Protection Act currently has a lot of restrictions that it places on the wider use of data. So for instance, one good example is, while it says that publicly available data is exempt, it is only exempt if the person to whom it pertains, whose personal data it is, has made it public themselves. Now, that sounds good in theory, But when you think about how you would have to go about trying to use that data, you would have to verify whether every piece of personal data within a publicly available data set has gone through that process,
Yeah,
which is
but that-
impossible to do.
Is it? Because
It
I
is.
thought consent is something which is very valid. You look at Europe, all that has.
Yeah, but there are exemptions to consent in Europe, which our Act does not have, which was the next point I was going to get to. And you do need exemptions for consent because, for instance, we don't have an exemption for legitimate interest or contractual necessity. This means that, let's say you want to send flowers to a friend of yours. That company is going to be given her address. They cannot process that order because there is no exemption for contractual necessity, because she may not be a customer of theirs, and they don't have her consent to process her personal data which you have given to deliver the order. So it leads to these kinds of absurd
Frictions.
outcomes. Frictions would be one thing, but this would be an absolute stoppage of service. And I think that these things need to be considered, these internal rationalizations need to be made before we start talking about wider kinds of reforms in any field, but particularly in technology, when we're talking about building sovereignty, building local capacity. We have to think about what are the different kinds of chinks in our armor, what is the sand in the gears that exist that we can do away with very easily, we can rationalize very easily before we move on to more systemic things.
Right. I think the finance minister has reached Parliament, and we expect her to start her budget speech at 11. Till then, we'll speak about what is expected from the budget this year. Professor Banik, Anil and Meghna are talking about better governance, capacity creation, so that with just efficiencies you do better. But the economic survey has pointed out that when it comes to state finances, and some people have called this nitpicking, but they're saying the state finances are not in a good state, and that does put pressure on the overall financial metrics. But there is a political economy. There are state elections coming up. So while you got Pragati for all the important infrastructure projects that you want to do, but when it comes to welfare, why is there so much mismanagement, or perhaps not enough thought? Because at the end of the day, state governments themselves are finding hard to finance these freebies. So what can we expect there? Can anything be done to perhaps drill the message down to the state governments that look at more constructive welfare, which perhaps the central government is pioneering?
I think you have pointed out to a thing which is very important, because if you see some of the states which are kind of giving freebies are not doing well in the long run, because even though in the short term they are thinking that that will give them political mileage, look what has happened with Delhi government, or for that matter some of the other government. The problem with giving freebies is once you are giving, let's say, a free cash transfer kind of thing, you are actually curtailing spending to other important sectors. For instance, there is a study which showcased that because government of West Bengal is giving what they every to woman household they are giving around 1,000 rupees. Because of that kind of freebies being undertaken by the government of West Bengal, what is happening is the amount of money which is going to primary healthcare centers, amount of money which is going to primary education, that is getting curtailed. Now from the welfare perspective, these are very important things to have, because if you don't have adequate health, adequate education, you are not contributing to the skill development, as well as many people are even if I'm going to that primary healthcare centers, and if I don't even have access to forget about doctors, because India has a huge deficit of doctors. Even if I don't get access to paramedics, it's not doing any good, because in terms of infant mortality that we are seeing, one of the reasons it is so high in India, because in many states you don't have access to proper healthcare facilities, in particular the primary healthcare facilities. Now, so coming back to the point that I think the states which are giving too much of freebies should realize sooner or later that this kind of thing is not going to continue for a long period of time, because that is going to put an cost on your state bond, which means that the worst performing states are not going to get access to finance that easily. So in the long run, it's not possible, you know. So for even for India, if I look into the southern states or the western states, which are more progressive in terms of industrial growth and development, the amount of freebies are less, you know. And this kind of signal should go to some of the states, for instance, Punjab, Delhi. I already mentioned that freebie culture did not work. Or for that matter, you have election coming in now in West Bengal, you have election coming in Kerala. So all this kind of thing is basically trying to say that freebies can work up to a point, but not beyond a certain point.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Banik, for joining us. And we'd like to thank Dr. Somani as well for joining us this morning and sharing with us their views on what we can expect from the budget, which is going to be presented very soon. Finance Minister has reached Parliament and we are counting down to the presentation of the budget. We are happy to welcome at this point Mr. Abhishek Rastogi. He is founder of Rastogi Chambers. He specializes in complex indirect tax, GST and constitutional issues. And we also have with us Lloyd Matthias, investor and business strategist, joining us now. Abhishek, let me come to you. We've done a lot about, spoken a lot about what the industry wants, what kind of efficiency the government can get in, the manufacturing sector. From the common man's perspective, what good news can this budget give? Because we've already had some rationalization in the tax rates, especially if you're under the new tax regime. And of course, GST rates have come down. So, the common man is a little more comfortable when it comes to spending. What more can the budget offer?
So I think the most important aspect will be to keep the focus on the manufacturing sector, because not only it generates employment within the country, but also the exports are taken care of. So I think there could be some structural reform announcements so as to boost these exports. Now, when we talk about exports, the related thing is on the import side. The import rate rationalization must happen as well, because there could be a lot of raw materials which come into play to make the final product. So I think the endeavor of this budget from the tax perspective would be to keep the focus on the manufacturing sector so that the exports are promoted and encouraged. But what we also expect is that there could be certain structural announcements or the reformative announcements to give the exporters the winning edge. And those could be in some sort of incentives. We have seen in the past ROTAP benefits and other schemes which have come. The moot point which remains into focus is that to do this export, to emphasize on manufacturing, how would the imports be rationalized? So can we, on the raw material side, make imports competitive? And I think one is on the rate side. The second is on the compliances and the procedural side. So if you see the businesses, a lot of these imports and exports, there are a lot of hassles. The goods are not getting cleared within stipulated number of days. There are CBIC guidelines which provide that there must be ease of doing business. So I think we are expecting a huge custom rationalization and reformative move by the government in this budget. As far as the GST rates are concerned, there will not be any announcement from the GST rates. That rationalization has already happened. But GST Council had made a lot of these announcements in the past 1 year. Some statutory changes, circulars are expected, because that implementation of what has happened in the GST Council meeting now has to come onto papers. There are certain changes which were expected to happen, but because these will happen, some of these will happen through the statutory provisions. This can happen only through the parliament route, but few of these which are also expected to provide clarification to industry. We are having a very optimistic mood here that there will be a lot of these clarifications to support industry, both on the procedural side, the clarificatory side as well.
Right. So, Anil, Abhishek, I just want to come to you on that. You said that for the common man, perhaps they can expect slightly cheaper things if the import duties are brought down. There is a wide expectation that there will be a change in or a new customs policy that will come out. Now, to your mind, any specific sectors or products where there is an inverted duty structure, where there could be some announcements that will be, make a few products cheaper for the consumers in India?
So I think our expectation is very simple. The government will also make some populist announcements. So for instance, if you see air purifiers, we have been very vocal about the reduction of the tax on the air purifiers. But if the reduction of the tax happens on the air purifier on the output side, it doesn't help the ultimate consumer because the raw material or the inputs which we procure, some of these are procured from outside of India. So the cost has to come down even for the inputs which go into the manufacturing of these air purifiers. So what has to happen is that the government has, and to the best of my knowledge and the interaction which we had with the North Bloc, that the government has done some scientific analysis of not only the populist products, but also the products which are essential, and also the products where we need to import these products to different countries. And we have seen a lot of these trade agreements which have happened. So there is an identified list of products which India will be exporting, which will, of course, promote our exporting sector, which will boost economy, which will, help in fiscal deficit and all other parameters. But the most important aspect is that scientifically, I think the work which has happened in last 7 days, I can tell you, is tremendous. They have done arithmetic on several products, several sectors, and there will be announcements to ensure that these sectors get the solid base and foundation. And for that to happen, this arithmetic is important because you cannot generally, reduce the taxes on all of these imports, because at the end of the day, we need revenue for different purposes as well. And there are good broad announcements which will happen with respect to defense and infrastructure as well. So the government would need money in this year. It's a critical year. So, but for that to happen, there will be rationalization. There is great thinking going on, and you will see in a couple of hours that certain specified products and sectors will get the benefits scientifically. So what happens, and you mentioned about the inverted duty structure, there are few identified products where, and we would want to wait for the announcements to happen in the budget speech. These identified sectors will get the benefit and will help the industry. And how these benefits will come is that there will be exemptions or rate rationalization of the customs duty, so that the cost of procuring the raw material or the inputs for manufacturing becomes cost effective. And the moment that happens, I think there will be a cheer and there will be a reason to smile.
Right. So if there are some imports and the duties that get rationalized, of course, end consumers will also benefit. Anil, given what happened with Pakistan last year, there is a great expectations that we need to up our defense spending. So is that given in this budget? And where do you think, what will be the focus? Will it be indigenous development of technology? Will it be regular, padding up of the armory? What can we expect on budget, from the budget on defense side?
Before I answer that, Anisha, I just want to, what Abhishek made is a very important point. This budget is likely to solve for the inverted duty structure, which is what he was talking about, that intermediates attract a higher duty than the finished product.
Finished products, yeah.
So now coming back to your question, 100%, because this is the first budget after Operation Sindoor. And what Operation Sindoor did was to de-risk Indian private sector investments in defense.
How?
Because you have a ready market now.
Okay.
So if you're earlier, if you
was
produce
always
something,
the government procuring.
Exactly, but today the demand is there and the guarantee is there that the government of India will procure. And we also forget one thing, that in the last 10 years, the private sector has never got such a big role as it has today in defense.
In fact, our defense exports have jumped so much. It's not just the government which is my backstop. There are other buyers lining up. So what more can the government do for the defense industry? What should be the focus?
See, what it is doing to engage the private sector will continue even outside the budget, which is basically ease of doing business. We have already discussed it in length. What the government will do to step up its own acquisition of equipment and all The expectation is that they will bump it up in a very big way. So the buzz is that the capital spending in the budget on the defense side will go up by something like 20%. So India's defense spending is around 3% of GDP. I wouldn't be surprised if it comes close to 5% of GDP in this budget, because defense is one area now which is a guaranteed go-to for this government.
But the one question is that why do we need the government to step in? We also need the government to step in for intellectual property and latest technology, so that our companies can collaborate with some of the foreign companies, and that will happen with a little government push and agreement. So could anything be done there? Because we are seeing state-of-art equipment and technologies being deployed in America and in Russia. How do our companies get there? We've done a good job. We saw the air defense was spectacular in Operation Sindoor. But how do we step up the game when it comes to technologically advanced defense manufacturing?
Sanisha, this spectacular display of Indian defense during Operation Sindoor was based on what? A complete collaboration between government and private sector. None of them were either purely government built or purely private sector.
Yes, but you did have some technological development with Israel, and because of the cooperation there, right?
See, to give you an example, one of the anti-aircraft guns which India had acquired was not contemporary, but it was retrofitted to make it contemporary using artificial intelligence. That entire operation was done in the private sector in collaboration with defense.
Okay.
See, defense is one area where you'll have to work with the government, not directly the government, but with defense forces, and that is already happening. A lot of it is not.
वहाँ जुगाड़ भी चल रहा है. हम अपना ही tweak भी कर रहे हैं. जो technology people are not sharing with us, but we are finding ways to make it work for us.
Exactly. So you can't wait for the technology to come. You have to do what you have to do, right?
Okay.
So defense, going back to the larger point, defense spending capex should go up dramatically in this budget, is my bet.
All right. So defense is definitely something we'll be watching out for. But the rupee was something which one of our analysts spoke about. And the fact that when it comes to foreign flows, we are seeing some sort of outflows coming through, even for the last consecutive few years, even though it may not on a net basis be too much of an outflow. But the outflow is happening, and that is putting pressure on the rupee. The RBI has to intervene to make it stable to some extent. I have with me Mr. Lloyd Matthias, who's investor and a business strategist. Lloyd, the expectation is that something's got to be done to stem this outflow of foreign capital. Could that come through the tweaking of some taxes? First up is always an expectation that LTCG will be tweaked, reduced, removed. What are your expectations?
Thank you, Anisha. I think it's been a year of fairly good success in terms of economic management. I think we've achieved a degree of macroeconomic stability, which we haven't over the last many years. I think things have been good, despite obviously all the tariff issues. So I think that part has played out well. I also think some of the things that the government locked in, starting with tax reforms last year, then of course the GST 2.0, I think also in terms of the labor codes, I think a lot of this has been reassuring and very positive for business. So I think the government can truly take a bow on issues of that sort. Where I would say is clearly work to be done. I think one is, and before I get to the foreign outflows, I think really there is work to be done on the ease of doing business. It used to be a big call out till 2019. And then, of course, there was that little controversy about manipulation of the ease of doing business report and so on. That's kind of receded in the background. I think the realization is that India still has a long way to go before businesses can really function smoothly. It's nice to see a rush of our states, going to Davos and pitching. But I think the importance of making the business environment more friendly, reducing the burden of compliances, not having everyone go to about 300 different organizations before they can get to start a business. I think a lot of work needs to be done. I think the focus needs to come back on that. Parallel to that, and literally beyond the scope of business, but equally critical, is actually ease of living, right? A lot of us living in the NCR and in vast swathes of our country today are finding the air quality completely suboptimal. It's not being spoken about openly, but clearly a lot of foreign businesses are beginning to rethink the existence of their teams in India, right? And I know the budget, can't specifically address the issue of pollution. It's a larger policy issue. But being one of the biggest policy documents of the government tabled in Parliament, I do hope that there is a corpus created or there is some talk about what India can do to tackle a really seriously menacing uh, uh, pollution issue. And the last one that I would certainly want to push for at a macro level really would be the continued sustained capex push. Yes, we celebrated a lot of great infrastructure developed over the last decade, but still there is a long way to go. Right, we're far from being, an infrastructurally, at least in physical infra. What we've done on digital infrastructure has been fantastic, but I think physical infrastructure we still need to go a long way. As far as foreign outflows go, I think that's really an outcome of all the other things we do. Yes, we've seen a lot of fund outflows. Fortunately, our retail investor base is huge, so the market's still been stable. But yes, there is a case. India is still very marginal in the in the emerging markets index for the huge pension funds to actually take India very seriously. But given the headwinds that are being faced in global markets, more specifically the US, I think sooner than later that will correct itself. What we need to do, I think one is the sustained capex push to boost our infrastructure. I think continue with our fiscal prudence, which we've done very well. And lastly, I think boost a lot of R&D spends. And here I'd like to speak specifically for the startup sector. We've had a good run in the last decade. There have been, of course, a few issues. I think now the government needs to look sectorally at startups. Look at, the commerce minister made the point last year that India doesn't, Indian startups don't focus on deep tech. Indian companies don't focus on R&D. I think those are issues this budget needs to address and bring to the fore. So that's really, my expectation of what the FM will say, hopefully in the next 45 minutes.
All right. Abhishek, I want to ask you also about this because, we did see Lloyd talk about ease of doing business, governance, but to stem the outflows, many people are looking for some brute force. Give us some relief from NPCG because look at our continuity of our tax regime. You have so many of these large cases, Vodafone, now Tiger Global, or Kane Energy, so many disputes on taxes, and that to some extent shakes the confidence of foreign investors because even the arbitration rulings don't get enforced. Contracts are very difficult to enforce in our country. That reform in that part has still not come through. So should you use a easier way out, maybe cut the LTCG to stem the outflows? Will that work?
So I think one very important aspect which has been debated all across, and it is linked to your question of ease of doing business, is also the retrospective amendments which lead to retroactive amendments. So what happens is that once the court ruling is pronounced, subsequent to these court rulings, the parliament amends the law, and that amendment happens retrospectively. When the retrospective amendment happens, the effect of that is retroactive, which means that the transactions even for the past period gets into the gamut of that amendment, yes, which ideally should be prospective. So the question which comes up is not only the ease of doing business in terms of compliances and the procedures, but also in terms of the certainty, which, of course, the foreign investors are looking into the country. So what the government will be doing this time and what they're internally also debating is that in rarest of rare cases, these retrospective amendments must happen. We have seen it in the earlier budgets that some of these amendments have happened, and these have been also challenged now in courts. So I think the government is aware of these, judicial intervention which may happen, and it's a big issue before the government also because while there could be a policy decision, but the question is whether the policy decision is subject to judicial review. So I think the government will be maintaining very fine balance. Coming back to that initial aspect which you raised, and I think that's a very important aspect from this budget, is the defense, the expenditure on defense. What we are also expecting is the announcement of some PLI schemes for defense sector. Now, India wants to portray not only for indigenous purposes that we are robust in terms of defense, but I think there are a lot of agreements which will be signed, which have been signed, and which will be signed in the near future, where the government will work with the private sector for this defense thing, and the foundation has already been laid, and you would have seen by some ways by that nuclear bill also, because that nuclear aspect will also remain very, very relevant. That bill has been proposed and it comes into play. So I think a lot of this action is happening. I think if the real incentive has to go in, there will be some announcements on even the spending which the government will do on artificial intelligence related to defense. So I think artificial intelligence related to defense and those traditional weapons, etc., what we make, and we have some of these already signed contracts where the delivery has to happen. So for that to happen, that PLI scheme will have to be rolled out as soon as possible, because it appears from the global geopolitics also that next 2 years will be very, very critical from the defense perspective. So I think we are expecting a major announcement on defense sector. It will be the key, and I think the private participation will come into play. There are a lot of announcements which have happened here and there. Now on to the last aspect of ease of doing business. And see, ease of doing business, you can't improve the rating over the period of just immediately in a year or so. But if you see last 11, 12 years, the government has been continuously working on certain aspects. They pick those aspects, try to resolve these issues. So for instance, the industry had the complaint that the rates are too many, classification disputes and the tariff disputes lead to 80% of these disputes. Then the second aspect which was highlighted to the North Block was in terms of the compliance gaps. The government would at any stage would not want tax evasions to happen, but at the same time they would not want the businesses to suffer because of overburdening with compliances. So over the period of time, the reformative voice has been to resolve this ease of doing business aspect from different perspectives. So what has happened is that on certain parameters, the country still needs a lot of efforts. Those have been identified, and we will wait how these are addressed in the budget, because these announcements will certainly lead businesses doing their businesses in a much effective way. So I think from that perspective, we look forward that what these announcements are.
All right. We also have with us Vinesh Menon, who's an education policy expert and CEO of Arise. Now, our experts, Vinesh, have so far told us that the government has done a great job when it comes to infrastructure development, and even in digital infrastructure, DPI, we've done a great job. But without social infrastructure, without good education, how can you build for the future? We are calling for India to be the leader in the knowledge economy. Are we doing enough for education, and does it really need more spending on innovation, or do you need an entirely different approach to education which may not entail a huge spending? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, Anisha, I mean, look, I enjoyed listening to the panelists, and clearly there is a lot of movement happening in the Indian, in the Indian economy space. But I genuinely believe that the space of education, especially school education, I think there is far more work to be done. There is a lot of effort already in the right direction, no doubt about that. I mean, frankly, India doesn't suffer from the lack of education intent or spending announcements, but what it really requires is a little more execution in multiple areas. The NEP 2020 was a fantastic guideline document, and I think it's time to get those executed. And that execution means working on a lot of different areas in the micros, and getting some real momentum in the budget. I mean, I loved hearing about how privatization is coming into very critical sectors. The amount of focus that is coming on defense, very important. But what about education? If we indeed want to make India Viksit in the next 21 odd years, I think this is one area that possibly needs a fix, especially given the number of students that are going to Indian schools, 260 odd million. So I think there about 4 or 5 critical pieces are certainly important. I think, starting from basic fund allocation for making devices cheaper. I mean, we talk about tech, we talk about movement in bringing in technology, AI, future skills, etc. in the space of education. But if you do not work on making devices cheaper, how would schools start using them? And I don't mean the higher end schools. I mean the schools which are in the affordable pricing category, or even the EWS, economically weaker sections of the society. The NEP talked about having a wonderful. I think we're a little too regulation intense. I think we should move from regulation heavy framework to an outcome based governance. The RTE, the Right to Education Act, is fantastic, but it's been 16 years. Is there a way to really track the outcomes of these students who have gone into the RTE space? I'm not too sure. So I think we need to move into that space where the NEP has talked about having an SSSA, the state schools standards authority, to be put in different states. I think it's time to get those kicked off, and get a few states to at least kick them off, so that a governance can be brought in the space. There's this huge paradox between quality and affordability. It's almost as if we need quality, then we cannot afford it. And that has to be changed. We must, for example, even down in RTE, maybe move to a voucher-based system, a direct benefit transfer. So that those little reforms need to definitely come in. Maybe work on some models where philanthropy is increased. We have a wonderful system of CSR of 2.5% to be spent on CSR. But what if we try and create a model where 25% of the 2.5% is compulsorily put behind education? So some of these little areas need to be possibly looked into. I'm not saying things have not happened. I think over the last 2-3 years, some very good things have happened in the budgets towards education. I think we've worked on really working on an emphasis on foundational literacy and numeracy. That has gone up. Nipun Bharat has been good. PM Shri schools has been very good. Again, great, but only about 13,000 schools versus the number of schools that exist. Digital infrastructure push has been good. Diksha, Swayam, all good stuff. Higher education, good momentum happening in the higher education space. But I think school education, perhaps a little more work to be done. I mean, we're still operating on 3% of GDP. We should ideally take it about 4.5 to 5% at least.
All right. Anil, we expect that the Finance Commission recommendations will find a mention in the budget. What would be the things you'll be watching out for, and how critical will they be for the economy?
Nisha, I don't have any advance leaks from Mr. Panagaria. I think they have successfully guarded the recommendations of the Finance Commission. But it's hugely important. It happens once in 6 years. And it determines the way the revenues are divided between the center and states. So it's a politically very sensitive recommendation that's going to come in. So the Finance Minister's math is going to include the recommendations of the Finance Commission. So I'm keen to know that whether the Finance Commission has addressed some of the pain points, as it were. One is the issue which you flagged, that how populism is eroding the fiscal worth of a lot of state governments. And more importantly, what is it done to address the third tier of government, which is very important. We discussed municipalities.
Yeah, but there are so many finance instruments available for, states are competing with each other to bring in the investment. Some are doing very well. Look at what Hyderabad has done when it comes to Andhra Pradesh is doing for land acquisition, etc. They are competing with each other, and the same can be done by municipalities as well. They have the options to go in for corporate, municipal bonds, etc. But we want that transparency to come in. Does that come in the scope of the Finance Commission? I am in Delhi. This is the capital. You can raise money, but show me what you're doing. The road in my house, in my colony, has been bad to worse for so many years. So really, what is the rocket science in making it easy? Blockchain makes it so easy. And we're talking about technological use. You're talking about capacity building. Why doesn't it happen at the lowest level?
Precisely what you said, lack of capacity. And lack of capacity is not just in governance, it's also in revenue generation. So the municipalities depend on state governments to get their funds. So it is on the whims and fancies of the state government. So in a case like Delhi, which has now been corrected, it was such a complex governance model. You have the union government here, you have the state government here, then you have the municipalities which are divided into 7 zones. That luckily has been collapsed into one. So mercifully, the governance structure has been uncomplicated, but you cannot, unless you start earning your own revenue. If you're continuously dependent on somebody else, like having pocket money. If your father stops giving you pocket money, you can't spend.
You
But
can't
if you
take
are
your
earning on your own, you're going to sustain your own spending, which will free your arms to invest.
Yeah, I don't know why there is such a big problem in your earnings. You can do your waste management, you can charge for it, you charge for parking, you charge so many other, local issues. I don't know, local areas of charging are there.
I think you're making an assumption here that the entire demography of Delhi is all of us. We are not. We are just about 5% of Delhi's demography. Most of them cannot afford to pay for you to get rid of your waste or to do other expenses. So which means the rich will have to start paying property taxes. Are we willing to do that?
No, so some of us do pay. But Meghna, I want to ask you, why Anil is saying there is a problem of capacity building in technology, bringing in transparency in governance at all levels. How and when can this change? And can we see something in the budget here? Because, we've seen so many of those Twitter posts and social media posts about, look at this road, it's not good. Why can't you have a QR code of the guy who made the road? Let there be some accountability. Really, is that tough? Look at our UPI payment system. Even it's valid in Paris, but we can't fix this. Where is the capacity? Not there. There is a capacity to pay in Paris using UPI, but in transparency, no capacity.
Yeah, so I think that, when it comes to transparency, it's not a function of capacity, but it is a function of
Will.
Accountability and, yes, will. And accountability, precisely, I live in Delhi as well, so I see the same problems that you see. There's trash constantly on the road.
Why can't technology be used here?
Well, I'm not for technology to be used as a proxy for accountability, because what will you have? You will have dashboards that have to be updated by the very state institutions that you're trying to hold accountable. So there would be a conflict of interest there. And whenever technology comes into some kind of state arm, I'm not saying I'm against it, but it ends up being used as a proxy for the state. So it actually forces the state, or it creates an avenue for the state to recede further from the people when it actually should move closer to the ground. So I think that in that context, sure, technology could be useful, but it's really a function of the institutions and the frameworks surrounding accountability and bolstering those.
Right.
And and I think actually just on this, something I've been observing is that RWAs end up serving as a foil for municipal corporations, because what I've seen is that people are very happy to hold our RWAs accountable. You'll see, I don't know if you're on your colony's RWA a group, but you'll see that people are saying this has not been done, that has not been done, and the RWA people are basically saying that we can only highlight to the government that this has not been done. Ultimately, it falls on them.
Yeah, the
so we're
MCB in
welcome
our
to
case.
connect with them directly if you have a problem. So I think that also is an interesting dynamic that has emerged, maybe as a lack of capacity or a lack of implementation on the ground.
All right. Lloyd, I want to come to you to understand when you also spoke about expectations and come to CAPEX, things that the government has got right. To your mind, when it comes to governance, ease of doing business, transparency, better efficiency, can we expect some announcements in the budget that will help in this direction?
One would hope so, Anisha. I think it's about time that we get into some of the micro aspects. And just to add to what the previous speaker just said, I think one big area that the budget hasn't really taken on, I would say a low-hanging fruit, is really exploiting the tourism potential of India, right? We know there are headwinds in terms of tariffs globally. I think here's one area that India can offer so much to world tourism, right? In terms of culture, in terms of even medical tourism. And I think that's an area that the budget has always kind of relegated into the fine print or not spoken about at all. I think that's a huge, huge opportunity. And then again, to reflect on some of the other points, I think in terms of education, the whole area of skilling, right? We've had this whole fracas about gig workers and remuneration. I think besides creating a bit of a regulatory environment there, a kind of board that comprises the regulator, the government, some of the large gig platforms, and indeed representative of the worker unions, I think there has to be a bit of a social security. We're recognizing that gig workers are becoming an important part of our employed workforce, but I don't think they have many of the guarantees that people in the organized sector have. So I think as a document, the budget surely should address an important part of this part. And finally, the issue on skilling, right? While education is important and the national education policy has made some bold new moves, I think we've got a long way to go in terms of skilling, which really links back to the issue of why is still a large percentage of our population so dependent on agriculture, when the reality is that agriculture is not able to kind of sustain so many lives. So until people consciously move into a more modern, skilled-based environment, I think we're still going to be having a few struggles. I would hope that these are areas that the FM would address and ponder on, and hopefully take the country towards in the days ahead.
Right. We have a comment coming in from Priyanka Gandhi, a prominent Congress leader, and what she's saying about the budget is contrary to what we're hearing in our panel. She's saying that the expectations are low. So let's just listen to what she said.
Budget से क्या उम्मीदें हैं आपकी? What's your expectation from the budget?
It's very. I don't have much expectation, but.
जी, मैम एब्स्टीन फाइल्स पे कुछ कहेंगे? बजट से क्या उम्मीदें हैं आपकी?
What's your expectation from the budget? It's very. I don't have much expectation, but.
जी, मैम एब्स्टीन फाइल्स पे कुछ कहेंगे?
I think Prime Minister Modi has also arrived at Parliament, and yes, it's just about another 15 minutes before we hear the budget speech. And Anil, this political economy also has to be managed. You have state elections coming up, and before every election, we see some sort of freebies, whether it's free bus rides in Delhi or it's subsidized power in Bihar. So how do you manage this political economy and the costs it entails, and the costs it entails on planning also? Because there was a proposal, let's have all elections at one go instead of realigning how you're spending per se what election is coming up. So how do you manage the political economy, and can we see some announcement in the budget that will give us a clue on how this can be done better?
See, Anisha, to the credit of the Union government, this fund in particular, over 2.5 terms, they have actually undertaken a massive reset in the political economy of this country, particularly when it comes to budgets. To sum it up, earlier, if the regime was about entitlement, they flipped to empowerment. And now, looking at the next 22 years, they are talking about livelihoods. So the logic of empowerment is that you teach them how to fish instead of giving them fish. When you talk about livelihood, you basically mean that you do a sustainable improvement in their lives. So when I mentioned earlier that abject poverty, which is about 40% at the turn of the millennium, is down to less than 5% now, which basically means that the Novu middle class, at the bottommost layer, are now looking forward to a livelihood creation. And that livelihood, again, like I said, don't look at the budget in isolation. It has to be seen in the context of a larger policy play. And to conclude, the budget is always a political document, and every finance minister has politics front and center of their speech.
But you yourself said that the demographics have changed. We now have a large middle, right? And so what we plan for them becomes more sustainable over the long term. But that doesn't mean I'm going to announce free bus rides for ladies and those things. How will those be? I mean, can you somehow find a way out of it?
First, differentiate between the two fields. One is the state government, which is what you're talking about, freebies. The union government's freebies are national in scale. So they are not going to get involved in bus rides.
Yeah, but they're more empowering.
Correct. So they will give like Kisan for the farmers, stipend income and those kind of issues. But like I said, you look at the way the calibration of government policy has happened in the last 2 years in particular. What happened about 3-4 years ago was when the finance minister started allowing those entering the salary brackets freedom to run their own money. Earlier, see, if you and I joined and your starting salary is say 3 lakhs, which is on the higher side, almost 30-40% of it is preempted by PF and all these other various preemptions.
Exemptions and the cuts.
She said no, the onus should be on you. You're free to spend. See, that's also an acknowledgement that you are now no longer need the government to handhold you how to direct your savings, how to direct your investment. And look back at the last budget where she rejigged the income tax rates. She did a amplification of what I just mentioned in the budget. So
part.
middle class is getting the focus. The ease of doing business, which Lloyd talked about, by the way, again is outside the budget. The Jan Vishwas bill, which is the 3.0, was supposed to come in the winter session of Parliament, did not happen. So I suspect that will come now, which is, among many things, further decriminalize laws in this country, making it easier for business, and also ease of living is what we just discussed.
Yeah.
So budgets are, not necessarily
The only
a
policy
linear
lever.
response.
Right. Abhishek, what do you make of the balancing act? Because Anil believes that all budgets are political statements. How do you view this? And what kind of the government is always committed to federalism, and of course the Finance Commission recommendations may also be included. So how do you see this playing out? Some sort of fiscal prudence coming in from the state. Can the budget give any direction?
So I think they will have to certainly maintain a fine balance. This will be the year where there will be expenditure also on certain sectors, including infrastructure, education. So I think revenue augmentation also has to happen. The tax to GDP ratio also has to increase. But at the same time, what the government has been doing, and I think will continue, that trend will continue, to give more purchasing power to the middle class. And that we have seen by way of rate reduction, not only on the income tax side, but also rate reduction on the GST side. And how that happens is that the moment the purchasing power capacity of the middle class increases, the consumption increases, and as a result, there is a direct impact on the GDP and employment. So I think from that perspective, the key will remain, to maintain the fine balance. But I think what everybody talks, before the budget is the focus on the middle class. But I think what I would also want the government to focus is on the tax which is imposed on the rich by way of these high surcharges, which are as high as 25%. And I am making that statement with full responsibility. The moment you impose very, very high and exorbitant taxes on the rich, they will not be motivated to operate from the country. We have seen a lot of family offices in the last 12 months to 18 months being opened outside of the country, where the global incomes are being parked outside. The investments from the global incomes are also being done from the foreign assets or the foreign accounts. Now, what will happen is that the moment you impose, and we've been very vocal and we have given suggestions to the North Bloc even earlier when this surcharge from 37% came down to 25%. But I think any surcharge is not a good thing to do, because what you do by doing that is basically setting the tone that we want to tax those people at a very, very exorbitant rate who are, working very hard. And that should not be the intention. People will move out of the country, and that will be very, very detrimental, because this 1% or 0.5% of the people who are paying 40% tax today on the income which they earn are also the employment generators within the country. They would be less motivated to do any innovative thinking. They would be less motivated to take risks. And if that happens, I think there is a direct correlation on the GDP, the employment generation, and on various factors. So, for instance, we've been talking about the education sector. The government, of course, will have to maintain the fine balance. But you know how many students from India go abroad? And there are today, we are talking about the incentives of, giving to these students, making life easy. But have we thought that how we could make India a hub where international students come to India? So I think I'm expecting that there'll be some announcements wherein even our universities, our curriculum, and our new methods of teaching and imparting, right from artificial intelligence to the traditional ways, are implemented within the country, so that one, we retain these students who are willing to go out, give them the best of facilities. They're in any case spending a lot, and our balance of payments get hit. So one way is to tax these remittances. I don't know to what level will that happen. Will that be populist, or will that again lead to a lot of confusion? I think the importance today, as far as the education sector is concerned, is of course, Menon mentioned about the primary education being the focus, but from the broader economics perspective, if you see, we are in any case paying education cess on every income which we earn. What must happen is not only to focus only on the primary, secondary education, but to focus on the skill development, make some of these universities a world-class universities, so come to India, but the amount of money which the Indian students spend, on education for some of these courses which are not very relevant, also, they must be retained in India. Balance of payments get the benefit, and I think it will be in a larger national interest to impose taxes at least on those courses where the country has enough number of seats here in the country, and students are just going out of the country because they just don't want to study here. And the most important aspect is, which must be considered, is when these students are going out of the country, they're spending huge money out there, for foreign universities, and they're not getting any jobs. I would not want to name the countries on your channel, but you can do that search, that in last 1 year to 18 months, there are very clear guidelines given by the governments to their respective embassies that, these visas will not, should not convert to work visas and things like that. So these students are spending a lot of money, coming back, and leads to pressure. And at the end of the day, we are losing a lot in terms of foreign exchange. So I think education from that perspective needs structural reform as well.
Right. Vinesh, would you like to come in here? Because, first Abhishek started talking about the flight of capital, then he got into the whole debate about brain drain, because a lot of students go abroad to study. Now he says, why can't we have, universities of excellence in our country where students can go and study? Because Delhi University has a cutoff rate of 95 to 90%, you have reservations. It's easier said than done. I don't want to spend my parents' money on education abroad only because I want the experience. It's because opportunities here are hard. So what can you do in education? Because you have to build that capacity, good education, STEM and AI, etc. Otherwise, that innovation will not happen in our country. We will not scale to be Viksit Bharat. So what are you expecting in education where, some people are saying, let foreign universities have campuses in India? Will that help stem the brain drain and the capital being spent on education abroad?
Yeah, I think Mr. Abhishek is absolutely right, and I think the government has started doing some work in this direction already. I think in 2023 they opened up the markets for foreign universities to come in, so long as they hold a minority stake. And I think there are some universities that have already started getting into India and started to set up the infrastructure here. And I think that's a step in the right direction to prevent brain drain. Having said that, I think there has to be a focus clearly to have more expansion of seats in higher education. I think today the whole problem is, the whole pressure that the students are facing is to kind of get those unrealistic 95 to 99% marks just to get into the few number of seats that exist. So I think there has to be definitely an expansion in capacity within our own infrastructure, whether it is more medical seats, engineering, technology, whatever. I think there has to be a lot of funding in that direction. But I certainly think, going by what happened in the last budget, there is a certain momentum which has already been set in areas related to the digital infrastructure for education. That's going to lead to more online programs. So combination of more seats, more digital infrastructure, and of course opening up the market a little more to foreign universities to come in and award degrees here in collaboration with Indian institutions is a good step. And the government also has to be careful, because you cannot obviously just open up the floodgates for foreign universities to come in and break into the Indian way of teaching. So I think that that balance has started, but certainly more impetus to be done on executing some of the NEP guidelines, and of course this whole retention of students, 8th grade and onwards. I think that there has to be some work on that front also.
Right. Lloyd, any specific announcements in clean energy, in greening? Because last year an important announcement came on SMRs, the small modular reactors coming through. because sustainability and climate change was an important point flagged off in the economic, the eco survey as well. Are you expecting any more on that specific? Why I say, because some of the hard to abate industries have been given mandates, and there will be penalties if they don't fulfill those. So how does India go ahead? We are seeing some backpedaling happening in the US and the EU region. How should we take it from here?
Valid expectation, Anisha. I think one big imperative for us is that consequent to signing of the EU FTA last week, I think a lot of manufacturing-led industries, starting with textiles, but other allied industries, will need to have a little bit of a focus on the green side, right? While there is backpedaling clearly happening in some parts of the Western world, I think long-term, the whole movement towards green and more sustainable futures is very much upon us. There's no going back. And we're seeing the consequences in India, specifically in Northern India, where all of us are. So I think the focus on green manufacturing is going to come in, specifically in the context of the EU FTA. And I do hope that there are going to be announcements and issues on that front. I do believe that India has made a lot of rapid strides overall in terms of adoption of clean and green energies, which is positive. To that, I would also like to add that I believe there is a strong case to boost R&D capability, and the government has to have a role to play on that front, right? Whether it's establishing centers for R&D or centers of excellence or working together with private sector. I think earlier Anil touched upon the issue of defense spends and getting private sector involved. But I think the larger issue in terms of R&D and support, I think that's an area that has to also come about. But my two big wishes really, and we are very close to when the budget's about to start, I think one is how does the government help boost private sector capex, right? Because the expectation has been on for a while, while recovery has happened in terms of growths in the private sector. I think boosting capex hopefully will fire this year. And then, of course, is halting the floor of FIIs and FPIs. We've seen a kind of incessant outflow, though our retail markets are still strong. I think that's one area that needs to be focused. And finally, of course, job creation, which is important as much as boosting exports. I think these are the things that I would really hope to hear in the FM speech in a few minutes from now.
Right. I think the speech is going to start very shortly. But what we're picking up is some of the opposition leaders, including those from Samajwadi Party and TMC, stage of protests inside the parliament, ahead of the budget. And we are getting a few political reactions also on the expectations, the budgets, etc. We'll try to play those out, but of course we are waiting for the finance minister to begin her speech. All eyes on her, all ears completely tuned into what she's going to say, because it's a Sunday and there's a lot of time. So perhaps we'll get a lot of clarifications and a lot of announcements, and the expectations from all of us are high. That this will be one where we will get a lot of good news coming in. Very quickly, Anil, on the customs duty side, the promises come. We've got reforms in GST, in direct tax. Now the next thing is customs, and ma'am has also alluded to that. What are you expecting? Duty cuts are one thing to make things cheaper, but rationalization of the slabs, amnesty schemes, what are you expecting?
All of this, and including procedural.
Okay.
So anecdotally, whenever you come in from abroad, you know the kind of hoops our local customs guys, the ones facing us. So I hope they begin in such a process. Imagine our exporters or our importers, what they face. So procedure is going to be a huge part of the customs regime.
But I think last year also for exporters, single window documentation and all that announcement was made.
Now it will be standardized across the country for everyone, particularly ports. So ports is where the biggest bottleneck is, and the finance minister, like you said, has already on record saying that she's committed to reworking, and Abhishek alluded to the fact that they've been engaging with the government very closely on working out the math on this.
All right. So Abhishek, very quickly from you before the finance minister starts, your expectations on direct taxes, do you see any big change there?
So I think there can be some moderation of the taxes by way of by way of exceeding this exemption limit. that can happen, because see, in any case, what was expected in the last time when this income range was increased was that it will go further, but I think they have done that in 2 steps. So, and that has helped, because if you see the last time this exemption limit which went up saved a lot of middle class income taxpayers from the compliance burden. The consumption rose, and at the end of the day, it was neutral in terms of tax, because the moment the consumption happens, there is more GST collection which happens. We have seen the numbers of GST growing as well, and robust income tax collection as well. So I think from that perspective, it will be a populist.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We will continue with this conversation. But I think our finance minister is all set to place the budget on the floor of the House. Let's try to cut across and hear what Nirmala Sitharaman is saying.
Thank you.
Two, report for 2026-2031, volume 2, annexures of the 16th Finance Commission. Number 3, explanatory memorandum as to the action taken on the recommendations contained in the above report.
Item number 2, माननीय वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी.
Honorable Speaker, sir, on the sacred occasion of Magh Purnima and the birth anniversary of Guru Ravidas, I present the budget for the year 2026-2027. Since we assumed office 12 years ago, India's economic trajectory has been marked by stability, fiscal discipline, sustained growth, and moderate inflation. This is the result of conscious choices we have made, even in times heightened uncertainty and disruption. Our government, led by Honorable Prime Minister Modi, has decisively and consistently chosen action over ambivalence, reform over rhetoric, and people over populism. We have pursued far-reaching structural reforms, fiscal prudence and monetary stability, whilst maintaining a strong thrust on public investment. Keeping Atmanirbharta as a lodestar, we have built domestic manufacturing capacity, energy security, and reduced critical import dependencies. Simultaneously, we have ensured that citizens benefit from every action of the government, undertaking reforms to support employment generation, agricultural productivity, household purchasing power, and universal services to people. These measures have delivered a high growth rate of around 7% and helped us make substantial strides in poverty reduction and improvement in the lives of our people. Today, we face an external environment in which trade and multilateralism are imperiled and access to resources and supply chains are disrupted. New technologies are transforming production systems while sharply increasing demands on water, energy, and critical minerals. India will continue to take confident steps towards Viksit Bharat, balancing ambition with inclusion. As a growing economy with expanding trade and capital needs, India must also remain deeply integrated with global markets, exporting more and attracting stable long-term investment. As I begin Part A, I want to express my gratitude to the people for standing firmly with us as we forge our way together towards becoming one of the largest economies of the world. Our aim is to transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance as we ensure that the dividends of growth reach every farmer, the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, the nomads, the youth, the poor, and the women. In Vikasit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue 2026, several innovative ideas were shared with our Prime Minister, which have inspired many of the proposals, making this a unique Yuva Shakti-driven budget. Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged, and the disadvantaged. To deliver on this sankalp, and given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by three Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second Kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third Kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region, and sector has access to resources, amenities, and opportunities for meaningful participation. This threefold approach requires a supportive ecosystem. The first requirement is to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, continuous, adaptive, and forward-looking. Second, a robust and resilient financial sector is central to mobilizing savings, allocating capital efficiently, and managing risks. Third, cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity, and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. The Reform Express is well on its way and will maintain its momentum to help us fulfill our Kartavya. I now move to specific proposals. Under our first Kartavya, to accelerate and sustain economic growth, I propose interventions in 6 areas. 1. Scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. 2. Rejuvenating legacy industrial sectors. 3. Creating champion MSMEs. 4. Delivering a powerful push for infrastructure. 5. Ensuring long-term security and stability. And 6. Developing city economic regions. Scaling up of manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. Biopharma Shakti, meaning biopharma strategy for health advancement through knowledge, technology, and innovation. India's disease burden is observed to be shifting towards non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cancer, and autoimmune disorders. Biologic medicines are key to longevity and quality of life at affordable costs. To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, I propose the Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. This will build the ecosystem for domestic production of biologics and biosimilars. The strategy will include a biopharma-focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research, popularly known as NIPERs, and upgrading 7 existing ones. It will also create a network of 1,000 accredited India clinical trials sites. We propose to strengthen the Central Drug Standard Control Organization to meet global standards and approve timeframes through approval timeframes through a dedicated scientific review cadre and specialists. India's Semiconductor Mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025, with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. A scheme for rare earth permanent magnets was launched in 2025 November. We now propose to support the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors to promote mining, processing, research and manufacturing. To enhance domestic chemical production and reduce import dependency, we will launch a scheme to support states in establishing 3 dedicated chemical parks through challenge route on a cluster-based plug-and-play model. Strong capital goods. Strong capital goods capability is a determinant of productivity and quality across different sectors. Towards building this capacity, I propose the following. High-tech tool rooms will be established by central public sector enterprises at 2 locations as digitally enabled automated service bureaus that locally design, test and manufacture high-precision components at scale and at lower cost. 2. A scheme for enhancement of construction and infrastructure equipments will be introduced to strengthen domestic manufacturing of high value and technologically advanced CIE. This can range from lifts in a multi-storied apartment or firefighting equipment in multiplexes, large or small, and to tunnel boring equipments for building metros and high-altitude roads. I also propose a scheme for container manufacturing to create a globally competitive container manufacturing ecosystem with a budgetary allocation of 10,000 crores over a 5-year period. For the labor-intensive textile sector, I propose an integrated program with 5 subparts. 1. The National Fiber Scheme for self-reliance in natural fibers, such as silk, wool and jute, man-made fibers, and new-age fibers. Textile expansion and employment scheme to modernize traditional clusters with capital support for machinery, technology upgradation, and common testing and certification centers. 3. The National Handloom and Handicraft Program to integrate and strengthen existing schemes and ensure targeted support for weavers and artisans. Tex Eco initiative to promote globally competitive and sustainable textiles and apparels. Samarth 2.0 to modernize the upgrade the textile skilling ecosystem through collaboration with industry and academic institutions. Further, I propose to set up mega textile parks in challenge mode. They can also focus on bringing value addition to technical textiles. I propose to launch the Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to strengthen khadi, handloom and handicrafts. This will help in global market linkage and branding. It will streamline and support training, skilling, quality of process and production. This will benefit our weavers, village industries, One District, One Product ODOP initiative and also our rural youth. India has the potential to emerge as a global hub for high quality, affordable sports goods. I propose a dedicated initiative for sports goods that will promote manufacturing, research and innovation in equipment design as well as material sciences. Rejuvenation of legacy industrial clusters. I propose to introduce a scheme to revive 200 legacy industrial clusters to improve their cost competitiveness and efficiency through infrastructure and technology upgradation. Creating champion SMEs and supporting micro enterprises. Recognizing MSMEs as a vital engine of growth, I propose a three-pronged approach to help them grow as champions. Equity support. I propose to introduce a dedicated 10,000 crores SME growth fund to create future champions, incentivizing enterprises based on select criteria. I also propose to top up the Self-Reliant India Fund set up in 2021 with 2,000 crores to continue support to micro enterprises and maintain their access to risk capital. Liquidity support. With TREDS, more than 7 lakh crore has been made available to MSMEs. To leverage its full potential, I propose 4 measures. 1. Mandate TREDS as the transaction settlement platform for all purchases from MSMEs by CPSEs, serving as a benchmark for other corporates. 2. Introduce a credit guarantee support mechanism through CGTMSE for invoice discounting on TREDS platform. 3. Link GEM with TREDS for sharing information with financiers about government purchases from MSMEs, encouraging cheaper and quicker financing. 4. Introduce TREDS receivables as asset-backed securities, helping develop a secondary market, enhancing liquidity and settlement of transactions. Professional support. Government will facilitate professional institutions such as the ICAI, ICSI, ICMAI to design short-term modular courses and practical tools to develop a cadre of corporate mitras, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns. These accredited para-professionals will help MSMEs meet compliance requirements at affordable costs. Infrastructure. During this past decade, our government has undertaken several initiatives for large-scale enhancement of public infrastructure, including through new financing instruments such as Infrastructure Investment Trust, InvITs, and Real Estate Investment Trust REITs, and institutions like NIIF and NABFID. We shall continue to focus on developing infrastructure in cities with over 5 lakh population, that is tier 2, tier 3 cities, which have expanded to become growth centers. Public capital expenditure has increased manifold from 2 lakh crore in 2014-15 to allocation of 11.2 lakh crore in BE 25-26. In this coming year, that is financial year 2026-27, I propose to increase it to 12.2 lakh crores to continue the momentum. To strengthen the confidence of private developers regarding risks during infrastructure development and construction phase, I propose to set up an infrastructure risk guarantee fund to provide prudentially calibrated partial credit guarantee to lenders. Over the years, REITs have emerged as a successful instrument for asset monetization. I propose to accelerate recycling of significant real estate assets of the CPSEs through the setting up of dedicated REITs. To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. Carbon capture, utilization and storage. Aligning with the roadmap launched in December 2025, the carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies at scale will achieve higher readiness and in end-use application across 5 industrial sectors, including power, steel, cement, refineries, and chemicals. An outlay of 20,000 crore is proposed over the next 5 years for this purpose. City economic regions. Cities are India's engines of growth, innovation, and opportunities. We shall now focus on Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, and even temple towns, which need modern infrastructure and basic amenities. This budget aims to further amplify the potential of cities to deliver the economic power of agglomerations by mapping city economic regions based on their specific growth drivers. An allocation of 5,000 crore per CER over 5 years is proposed for implementing their plans through a challenge mode with a reform-cum-result-based financing mechanism. In order to promote environmentally sustainable passenger systems, we will develop 7 high-speed rail corridors between cities as growth connectors, namely Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Hyderabad, Hyderabad to Bengaluru, Hyderabad to Chennai, Chennai to Bengaluru, Delhi to Varanasi, Varanasi to Siliguri. Financial sector. The Indian banking sector today is characterized by strong balance sheet, historic highs in profitability, improved asset quality, and coverage exceeding 98% of villages in the country. At this juncture, we are well placed to futuristically evaluate the measures needed to continue on the path of reform-led growth of this sector. I propose setting up a high-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat. High-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat to comprehensively review the sector and align it with India's next phase of growth, while safeguarding financial stability, inclusion, and consumer protection. The vision for NBFCs for Vikasit Bharat has been outlined with clear targets for credit disbursement and technology adoption in order to achieve scale and improve efficiency in the public sector NBFCs. As a first step, it is proposed to restructure the Power Finance Corporation and Rural Electrification Corporation. I propose a comprehensive review of the foreign exchange management non-debt instruments rules to create a more contemporary, user-friendly framework for foreign investments consistent with India's evolving economic priorities. Corporate bond market. I propose to introduce a market-making framework with suitable access to funds and derivatives on corporate bond indices. I also propose to introduce total return swaps on corporate bonds. Municipal bonds. To encourage the issuance of municipal bonds of higher value by larger cities, I propose an incentive of 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance. 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance of more than 1,000 crore. The current scheme under Amrit which incentivizes issuances up to 200 crores only, will also continue to support smaller and medium towns. That will also continue to support the smaller and medium towns. Ease of doing business. Individual persons resident outside India, PROI, will be permitted to invest in equity instruments of listed Indian companies through the Portfolio Investment Scheme. It is also proposed to increase the investment limit for an individual PROI under the scheme from 5% to 10%, with an overall investment limit for all individual PROIs to 24% from the current 10%. Emerging technologies including AI. 21st century is technology driven. Adoption of technology is for the benefit of all people. Farmers in the field, women in STEM, youth keen to upskill, and Divyangjan to access newer opportunities. The government has taken several steps to support new technologies through AI Mission, National Quantum Mission, Anusandhan National Research Fund, and Research and Development and Innovation Fund. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations and build capacities. Close to 25 crore individuals have come out of multi-dimensional poverty through a decade of our government's sustained and reform-oriented efforts. Our government has therefore decided to place a renewed emphasis on the service sector to provide a pathway to fulfilling aspirations of a youthful India with the following measures. I propose to set up a high-powered education to employment and enterprises standing committee to recommend measures that focus on services sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. This will make us a global leader in services with a 10% global share by 2047. The committee will prioritize areas to optimize the potential for growth, employment, and exports. They will also assess the impact of emerging technologies, including AI, on jobs and skill requirements and propose measures thereof. To create a range of skilled career pathways, a new range of skilled career pathways for our youth, I propose interventions in the following sectors. Health. Existing institutions for allied health professionals will be upgraded and new AHP institutions established in private and government sectors. This will cover 10 selected disciplines, including optometry, radiology, anesthesia, OT technology, applied psychology and behavioral health, and add 1 lakh AHPs over the next 5 years. A strong care system covering geriatric and allied care services will be built. A variety of NSQF-aligned programs will be developed to train multi-skilled caregivers, combining core care and allied skills such as wellness, yoga, and operation of medical assistive devices. In the coming year, 1.5 lakh caregivers will be trained. Hubs for medical value tourism. To promote India as a hub for medical tourism services, I propose to launch a scheme to support states in establishing 5 regional medical hubs in partnership with the private sector. These hubs will serve as integrated healthcare complexes that combine medical, educational, and research facilities. They will have Ayush centers, medical value tourism facilitation centers, and infrastructure for diagnostics, post-care, and rehabilitation. These hubs will provide diverse opportunities, job opportunities for health professionals, including doctors and AHPs. Ancient Indian yoga, already respected in several parts of the world, was given a mass global recognition when Honorable Prime Minister took it to the UN. Post-COVID, Ayurveda gained a similar global acceptance and recognition. Exporting quality Ayurveda products helps farmers who grow the herbs and youth who process the products. To meet growing global demand, a few more steps are being taken. I propose to 1. Set up 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda. 2. Upgrade Ayush pharmacies and drug testing labs for higher standards of certification ecosystem and make available more skilled personnel. 3. Upgrade the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center in Jamnagar to bolster evidence-based research, training, and awareness for traditional medicine. Animal husbandry. Livestock contributes to close to 16% of farm income, including of poor and marginal households. To scale up availability of veterinary professionals by more than 20,000, I propose to roll out a loan-linked capital subsidy support scheme for establishment of veterinary and para-veterinary colleges, veterinary hospitals, diagnostic laboratories, and breeding facilities in private sector. Collaboration between Indian and foreign institutions will also be facilitated. Orange economy. India's animation, visual effects, gaming and comics sector, AVGC sector, is a growing industry projected to require 2 million professionals by 2030. I propose to support the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, Mumbai, in setting up AVGC content creator labs in 15,000 secondary schools all over the country and 500 colleges. The Indian design industry is expanding rapidly, and yet there is a shortage of Indian designers. I propose to establish, through Challenge Route, a new National Institute of Design to boost design education and development in the eastern region of India. Education. Our government will support states through Challenge Route in creating 5 university townships in the vicinity of major industrial and logistics corridors. These planned academic zones will host multiple universities, colleges and research institutions, skill centers and residential complexes. In higher education, STEM institutions, prolonged hours of study and laboratory work pose some challenges for girl students. Through VGF, Viability Gap Funding and capital support, one girls' hostel will be established in every district. To promote astrophysics and astronomy via immersive experiences. 4 telescope infrastructure facilities will be set up or upgraded. The National Large Solar Telescope, the National Large Optical Infrared Telescope, the Himalayan Chandra Telescope, and the Cosmos 2 Planetarium. Tourism. The tourism sector has the potential to play a large role in the employment generation, forex earnings, and expanding the local economy. I propose to set up a National Institute of Hospitality by upgrading the existing National Council for Hotel Management and Catering Technology. It will function as a bridge between academia, industry, and government. I also propose a pilot scheme for upskilling 10,000 guides in 20 iconic tourist sites through a standardized, high-quality, 12-week training course in hybrid mode in collaboration with the Indian Institute of Management. A national destination digital knowledge grid will be established to digitally document all places of significance, cultural, spiritual, and heritage. This initiative will create a new ecosystem of jobs for local researchers, historians, content creators, and technology partners. India has the potential and opportunity to offer world-class trekking and hiking experience. We will develop ecologically sustainable mountain trails in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Jammu Kashmir. Also in Araku Valley in the Eastern Ghats and Podigai Malai in the Western Ghats. Turtle trails along key nesting sites in the coastal areas of Odisha, Karnataka and Kerala. And 3, bird watching trails along the Pulikat Lake in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu. It's on the border. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, we established the International Big Cat Alliance in 2024. This year, India is hosting the first ever Global Big Cat Summit, where heads of governments and ministers from 95 range countries will deliberate on collective strategies for conservation. Heritage and culture tourism. I propose to develop 15 archaeological sites, including Lothal, Dolavira, Rakigadi, Adichanallur, Saranath, Hastinapur, and Leh Palace into vibrant experiential cultural destinations. Excavated landscapes will be open to the public through curated walkways. Immersive storytelling skills and technologies will be introduced to help conservation labs, interpretation centers, and guides. The sports sector provides multiple means of employment, skilling, and job opportunities. Taking forward the systematic nurturing of sports talent which is set in motion through the Khelo India program earlier, I propose to launch a Khelo India mission to transform the sports sector over the next decade. The mission will facilitate an integrated talent development pathway supported by training centers which are foundational, intermediate, and elite levels. B, systematic development of coaches and support staff. C, integration of sports science and technology. D, competitions and leagues to promote sports culture and provide platforms. And E, development of sports infrastructure for training and competition. Our third Kartavya aligns with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas towards Vikasit Bharat. This requires targeted efforts for 1, increasing farmer incomes through productivity enhancement and entrepreneurship, with special attention to small and marginal farmers. B, empowering Divyangjan through access to livelihood opportunities, training, and high-quality assistive devices. C, empowering the vulnerable to access mental health and trauma care. D, focus on the Purvodaya states and the Northeast region to accelerate development and employment opportunities. Fisheries. We will undertake initiatives for integrated development of 500 reservoirs and Amrit Sarovars. 2, strengthen the fisheries value chain in coastal areas and enable market linkages involving startups and women-led groups together with fish farmer producer organizations. Animal husbandry. To provide quality employment opportunities in rural and peri-urban areas, we will support the animal husbandry sector in entrepreneurship development through A, credit-linked subsidy program, B, scaling up and modernization of livestock enterprises, C, enhanced creation of livestock, dairy, and poultry enhanced creation of livestock, dairy, and poultry-focused integrated value chains, and D, encourage creation of livestock farmer-producer organizations. High-value agriculture. To diversify farm outputs, increase productivity, enhance farmers' incomes, and create new employment opportunities, we will support high-value crops such as coconut, sandalwood, cocoa, cashew, in the coastal areas, agar trees in northeast, and nuts such as almonds, walnuts, and pine nuts in our hilly regions. These, all of them, will be supported. India is the world's largest producer of coconuts. About 30 million people, including nearly 10 million farmers, depend on coconuts for their livelihood. To further enhance competitiveness in coconut production, I propose a coconut promotion scheme to increase production and enhance productivity through various interventions, including replacing and non-productive trees with new saplings or plants or varieties in major coconut growing states. A dedicated program is proposed for Indian cashew and cocoa to make India self-reliant in raw cashew and coconut production and processing, enhance export competitiveness, and transform Indian cashew and Indian cocoa into premium global brands by 2030. Sandalwood. Sandalwood is closely linked to India's social and cultural heritage. Our government will partner with state governments to promote focused cultivation and post-harvest processing to restore the glory of the Indian sandalwood ecosystem, to rejuvenate old, low-yielding orchards, and expand high-density cultivation of walnuts, almonds, and pine nuts. We will support a dedicated program to enhance farmer incomes and in bringing value addition by engaging youth. Bharat Vistar, that is virtually integrated system to access agricultural resources. I propose to launch Bharat Vistar, a multilingual AI tool that shall integrate the AgriStack portals and the ICAR package on agricultural practices with AI systems. This will enhance farm productivity, enable better decisions for farmers, and reduce risk by providing customized advisory support. She-Marts for rural women-led enterprises. Building on the success of Lakpati Didi program, I propose to help women take the next step from credit-linked livelihoods to being owners of enterprises. Self-help entrepreneur, She-Marts will be set up as community-owned retail outlets within the cluster-level federations through enhanced and innovative financing instruments. Empowering Divyangjan. Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana. Information technology, AVGC sectors, hospitality and food and beverages sectors often offer task-oriented and process-driven roles which are suitable for Divyangjan. We will ensure dignified livelihood opportunities through industry-relevant and customized training specific to each Divyangjan group. Divyang Sahara Yojana. Timely access to high-quality assistive devices for all eligible Divyangjan is a fundamental need. I propose to 1. Support the Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation of India, Alimco, to set up and to scale up production of assistive devices, invest in R&D and AI integration, strengthen PM Divyasha Kendras, and support setting up of assistive technology marts as modern retail style centers where Divyangjan and senior citizens can see, try and purchase assistive products. Reaffirming our commitment to mental health and trauma care. There are no national institutes for mental health care in North India. We will therefore set up a NIMHANS 2 and also upgrade national mental health institutes in Ranchi and in Tezpur as regional apex institutions. Emergencies expose families, particularly the poor and vulnerable, to unexpected expenditure. We will strengthen and increase these capacities by 50% in district hospitals by establishing emergency and trauma care centers. Focus on Purvodaya states and northeastern regions. Purvodaya, I propose the development of an integrated East Coast industrial corridor with a well-connected node at Durgapur, creation of 5 tourism destinations in 5 Purvodaya states, and the provision of 4,000 e-buses. Buddhist sites in northeastern region. The northeastern region is a civilizational confluence of Theravada and Mahayana or Vajrayana traditions. I propose to launch a scheme for development of Buddhist circuits in Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Assam, Manipur, Mizoram, and Tripura. The scheme will cover preservation of temples and monasteries, pilgrimage interpretation centers, connectivity, and pilgrim amenities. 16th Finance Commission. On 17th November 2025, the 16th Finance Commission submitted its report to the President. As mandated under Article 281 of the Constitution, the government is to lay the report along with the explanatory memorandum on the action taken report on the recommendations of the Commission in Parliament, which, Sir, Honourable Speaker, you've allowed me to do at the commencement of this session. The government has accepted the recommendation of the Commission to retain the vertical share of devolution at 41%. As recommended by the Commission, I have provided 1.4 lakh crores of rupees to the states for the year 2027 as Finance Commission grants. These include rural and urban local body and disaster management grants. Fiscal consolidation. Government has been delivering on our fiscal commitments consistently without compromising on social needs. To strive towards accepted standards of fiscal management in Budget 25-26, I had indicated that the central government would target reaching a debt-to-GDP ratio of 50 plus or minus 1% by 2030-31. In line with this, the debt-to-GDP ratio is estimated to be 55.6% of GDP in BE 26-27, compared to 56.1% of GDP in RE 25-26. A declining debt-to-GDP ratio will gradually free up resources for priority sector lending and expenditure by reducing the outgo on interest payments. One of the main operational instruments for debt targeting is the fiscal deficit. I am happy to inform this august House that I fulfilled my commitment made in 2021-2022 to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% of GDP by 25-26. In RE 25-26, the fiscal deficit has been estimated at par with BE of 2025-26 at 4.4% of GDP. In line with the new fiscal prudence path of debt consolidation, the fiscal deficit in BE 26-27 is estimated to be 4.3% of the GDP. The revised estimates of the non-debt receipts are 34 lakh crore rupees, of which the centre's net tax receipts are 26.7 lakh crore. The revised estimate of the total expenditure is 49.6 lakh crore rupees, of which the capital expenditure is about 11 lakh crores. Budget estimates 2026 to 2027. Coming to 26-27, the non-debt receipts and the total expenditure are estimated as 36.5 lakh crore and 53.5 lakh crore respectively. The centre's net tax receipts are estimated at 28.7 lakh crore rupees. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at 11.7 lakh crore rupees. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at 17.2 lakh crore rupees. I'll now move to Part B. Part B, direct taxes. Honorable Speaker, sir, I now present my proposals on direct taxes. New Income Tax Act. In July 2024, I announced a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. This was completed in a record time, and the Income Tax Act 2025 will come into effect from 1st April 2026. The simplified income tax rules and forms will be notified shortly, giving adequate time to taxpayers to acquaint themselves with its requirements. The forms have been redesigned such that ordinary citizens can comply without difficulty. Ease of living. I propose that any interest awarded by the Motor Accident Claims Tribunal to a natural person will be exempt from income tax, and any TDS on this account will be done away with. I propose to reduce TCS rate on the sale of overseas tour program package from the current 5% and 20% to 2% without any stipulation of amount. I propose to reduce TCS rate for pursuing education and for medical purposes under the Liberalized Remittance Scheme, popularly known as LRS, from 5% to 2%. Supply of manpower services is proposed to be specifically brought within the ambit of payment to contractors for the purpose of TDS to avoid ambiguity. Thus, TDS on these services will be at the rate of either 1% or 2% only. I propose a scheme for small taxpayers, wherein a rule-based automated process will enable obtaining a lower or nil deduction certificate instead of filing an application with the assessing officer. For the ease of taxpayer holding securities in multiple companies, I propose to enable depositories to accept Form 15G or Form 15H from the investor and provide it directly to various relevant companies. I propose to extend time available for revising returns from 31st December to up to 31st March with the payment of a nominal fee. I also propose to stagger the timeline for filing of tax returns. Individuals with ITR 1 and ITR 2 returns will continue to file till 31st July, and non-audit business cases or trusts are proposed to be allowed time till 31st August. TDS on sale of immovable property by a non-resident is proposed to be deducted and deposited through resident buyers and his or her PAN-based challan instead of requiring a TAN, which is a temporary accounting number. To address practical issues of small taxpayers like students, young professionals, tech employees, relocated NRIs, and such others, I propose to introduce a one-time 6-month foreign asset disclosure scheme for these taxpayers to disclose income or assets below a certain size. This scheme would be applicable for 2 categories of taxpayers, namely A, who did not disclose their overseas income or assets, and B, who disclosed their overseas income and or paid due tax but could not declare the asset acquired. For category A, the limit of undisclosed income or asset is proposed to be up to 1 crore rupees. They need to pay 30% of fair market value of asset or 30% of undisclosed income as tax and 30% as additional income tax in lieu of penalty, and would thereby get immunity from prosecution. For category B, asset value is proposed to be up to 5 crore rupees. Here, immunity from both penalty and prosecution will be available with a payment of fee of 1 lakh rupees. Rationalizing penalty and prosecution. Multiplicity of proceedings are hindrance to the ease of doing business. I propose to integrate assessment and penalty proceedings by way of a common order for both. There will be no interest liability on the taxpayer on the penalty amount for the period of appeal before the first appellate authority, irrespective of the outcome of appeal process. Further, quantum of prepayment is being reduced from 20% to 10% and will continue to be calculated only on core tax demand. As an additional measure for reducing litigation, I propose to allow taxpayers to update their returns even after reassessment proceedings have been initiated, and an additional 10% tax rate over and above the rate applicable for the relevant year. The assessing officer will then use only this updated return in his proceedings. There is already a framework for immunity from penalty and prosecution in the cases of underreporting. I propose to apply this framework for immunity to misreporting too. However, in such a case, the taxpayer will need to pay 100% of the tax amount as an additional income tax over and above the tax and interest due. Penalties for certain technical defaults, such as failure to get accounts audited, non-furnishing of transfer pricing audit report, and default in furnishing statement for financial transactions are proposed to be converted into fee. I propose to rationalize prosecution framework under Income Tax Act while maintaining a careful balance for deterrence in some serious offence. Non-production of books of account and documents and requirement of TDS payment where payment is made in kind are being decriminalized. Further, minor offences will attract fine only. The remaining prosecutions will be graded commensurate with the quantum of offence. They will entail only simple imprisonment with maximum imprisonment reduced to 2 years and power to courts to convert even those into fines. There is no penalty. There is no penalty presently for non-disclosure of non-immovable foreign assets with aggregate value less than 20 lakh rupees. I propose to also provide them with immunity from prosecution with retrospective effect from 1/10/2024. Cooperatives. Deduction is already allowed to a primary cooperative society engaged in supplying milk, oilseeds, fruits or vegetables raised or grown by its members. I propose to extend this deduction to also include supply of cattle feed and cotton seed produced by its members. I propose to allow inter-cooperative society dividend income as deduction under the new tax regime to the extent it is further distributed to its members. I further propose to allow exemption for a period of 3 years to dividend income received by a notified national cooperative federation on their investments made in companies up to 31/1/2026. This exemption would be allowed only for dividends further distributed to its member cooperatives. Supporting IT sector as India's growth engine. India is a global leader in software development services, IT-enabled services, knowledge process outsourcing services, and contract R&D services relating to software development. These businesses and their segments are quite interconnected with each other. All these services are proposed to be clubbed under a single category of information technology services with a common safe harbor margin of 15.5% applicable to all. The threshold for availing safe harbor for IT services is being enhanced substantially from 300 crore rupees to 2,000 crore rupees. Safe harbor for IT services shall be approved by an automated rule-driven process without any need for tax officer to examine and accept the application. Once applied by an IT services company, the same safe harbor can be continued for a period of 5 years at a stretch at its choice. For IT services companies who want to conclude advanced pricing agreement, APA, I propose to fast-track unilateral APA process for IT services and endeavor to conclude it within a period of 2 years. The period of 2 years can be extended by a further period of 6 months on taxpayers' request. I propose to extend the facility of modified returns available to the entity entering APA to its associated entities also. Attracting global business and investment. Recognizing the need to enable critical infrastructure and boost investment in data centers, I propose to provide tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company that provides cloud services to customers globally by using data center services from India. It will, however, need to provide services to Indian customers through an Indian reseller entity. I also propose to provide a safe harbor of 15% on cost in case the company providing data center services from India is a related entity. To harness the efficiency of just-in-time logistics for electronic manufacturing, I propose to provide safe harbor to non-residents for component warehousing in a bonded warehouse at a profit margin of 2% of the invoice value. The resultant tax of about 0.7% will be much lower than in competing jurisdictions. To provide fillip to toll manufacturing in India, I propose to provide exemption from income tax for 5 years to any non-resident who provides capital goods, equipment, or tooling to any toll manufacturer in a bonded zone. To encourage vast pool of global talent to work in India for a longer period of time, I propose to provide exemption to global, non-India sourced income of a non-resident expert for a stay period of 5 years under notified schemes. I propose to provide exemption from minimum alternate tax, the MAT, to all non-residents who pay tax on presumptive basis. Tax administration. I propose to constitute a joint committee of Ministry of Corporate Affairs and Central Board of Direct Taxes for incorporating the requirements of income computation and disclosure standards, the ICDS, in the Indian Accounting Standards, IND AS itself. Separate accounting requirement based on ICDS will be done away with from the tax year 27-28. To support Prime Minister Modi's vision of homegrown accounting and advisory firms to become global leaders, I propose to rationalize the definition of accountant for the purposes of safe harbor rules. Other tax proposals. Change in taxation of buyback was brought in to address the improper use of buyback route by promoters. In the interest of minority shareholders, I propose to tax buyback for all types of shareholders as capital gains. However, to disincentivize misuse of tax arbitrage, promoters will pay an additional buyback tax. This will make effective tax 22% for corporate promoters. For non-corporate promoters, the effective tax will be 30%. TCS rate for sellers of specific goods, namely alcoholic liquor, scrap, and minerals, will be rationalized to 2%, and that on tendu leaves will be reduced from 5% to 2%. I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%. STT on options premium and exercise of options are both proposed to be raised to 0.15% from the present rate of 0.1% and 0.125% respectively. We reformed the taxation landscape for corporates in 2019 by providing them a simplified regime with lower tax rate so that they could productively focus on business rather than on claim of deductions and exemptions. To encourage companies to shift to the new regime, set off of brought forward MAT credit, minimum alternate tax credit, is proposed to be allowed to companies only in the new regime. Set off using available MAT credit is proposed to be allowed to an extent of 1/4 of the tax liability in the new regime. MAT is proposed to be made final tax, so there will be no further credit accumulation from 1st April 2026. In line with this change, the rate of final tax is being reduced to 14% from the current MAT rate of 15%. The brought forward MAT credit of taxpayers accumulated till 30th March 2026 will continue to be available to them for set-off as above. Indirect taxes. I shall now take up proposals related to indirect taxes. My proposals for customs and central excise aim to further simplify the tariff structure, support domestic manufacturing, promote export competitiveness, and correct inversion in duty. To continue weeding out long continuing customs duty exemptions, I propose to remove certain exemptions on items which are being manufactured in India or where the imports are negligible. Similarly, to further simplify the process of ascertaining the rate of duty applicable on a particular item, I propose to incorporate certain effective rates in various customs notifications to the tariff schedule itself. I shall now take up sector-specific proposals. Promotion of exports of marine, leather, and textile products. I propose to increase the limit for duty-free imports of specified inputs used for processing seafoods for export from the current 1% to 3% of FOB value of the previous year's export turnover. I also propose to allow duty-free imports of specified inputs which is currently available for exports of leather or synthetic footwear, to exports of shoe uppers as well. I propose to extend the time period for export of final product from the existing 6 months to 1 year for exporters of leather or textile garments, leather or synthetic footwear, and other leather products. Energy transition and security. I propose to extend the basic customs duty exemption given to capital goods used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for batteries to those used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for battery energy storage systems also. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on import of sodium antimonate for use in manufacture of solar glass. Nuclear power. I propose to extend the existing basic customs duty exemption on imports of goods required for nuclear power projects till the year 2035 and expand it for all nuclear plants irrespective of their capacity. Critical minerals. It is proposed to provide basic customs duty exemption to the import of capital goods required for the processing of critical minerals in India. Biogas blended CNG. I propose to exclude the entire value of biogas while calculating the central excise duty payable on biogas blended CNG. Civil and defense aviation. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on components and parts required for the manufacture of civilian training and other aircrafts. It is proposed to exempt basic customs duty on raw materials imported for the manufacture of parts of aircraft to be used in maintenance, repair, or overall requirements by units in the defense sector. Electronics. To deepen value addition in the consumer electronics sector, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on specified parts used in the manufacture of microwave ovens. Special economic zone. To address the concerns arising about utilization of capacity by manufacturing units in the special economic zones due to global trade disruptions, I propose as a special one-time measure to facilitate sales by eligible manufacturing units in SEZs to the domestic tariff area at concessional rates of duty. The quantity of such sales will be limited to a prescribed proportion of their exports. Necessary regulatory changes will be undertaken to operationalize the measures while ensuring level playing field for the units working in the DTA. Ease of living. To rationalize the customs duty structure for goods imported for personal use, I propose to reduce the tariff rate on all dutiable goods imported for personal use from 20% to 10%. To provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on 17 drugs or medicines. I propose also to add 7 more rare diseases for the purposes of exempting import duties on personal imports of drugs, medicines, and food for special medical purposes used in their treatment. Customs process. India's role and share in the global trade is poised for a major leap in line with our ambition and journey towards Viksit Bharat. In this regard, I propose many measures for custom processes to have minimal intervention for smoother and faster movement of goods and greater certainty to the trade. Trust-based systems. I propose to enhance duty deferral period for Tier 2 and Tier 3 authorized economic operators, known as AEOs, from 15 days to 30 days. I propose to provide eligible manufacturer importers the same duty deferral facility. This should encourage them to get themselves accredited as a full-fledged Tier 3 AEO in due course. To provide greater certainty and for better business planning, I propose to extend validity period of advance ruling binding on customs from the present 3 years to 5 years. In the spirit of the whole of government approach, government agencies will be encouraged to leverage AEO accreditation for preferential treatment in clearing their cargo. Regular importers with trusted, long-standing supply chains will be recognized in the risk system so that the need for verification of their cargo every time can be minimized. Export cargo using electronic sealing. Export cargo using electronic sealing will be provided through clearance from the factory premises to the ship. For import of goods not needing any compliance, filing of bill of entry by a trusted importer and arrival of goods will automatically notify customs for completing their clearance formalities. This will enable goods to be released immediately on arrival. The customs warehouse framework will be transformed into a warehouse operator-centric system with a self-declarations, electronic tracking, and risk-based audit. These reforms will move away from the current system of officer-dependent approvals and reduce transaction delays and compliance costs. Ease of doing business. Approvals required for cargo clearance from various government agencies will be seamlessly processed through a single and interconnected digital window by the end of the financial year. Processes involved in clearance of food, drugs, plant, and animal and wildlife products, accounting for about 70% of interdicted cargo, will be operationalized on this system by April 2026 itself. For goods not having any compliance requirement, clearance will be done by customs immediately after online registration is completed by the importer, subject to the payment of duty. Customs integrated system will be rolled out in 2 years as a single integrated and scalable platform for all customs processes. Utilization of non-intrusive scanning with advanced imaging and AI technology for risk assessment will be expanded in a phased manner with the objective to scan every container across all the major ports. New export opportunities to support Indian fishermen to fully harness the economic value of marine resources beyond our territorial waters. The following measures will be taken. A. Fish catch by an Indian fishing vessel in exclusive economic zone or on the high seas will be made free of duty. Landing of such fish on foreign port will be treated as export of goods. Safeguards will be put in place to prevent misuse during fish catch, transit, or transshipment. To support aspirations of India's small businesses, artisans, and startups to access global markets through e-commerce, I am pleased to announce complete removal of the current value cap of 10 lakh rupees per consignment on courier exports. In addition, handling of rejected and returned consignments will be improved with effective use of technology for identifying such consignments. I propose to revise provisions governing baggage clearance during international travel to address genuine concerns of passengers. The revised rules will enhance duty-free allowances in line with the present-day travel realities and provide clarity in temporary carriage of goods brought in or taken out. There are honest taxpayers who are willing to settle disputes by paying all their dues, but they get deterred due to negative connotation associated with penalty. They will now be able to close cases by paying an additional amount in lieu of penalty. Honorable Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind. One and a half hours.
आइटम नंबर 3 माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी।
Item number 2, sir.
3.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table of the following statements under Section 3, 1 of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act of 2003. Medium-term fiscal policy, fiscal policy strategy statement, and macroeconomic framework statement.
आइटम नंबर 4 माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी।
Sir, with your permission, I move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2026.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इस पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पूरे स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
माननीय सदस्यगण, आपको सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की कॉपी पब्लिकेशन काउंटर पर ली जाती है। बजट भाषण और बजट से संबंधित दस्तावेज आपके मोबाइल फोन और मेंबर पोर्टल्स पर ही उपलब्ध है। सभा की कार्रवाई कल सोमवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी 2026 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Her Excellency Ms. Ursula von der Leyen.
Right, so the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has presented her 9th budget, and honestly, the big bang reforms that we were expecting, there seems to be a little bit of underwhelmment there because there is continuity to what the government has been doing when it comes to their finances. The fiscal deficit is seen a tad lowered at 4.3% for this year, and we are also seeing capex spending keeping up the momentum marginally higher than last year. Though the industry was expecting a figure closer to about 14 lakh crores, is coming closer to 12.2 lakh crore rupees. But unlike last time, the big hitting tax announcements have been missing, and so there is a little bit of underwhelmment there. There was a lot of hope from the stock market's perspective that there will be some rationalization in the long-term capital gains regime. That has not been announced. Slightly disappointing has been an increase in the STT. People are expecting that the STT should be done away. It was seen as a temporary thing, but the STT on financial derivatives especially has been increased. So we are seeing some of the stock markets swiftly selling off because that has been construed as a disappointment. Some of the other announcements coming in, a lot of announcements for NRIs. And all right, so let's welcome in some experts who will help us break down the fine print and give us their initial reactions. We have Dr. Sumesh Kumar, economist and associate professor at International Institute of Health Management Research, joining us now. Dr. Sumesh Kumar, what do you make of the announcements made? We did see some announcements in creating aims, Ayush aims, some announcements for mental health. But can you read through the fine print and tell us what has been the emphasis in the healthcare region, especially for biopharmaceuticals? An allocation of 10,000 crores is very, very encouraging. So, how do you see the announcements of the budget for your sector and overall?
Yes, thank you so much. And I think for health sector, this is a good budget, particularly pharma sector. We are already, pharma hub, and we are providing medicines to the rest of the world. And this will give more boost to the pharma sector in the country. And particularly, I am very happy that now government is thinking about the mental health as well. And the new institutions will be set up, which is very good, and mental health issues are increasing day by day. So serious steps need to be taken, and this is something very good that government is thinking in that direction. One more thing, and that is setting up three new medical institutions as well as the Ayurvedic medicines are concerned. Then boost to Ayush. This is something again welcoming step by the finance minister. And again, one more thing, increasing the capacity of district hospitals, which is again very good because the public health system somewhere the infrastructure need to be developed, the accessibility and affordability of drugs. I am very happy that cancer burden in India is very high, and day by day it is increasing. And now the cancer medicines and this critical
We have basic
medicines.
customs duty
Yes.
for cancer, drugs for cancer care, and 7 rare diseases. But
Rare
the
diseases,
basic duty exemption is only for the, it being imported for personal use, not on
Personal
a
use.
hospital or a pharmacy basis. What about the announcements coming in for medical tourism hubs? India is in any case doing very well. What do you think is the government's idea behind developing these hubs when the private sector is already, it's lucrative for them, so they do it. What outcome can we expect from these medical tourism hubs?
Yes, actually, there is a lot of potential in this sector. Though we are doing very good in that, but still the potential is there in medical tourism. We have best doctors, best corporate hospitals, and even the treatment cost in India is very less. So I think, again, welcoming step by the finance minister to develop these centers. One more thing that the clinical trials, the 1,000 new centers will be developed. So research and development in health sector, again, this is very good. And overall, I think I would definitely like to see the overall expenditure as a percentage of GDP on health. So we are struggling with that from last, I think, more than a decade. So the need of affordability and accessibility of healthcare, which is very important. And yes, research and development in clinical trials, again, one good step.
Right. Stay with us, Dr. Sumesh Kumar. We are having with us in our studio Mr. Chandar Talreja, partner, Rialto Partners Alternative for Personal Taxation, and I would like to get your reaction. Now, last year, direct taxes was a huge hit with the rationalization in the slabs. This time, it seems कि जो विवाद होते थे उनको हम कम कर दिए, and it's just a continuation of removing the inefficiencies and the disputes. How much confidence does this give to individual taxpayers?
See, the aim she's put forward is that tax is no longer taxing. Okay, she wants to make it more user friendly, encourage compliance, give more flexibility. I'll put it that way. And if you see the number of changes which has been introduced, starting with you got the new income tax coming into picture from 1st April. She's announced it. And just to give you a kind of a demonstration as to what has been done in that tax. Presently, we had 819 sections. That is the plethora of sections we had. That has been reduced to 536. Chapter wise also, you had 47 chapters, which has been reduced to 23. So ease of reading, alignment of lot many sections, provisos has been done around that bit. Now what she said is for the resident taxpayers, we're going to introduce a special form around it, which will give you ease of compliance in terms. presently for the resident one, there's a plethora of foreign asset reporting and all. She said we're going to neutralize that form and all. So bit of compliance over there.
It'll be easier filling that form.
Yes. Then you got TCS rates and all, especially for foreign tours and educational remittance and all. From 5%, she's brought it down to 2% and all.
In the LRS window.
Yeah, liberalized scheme and all. She's done that. Then we are looking at, in terms of the small taxpayers, we've got NRIs, in terms of young professional and all. What she said is, I'm going to open a one-time window for 6 months.
Foreign assets that you did not declare.
Yes, not declared. Over there also, she's put forward 2 things around it. That look, if you got income, foreign asset of the value of 1 crore and all, where the income has not been, declared, or the foreign asset also has not been declared, both, you got a, penalty of 30% over there, plus another 30% on the fair market value of the asset and all. That she'll, allow you to do that disclosure without prosecution. So, the fear of prosecution has been taken away.
For foreign assets.
It is there, it is there, in not many provisions of using income tax, there is fear of prosecution. She is giving you one-term compliance window. Similarly, if you, pay the taxes and not declare the foreign asset, she's saying that, we are going to allow you to, do that and all, up to the, the value of 5 crores and all of the foreign asset, simply by paying a fee of 1 lakh rupees only. So that is, ensure the compliance. From a normal side, we've got a revised deadline. The revised return deadline is 31st December. That has been extended to 31st March by paying a nominal fee around that. So that is also, encouragement and all, because many, global resident and all, they claim foreign tax credit and their returns are stuck up in the overseas countries because they have not been finalized, and we can, claim the credit only, once the returns are finalized. So that is kind of a more flexibility around that bit. Okay. Updated return has also been introduced, saying that, you can still file that updated return and the reassessment proceedings open and all, subject to payment of fee. So that is all encouraging. Other side, from an appeal side, what she said is that presently, if you go for appeal, you need to pay at least 20% of the demand,
Yeah, upfront.
To get the demand in abeyance and all. So what they're saying is that
cut it to 10%.
That has been reduced to 10% around that. So that is very, very encouraging. In terms of, the person resident outside India, they've been allowed to invest more now. In terms of, 10%. Earlier it was, 5% around it. So that is also encouraging sign,
in equity markets.
Yes, listed equity around it. So that is, where the things is around that. So this is all encouraging, more compliance, flexibility around that bit.
That's true, but the markets have not taken it very well. We are seeing, the Nifty has fallen 400 points and the Sensex is down 1,000 points. I think there's a lot of dissatisfaction that happened with the STT. Of course, that is to the subset of those who are, trading in derivatives, etc. What do you make about some of the direct tax announcements made for the corporate sector, especially software services, and the MAT becoming the final tax? What does that mean for the companies affected, especially software services and those who have to declare MAT?
So see, this is again an encouragement for them around it. She's ensuring more of a compliance and giving the flexibility around that, but which is being provided to the corporates also around that.
Okay.
And to your point, yes, people wanted more of a disposable income.
Yes.
Okay. And it would have been, better around that bit and all. But like you said, last time also, there has been a pretty much 7 slab structure which has been introduced, pretty much formal, 4 lakh, 8 lakh, and then 5%, 10% likewise graded and all. So pretty much, something was provided. Of course, always there is a scope for, doing something around it and increasing that disposable income which can be invested across in markets for various savings and all. But yes, the scope was very little this time, given the last time.
But the hallmark or the tenet of the new direct tax policy is we will do away with the exemptions, right? We don't want the exemptions. So there was a clamor coming in from the masses that okay, investments, leave it to the public to decide what they want to do, but insurance is a cost. It isn't an investment, it's a cost. So at least include health insurance as an exemption in the new tax regime, right? Yeah. That has not come through. So does this give a message that zero exemptions will be the rule for the new tax rules?
So see, again, if you see the foundation of new regime, it has always been in terms of, being deprived of all deduction and exemption. So pretty much, if you see only the contribution to national pension scheme is being allowed as a deduction under the new regime and all. Standard deduction was introduced way back in 2023 around it. So that was the first movement which was done around that. But post that ever, they've come out, they've just stick to the foundation around it that will not give you any deduction and all. And the reason is, you got graded slab over there, pretty much reduced rates across. And they are giving you flexibility in terms of old regime for you to opt, where they say that, you can claim deduction, exemption and all. And, depending on your person's situation, go ahead and, claim it out over there if you want. They're not taking away the old regime, but to best of my knowledge, the focus will still remain on the new regime, and which will not allow you any exemption and deductions.
Right. So we're now joined with a few more guests to give in their reactions. Anil is also with us. So Anil, first up, your reaction to the budget. This time the big bang announcements are somehow missing.
Yeah.
Anil, request you to please unmute yourself.
I did that.
Yeah.
So, Anisha, the overall, if you heard the tenor of the budget speech, it is more like a very journeyman speech. So, which is probably why it's getting a lot of bad press in the markets and elsewhere. But if you look at the budget as a continuity and not as a standalone, like your previous commentator explained that everybody likes to get quick fixes. We live in a era of instant social media and gratification. That's not there in this budget. But it continues where it left off in the last budget, in that it's building the new architecture for the next growth trajectory of this country. So, basically I'll just highlight a few points. She continues with record capital expenditure. Then in terms of ease of doing business, the customs rejig, I've not gone through the detail, but clearly what we had discussed in the pre-budget conversation has happened.
But there's no amnesty, Anil, even on customs, there's tweaking, there's relief in particular items being imported. There's no yet announcement on the rationalization number of slabs, widely anticipated amnesty scheme, all that hasn't come through.
I'm not sure of the amnesty scheme, but from the speech, what I gathered is that a lot of these inverted duty structure issues have been addressed. We'll have to go through the fine detail.
Fine print.
Then capital expenditure has been sustained, which is very important. So the growth momentum continues. Then, she has flagged a very important point, which has escaped national narrative, is that India's silver economy. India is aging much faster than what we think. So our last numbers of the 2011 census, the fertility rates are falling, the birth rates are falling, the death rate is falling. So the aging population is growing very fast. Now she's turned that around to create an opportunity to generate service personnel to address the needs of that silver economy. Which so this is a new area she's directed her attention
Specific training for 1 lakh, I think, individuals on the tier 2 and tier 3 cities for geriatric population.
Exactly. And then what we discussed in the pre-budget show, that there's a increased focus on handling urban areas beyond the metros. So she talked about tier 2, tier 3 towns. Then the connectivity between some of the towns, improved connectivity. And for Bharat, that is, there's India and there's Bharat, right? So for Bharat, the focus on agriculture, again, she's linked up to what I had mentioned earlier, the one district, one product, linking it up to global supply chains. So all these are basically creating the architecture to raise India's growth profile and growth trajectory over the next 22 years. So nothing on instant gratification. There may be an odd one which we have missed, but largely because the speech tenor and tone was journeyman is why I suspect it's getting such bad press.
Yeah, but there are a few silver linings like the high-speed corridors or the tax relief to those companies offering cloud services with data centers station in India. So those are, of course, the high points of the budget coming through for the layman to understand. To you, I want to ask Chandar, what was the biggest takeaway for you, or the biggest win for the budget this year?
So see, more for me in terms of the compliance being introduced for the small taxpayers. They've been really struggling. We got a lot of employees of MNCs and all. They're surprised through the equity base of the foreign company. They are not particularly aware that they need to disclose those foreign assets over here, being resident employees and all. So that compliance window is very encouraging and all.
But what are these foreign assets? Could they be shares, mutual funds, or is it just immovable assets?
So these are shares. The foreign company gives the
ESOPs.
subscription to the ESOPs and all, and they subscribe to the foreign shares and all. Typically there are these. Some people have gone for outbound assignments and all. They have foreign bank accounts also. They would have invested in other equities in the foreign market, etc. Once they have come back to India and they're qualifying as global resident in India, they're supposed to disclose all this and plus pay any tax on the dividend income being earned on those foreign income, foreign assets, shares, etc. So all this is required. Sometimes they don't disclose it out, they don't pay, and this window is very encouraging for them, because we've seen notices getting issued to all such taxpayers and all, with the hefty penalty under the Black Money Act and all, and sometimes fear of prosecution also lying around that. So this window is very, very encouraging for all of them. So this is my bigger takeaway. And the other thing is, of course, we got the new Income Tax Act coming. As I said, it's the ease of compliance and more of kind of neutralizing every section around that bit. So that is there.
All right. We have with us Mr. Abhijit Sinha, Chief Economist at the Ease of Doing Business. Abhijit, thanks for being with us. What's your biggest takeaway from the budget this year, and what is your rating of the budget as well?
Hi, Namaskar. I hope I'm audible to you.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I was guessing that this is going to happen, and to certain extent, we also predicted this, that this budget is not going to be a conventional budget. It is going to be a budget of emerging economies. In last 10 years, government has focused from 2014 to 2024, particularly after graduating from manufacturing economy, that is Make in India, towards startup economy. We also focused to a certain extent on MSME, ODOP, one district, one product, and much more around bringing production and also infrastructure to make it. But this budget, which is focusing on 2025 to 2030, it is in budget of new economies. And if I can compartmentalize these 5 new economies, which are emerging markets, then I can say it is also indicating to a certain extent a cultural economic boost. And last year, government has taken an indication. It also given an inclination towards around 2,000 crore rupees for all cultural avenues where infrastructure was needed. But all 5 economies which is focusing this budget is service export economy. So this time, if you listen MSME, then this MSME enhancement or capability is more focused towards service driven and also towards export driven. Third is tech for circular economy. Carbon capture, climate financing, blended climate financing, taxonomy, these all were in the budget wish list from last 3 to 4 years. Much could not happen into previous budget, but this year there has been a significant amount of allocation to it. 2 more budgets are very visible, 2 more markets are very visible, is ease of living. Minister has repeatedly spoken about how ease of living would be able to bring in the mainstream, and many of these conversations has also brought ease of living. It is not only in terms of mobility, but also in terms of taxes and businesses. Other than that, the last but not least is also catering to ease of mobility. So logistic over a period of time, infrastructure into 6 months, 6 years, and now it is concluding to bringing the cost of logistic down from one production unit to an export unit. So for a long period of time, we were looking at that how these would be able to work together. And I think this is much visible now. Both these economies, service, tech for circular economy, ease of living and ease of mobility, are emerging markets. It would take some time for all experts and all market analysts to look at the budget, because conventionally those who are businesses are not looking at budget from their own perspective. They're looking it from their own expectations. But the budget which it has came for emerging markets, and these emerging markets are not like non-existing. They are supposed to be a part of existing businesses, and this will only be possible if someone is going to take a drive. So I don't think so. It is a budget which is not catering to the need of the nation. It is very much catering. It is not looking like startup centric, manufacturing centric, ODOP centric, service centric. It is looking AI centric. It is giving assumption to somebody who's going to set up data center here. So it's a very progressive budget, and it is giving an indication to industries that which direction you need to move now. And the direction which industry is going to take, I'm sure the tech for circular economy or service economy, previously that announcement which government has done to 25,060 crore rupees for India $1 trillion service economy, and it has came in November only for 2025 to 2026 till 2030-2031 period. So 20,000 crore rupees for India's 1 billion export dream is definitely going to bring different outlays in the budget. It is bringing all fragmented schemes of Government of India under one roof, so that a product-driven outcome. And to me, it is sounding very convincing, because we have been talking about it, that ministries and teams coming from ministries are not in a coordination mode. They have been fragmented. They have been working on MSMEs. They have been working on startups. They have been working on manufacturing, but separately. Now, when all of them they work together, it is more of a single window clearance for outcome, and it also has to be adopted. So tomorrow, when you look at the problems which have recently seen, and what we call it in our popular sense is twisted triple T, tariff trade and Trump's tariff trade. It is more of towards product. It was not towards the services. So for India, it is very important to shift from product-driven economy to service-driven economy. At the other side, in energy, for us, it is very important to shift from oil economy to green economy. And in this shift, if you like, it was expected that some ESG-led capital formally gets some recognition of transition finance here. And budget was expected to give us some clarity on the tax. It is linking a blended climate financing instrument. It is also linking a carbon capture mandate, and it is bringing institutions to look into it, plan it accordingly, because by 2030, India would have a $2 trillion green economy in ambition.
Right. Abhijit, so give us your rating then. Overall, you seem happy, but out of 10, how much are you going to give to this budget?
I would give 8.5, because there are some outlays we were expecting to be definitive in numbers. Those are not in numbers, but they are in transition. It looks like next year budget would have a better expectation meeting for emerging markets.
And perhaps the intent is there. I want to come to you, Chandar. I think you have a point to make after hearing Abhijit.
So, on the point of foreign assets, just wanted to, relate a point. India has, information sharing agreement with many countries. So what happens is, under those agreements, they tend to get information about Indians, holding foreign asset in those countries and all. And that information is, passed down to the authorities over here. A is that. Second is, our tax department has been very, very forthcoming and, very helping around it. What we've seen in last 2 years, they've reached out to various clients and all, including us, encouraging us to, tell our clients, saying that, these compliances of foreign asset have not been undertaken. They're encouraging them to do that. And they've held, webinar jointly with us, for all our clients around it, and educating the employees. So that is a kind of a storyline which was there as a background for this one-time window to come across. they are encouraging, now they're forthcoming, look, we are providing it to you, and pay some fee around it and disclose it out and get rid of prosecution. So that was, the point.
So that helps in the ease of doing business, ease of living as well.
Compliance, yes.
Yes, it does help there.
It may not sound in numbers and all, but the people who are going through that chain, that audit proceeding and all, they can tell you how much relief they would be.
Yeah. That headache is gone perhaps, or at least the relief is there.
Yeah.
We also have Mr. Sandeep Ghosh, business leader and political commentator, joining us now. Sandeep, your reaction to the budget and what do you make of the budget? Because like Abhijit said, it's a continuation of what the government has been doing for the longest time now. Many things are working. The fiscal deficit is in check, 4.3%. Capital spending is higher. Each sector seems to have given some sort of emphasis, especially those that are, impacted by the tariffs, be it leather, be it textile, even electronics getting a good outlay for the next few years. What is your rating of this budget? I think, Sandeep, you're on mute. We are unable to hear you. Could you please unmute yourself and begin again?
Yeah. So when you talk of ratings, I think we have to change the basis of our ratings for budgets. We tend to rate them with an old system, and we have to start looking at budgets with a new lens. And so far, the way even we analysts, the stock market sees things with a very single lens. What is going to do affect its income and investment. Even we so-called analysts who come in, we look at it, I think, still with an old lens and a somewhat, if I may say, an elitist angle. Okay. Now, and then finally, we look at it, criticize the budget, analyze the budget, and finally, again, the government gets the stick later on for not generating employment and, having to dish out doles and, freebies and etc. So for them, it becomes a bit of a thankless job. But if you really look at what are the pressing issues just now or going forward, and if you change the ratings, as I said, the weightages, I think I would tend to agree with Abhijit. I would not go all the way to 8.5 as he has put, but I think directionally it is definitely, I would say, close or hovering around 7. And I'll tell you on why. There is one is the needs, one is what the country needs just now, one is the crisis or whatever challenges we are facing, and the third are our strengths. I think this budget takes into account all three. One, as we all know, Abhijit was talking of 3 T's. I think we have to add a 4th T to that, is Trump. So the Trump angle is also to be taken into account, as you said, the tariffs, etc., whatever is happening. We need to insulate the economy and to some extent, buffer ourselves against those international shocks. So that is where you are talking about. I don't want to dwell on exports and other industries, what has been done. But most importantly, I think, we have also focused on our strengths, which are the areas where India can have a competitive advantage, be it in terms of our demographics, or be it in terms of whatever competencies we have developed over the years, and that's where you're talking about medical tourism, etc., all of it. But the most interesting one is, I think we are looking at creating jobs of the future for the next generation. And here I was talking about our elitist attitude. We look at things from a very, very urban perspective. But even if you look at what Anand was calling the Bharat, there the younger generation, their aspirations are very different in kind of jobs they're seeking. If we talk to people we interact who are from Bharat, who are working today in the cities, if we talk to them about their children's aspirations are very, very different. And I think that's where, bringing the skills, aligning the skills with the requirement, and that's the caregivers, medical technicians, tourist guides, etc., are, I think, very, very relevant, and that can open up opportunities when you combine that with AI, technology, digitization. Someone was explaining to the other day, the difference between big AI and small AI. And they said the small AI is the kind of stuff which we can do on our phones and which even people who can't read or write can use in their day-to-day thing. And example he was citing is, how women can just take a photo of a leaf in the field and figure out what is the ailment over there and pass it on and get things done. So when you're talking about these caregivers, etc., these sort of AI technologies will enable them far more. And that is the way we have to look at creating jobs. And I think the government is looking at those areas, because while you can do the optics, top line by tinkering with tax rates or putting some incentives, etc., which can get you brownie points or get a few cheers once you finish reading the budget speech. The real issue will be how we have made a difference to the common people's life throughout the period. And employment is the big, the a monster in the room, and we have to tackle it. And that cannot be tackled in our conventional ways. I don't want to belabor all the talk of skill building, which we have done over the years. I think that every government has talked of skill missions, etc., but those have been a complete waste. Now the skill building will have to be relevant and use technology which will create that demand, enable people to do it on their own. Creating ITIs or getting government to do those things are not going to work anymore. We need to do this very rapidly, scale up very fast, and that's where the combination of AI, technology, everything will come in. So this emphasis on, I was very encouraged to hear about the creative labs in the schools which they are setting up to make people. STEM is also overrated. In our kind of country, you have to get people educated in the creativity and other forms, design, all these things which are happening. I think that's where I would give greater weightage and marks to this budget.
All right. So different kinds of skills the government is recognizing, and perhaps if the industry wants more skilled people, then they should come together to skill themselves. That will work better. Perhaps industry associations can also lead skilling initiatives.
Micro skills. It is not the
I'll
top.
come to you, sir. Yeah, I'll come to you, Sandeep ji. Let me just go across to Anil. We were hoping a lot for an increase in the defense spending, and the defense capital outlay has seen a jump of nearly 22%. Anil, do you think this was in line with what you were expecting? And even the semiconductor, they're coming up with a PLI 2.0, I think, outlay of 40,000 crores for the next few years. So what do you make of these two sectors?
Anisha, it is exactly in line of the defense side of spending is what we discussed in the run-up to the budget speech. So clearly, the government re-emphasized its priority for defense spending. And like I had flagged to you earlier, this is the first budget after Operation Sindoor. Operation Sindoor kind of de-risked defense investments, including by the private sector. So if the pumping of PLI for semiconductors, you're further boosting India's strategic capability. And I just want to go back and take another crack at adding to what Sandeep said, to try and put it in a better perspective, and stick to my theme that there is no instant gratification. There's long-term potential gratification built into this budget. You check all the boxes. We are not giving the FM credit for fiscal consolidation. It has happened in extremely inclement circumstances, and you have not only maintained it, you're planning to lower it in the next budget, unmindful of the fact that the year ahead is full of uncertainties and fresh Trump antics can rock the world afresh. So you have fiscal consolidation is hugely important, and I suspect the bond markets, etc., must be very happy with the fact that she stayed on course. The other is, the point is that where I said you left picked up from where you left off, to sustaining the growth trajectory, we did mention capital expenditure spending. The MSMEs, again, she has highlighted the fact, and in the event, we had discussed how MSMEs are going to be central to India reviving its growth trajectory, or sustaining its growth trajectory. Then then of course the people-centric development, which Sandeep also talked about, the fact that the skills are being aligned, rather education is being aligned to skills, and the skills are being aligned to what is required, as opposed to the earlier template that we just generated graduates and engineers without realizing whether they can be, and they had to eventually be repurposed to fit them for the jobs that they were eventually hired. I'm sure you know that TCS, Wipro, and Infi have massive campuses purely to retool the engineers they hire. So hopefully all these are, like building blocks. And please, I want to re-emphasize that this is a different growth outlook. It's not what India achieved so far. And like Sandeep said, we have to recalibrate the way we view the budget. This is a budget looking forward and not instant point at this point of the year.
Right. Abhijit, when it comes to the MSME sector, there were significant announcements, especially when it comes to access to capital. 10,000 crore rupee SME growth fund for equity, plus liquidity support using TREDS. So it will be mandated as the settlement platform for all transactions with CPSEs, all government companies. And there is a credit guarantee support for invoicing, plus linking GEM with TREDS. So, a lot of announcements do come about for MSMEs in budgets. The sad bit is that a lot of MSMEs are not, they don't even know about these schemes, and hence they remain small. They don't utilize these facilities. Now the government is saying that they want to develop a cadre of corporate mitras who will help MSMEs with their compliance, with the schemes, with becoming bigger. How big do you think is this announcement? And of course, the financing measures ease of improving financial access for smaller companies.
I think we have been speaking about it for more than 5 years, that only giving announcement or only putting an outlay
or
to
schemes.
MSME schemes does not help a lot. It has to start somewhere and then it has to reach. This time in budget, government has outlined the entire picture, that if you look at 10,000 crore which Finance Minister has spoken about, it's a specific growth for MSME. Add this 10,000 crore rupees with 25,000 crore which has announced as a export mission in November by the cabinet. Now altogether this 30,000 crore rupees is going to reach to MSMEs and SMEs only if they know where to go, how to access this fund, and it would not be possible if the chartered accountant culture will only remain to cities, it will only remain to corporates. It has to reach to tier 2, tier 3 cities. So I look at what Finance Minister has said, that there has to be a new cadre serving to tier 2 and tier 3 cities, which are in paramedic force type of chartered accountant who will be working with MSMEs and SMEs to tell them that all fragmented schemes of Government of India are under same roof, and your target is to build something which has an export value. This was felt for a long period of time. India built a lot of product, lot of technologies which has an export value, but it does not reach because of three things. One, digital infrastructure does not help listing of our product, technologies and services into global market. So particularly when I joined SEPCS Principal Advisor, the first mission given to us is to make it possible that all Indian soft skill power is visible to countries, is visible to the globe. When you compare counseling or even teaching guitar globally, your Indian service sector is much at and much well placed in terms of pricing, not only the product driven economy, but this all are unorganized, they don't have any access to finance, they are not listed anywhere. Now the culture is going to shift, and this shift in the culture will include lot of unorganized services into organized services. I'm sure that I look at this announcement of Nivesh Mitra and the new force of para chartered accountants would be a very significant step that government has taken.
All right. Sandeep ji, when it comes to education, employment, and things like that, the government announced the formation of a standing committee, high-powered education and employment standing committee. I mean, what can we expect from here? Standing committee takes its time, but it's finding suggestions come up before Parliament. What are your expectations here?
I don't know what I did to deserve. You're calling me Sandeep G now, adding a G to my name. You can drop that for effect. But the point here, I'm very skeptical of these committees. I think this area is also where there can be great collaboration with industry, and that too international industry, global industries, to create those kind of talent pool. The tech industry, I know the entire AI ecosystem, they're looking at India, and they want that kind of talent, whether it's in the content making, whether in creativity, and whether in all these, as I said, the skill-based services. So I think that collaboration will work very well, and if they can rope in shedding our phobia for some of these big international names to really catalyze creating talent pool in India, which is offshore, without trying to, and that can be a very, very, it can be an explosive moment. And these things will happen very fast, as we have seen with a lot of our digital initiatives. So mission, I have skepticism, but in terms of the direction, the thinking of the government, I think they're thinking very correctly. The execution becomes important. You were talking about corporate mitras. One part is the compliance bit, and what Abhijit was talking about, I like the term para-CAs or like paramedics. Actually, the CA, I'm a chartered accountant myself, though a fossilized one and from a dinosaur age. But the CA profession produces a lot of paramedics, because a lot of people who enter, if you see that between the entry and exit of a CA course, is a huge, only 2% qualify from 3%. Now they've increased the percentage, but there are a lot of people who either fall on the wayside, and some of them have been so far doing these things on their own. Okay, you couldn't qualify for what reason or the other, you finish your intermediate or something. But if you can provide an organized structure, that's great. But what is required, I think today, one part is the compliance, for which you have to clear up bureaucracy and simplify rules, but also how do you connect the idea? People may be having the ideas and show them the way, sort of hand-holding to create those enterprises. Again, what Abhijit was talking about, the unorganized skill sector. How do you bring in something like, what aggregators like an Urban Clap and other people have also done in certain ways? You can have that. I love the idea of what he is saying of teaching music. You could be doing that, long distance, but there will be people who are bringing them onto a platform and providing them that opportunity. And these kind of connections will be important. I have seen in Uttar Pradesh, I don't know what is happening in other states, the Yogi government has enlisted a lot of these youngsters from bright colleges who are to come in to do like interns, associating with the government to do the incubation and startups. That sort of, you don't need to get people coming from foreign colleges. There are people internally in India. If that happens, you'll see they can play a catalyst role. So it's all, a lot of ideas, good ideas are coming from the center, but all finally boils down to execution.
Right. I want to come to you, Chandan. If you can just recap for us the announcements on the direct tax side. You've already spoken to us about the foreign assets and how they'll be treated. There is also a different timeline given for filing of taxes and the penalties involved. If you could just recap some of those announcements in the budget and make it simpler for our audience.
Sure. So from a tax return perspective, the deadline for ITR 1 and 2 remains 31st July only. She mentioned that in terms of the non-audit business and all, the due date is being extended to 31st August. So that is a kind of a relief.
So what is
around it.
ITR 1 and 2? If you could break that down also, who does it impact?
So normally, salaried class individuals, capital gain professional and all, they're filing where, the audit, etc. are not required only. Tax audit is separate thing, non-audit business profession and all. That is done by 31st July and all.
And that remains the same?
That remains to 31st August. That goes to 31st August and all. For them, there is a flexibility. For normal gen, people, salary class and all, that still remains, 31st July only, around that bit. The revised return, from 31st, normal deadline is 31st December. This can be increased to 31st March by payment of fees. So that is more kind of a flexibility being given across. So that is there. And in terms of, updated return coming into picture, always the option was there, updated return up to 2 years and all, post completion of the assessment year and all. Then again, next 2 years were also introduced. Now it is being said that in case the assessment is still on, you can still file a updated return subject to payment of this thing. So it's a more kind of a compliance, and clearly it is being mentioned that the tax officer will consider that updated return during the part of the assessment proceedings and all. So clear-cut guidelines around that is also there. In terms of appeals, etc., we spoke about the demand which is there. At least you need to pay 20%. That has been reduced to 10%. Then they're saying that in case the appeal is being filed to the first appellate authority, that is CID appeals, then there would not be any interest being paid, okay, for the demand and all, irrespective of whatever is the outcome of the order. So that is very, encouraging in terms of, no interest, penal interest being paid and all. You can go and appeal across. So that is, more around that bit.
And what about the penalties for errors when filing? What was said in the budget for that?
So we need to see the fine print around it, around that bit. But clearly, more of those provisions are aligned where, prosecution is taken away and all. That fear of prosecution is taken away. And, this more kind of a smoothing for the taxpayers.
Right. Dr. Shumesh Kumar, I asked you a few questions on the provisions of the budget for the healthcare sector. To your mind, has the budget done enough when it comes to our social infrastructure? The physical infrastructure capex has grown. We don't have the numbers for the social infrastructure as such, but are you happy with what you heard for the social infrastructure of our country after the finance minister spoke?
I think a lot need to be done in that, and as well as social infrastructure is concerned, first of all, if we focus on health infrastructure, so public health facilities that really need to be improved, particularly at sub-center and PHC level. So I was expecting more from the side of finance minister. Actually, this budget came in very difficult geopolitical and even global economic conditions. So I was expecting that even more disposable income should be given in the hands of the consumer, and that I think is missing part. And then I was also expecting, if from health point of view, the extension of RPMJY. So this is a first step of India towards the UHC, and extension was very much required to make healthcare more affordable. And then I was also expecting a decrease in import duty on medical equipments. So which is also need of the healthcare sector. And though government tried to bring down the prices of batteries and more boost to EV vehicles, but still I think there should be a direct provision for tackling pollution in the country, which has a direct impact on the health. So that part again is missing, and obviously the human resource scarcity in the health sector that need to be addressed. Though for elderly care, 1.5 lakh health professionals will be trained, but I think a lot need to be done in that. So this is one part we need to create social infrastructure. I think that is missing in that part. And then attracting foreign direct investment and foreign portfolio investment again, which is very important. I was expecting that even some relief on short-term, long-term capital gain. And this is the reason you said market is not accepting this budget. This is the one reason. So apart from social infrastructure, these are also few things I was expecting in the budget in very difficult global geopolitical and economic conditions.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing with us your views on where the budget delivered and where perhaps it didn't meet your expectations. We've got some reactions coming in from ministers to Nirmala Sitharaman's speech. Let's cut across and listen to how they reacted.
And we hope to take forward the Prime Minister's vision of capitalizing on India's growth potential. You have seen a growth of close to 7.5%, a complete control on inflation coming down to 1.7%, a huge jump in capital expenditure from 2 lakh crore to almost 11 lakh crore this year to 12 lakh crore next year. So it's a budget that is going to empower India, is going to power India, and is going to take India on its trajectory, which is today the fourth largest economy to the third largest economy by next year and onward and forward.
बिल्कुल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर, और जो नए नए पूरे आइटम का इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कंपोनेंट, मोबाइल फोन, बाकी चिप्स, और इसके अलावे जो एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि टायर 2, टायर 3 सिटीज में कॉर्पोरेट मित्रा की जो बात की गई है वो काफ़ी एक नई सोच है, तो अभिनंदन, बहुत अभिनंदन।
मुझे बहुत ही खुशी है आज का हमारी फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर निर्मला सीतारमन जी के द्वारा रखा गया ये बजट सच में नरेंद्र मोदी जी के सपनों का, उनके विजन का विकसित भारत 2047 की ओर आगे कदम बढ़ाने वाला ये बजट है, और जिसने हर वर्ग को छुआ है, व्यापार के नए नए आयामों पे काम करने के लिए प्रोत्साहित किया है। जिस तरीके से एक एक सेगमेंट पे इस बजट ने अपनी बात रखी है, और विशेष रूप से युवाओं में रोजगार जनरेशन के लिए जिस तरीके से यहाँ पर बात की, जिस तरीके से हमारे कल्चरल हेरिटेज के ऊपर उसको सजोने, उसको बहुत ही सुंदर टूरिज्म इंडस्ट्री के रूप में डेवलप करने की बात यहाँ की गई है, वो भी बहुत ही शानदार था। खेलो इंडिया मिशन पे नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार के विजन को भी ये बजट दर्शाता है, और विदेशों में जिस तरीके से ये बात कही गई कि आपको यदि एजुकेशन और हेल्थ केयर के लिए जाना है उसमें जो रिबेट्स मिली हैं वो भी बहुत ही शानदार है। आपदा प्रबंधन पे जो अनुदान शहरों को मिलेगा उसमें भी दिल्ली को मुझे लगता है बहुत उम्मीदें हमें हैं, और जो 1.4 लाख करोड़ का बजट हमें कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर के नाते राज्यों को मिलने वाला है वो भी एक बहुत सुंदर प्रयास है जिसमें हर राज्य आगे बढ़ पाएगा। मुझे लगता है कि इस बजट के लिए मैं जितनी बधाई दूं फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर को उतनी कम है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से उन्होंने हर तरीके से हर सेगमेंट पे काम किया है, वो हेल्थ में शानदार नए प्रयासों पे काम हो रहा है। जो हमारा कंटेंट राइटर्स के लिए AVGS सेक्टर में काम करने की बात की है, ये भी बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है, विशेष रूप से दिल्ली जैसे शहरों के लिए। ढेरों बधाई, ढेरों शुभकामनाएं समस्त देशवासियों को, हमारी फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर को, देश के प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय मोदी जी को, जिनके प्रयासों से ये बजट आया है, और इस बजट से पूरे देश को लाभ मिलने वाला है। देश प्रगति करेगा, हर राज्य प्रगति करेगा। थैंक यू सो मच।
यही हाल रहा तो लोहे पर पीतल चढ़ा करके जेवर बनाने पड़ेंगे, और ये बजट गरीब के समझ के बाहर है। जो बुनियादी चीज़ें हैं, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, आप सोचिए उत्तर प्रदेश का हाल आपने सुना होगा, देखा होगा। पोस्टमार्टम होना है किसका, और पोस्टमार्टम के लिए ले किसको जा रहे हैं? ओटी में जाना किसको था, ले किसको जा रहे हैं? ये तो स्वास्थ्य व्यवस्था का हाल है। और शिक्षा का हालत ये है कि बिना शिक्षा के हम विकसित भारत कैसे बनाएंगे? विकसित भारत का सपना अगर देखना है तो शिक्षा क्षेत्र में हमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा बजट देना पड़ेगा। ये समझ से बाहर बजट है, ये सपने दिखाने वाला बजट है। जिन लोगों ने अपने पुराने घोषणा पत्र पे कोई काम ना किया, उनसे उम्मीद क्या करोगे? बीजेपी से उम्मीद ही नहीं तो बजट से उम्मीद क्या करेंगे? ये हमेशा बड़े लोगों के लिए, 5% के लोगों के लिए बजट बनाते हैं, आम जनता के निराश किया है। और फिर 25 करोड़ अगर गरीबी रेखा से बाहर आ गए हैं तो कम से कम ये बताएं कि जो 95% आबादी हमारे देश की है, उस जो गरीब है उसकी प्रति व्यक्ति आय क्या है? क्या सरकार ये बताएगी प्रति व्यक्ति आय क्या है? ये किसी को राहत देने वाला बजट नहीं है। मिडिल क्लास का वोट ले लेंगे, गरीब का वोट ले लेंगे, किसान का वोट ले लेंगे, लेकिन बजट आएगा तो 5% लोगों के लिए बनाएंगे। उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए प्रधानमंत्री मिल गए हैं, मुख्यमंत्री हैं, तो क्या जरूरत है और चीज की? अब सोचिए, अयोध्या जैसी जगह पर तो इसीलिए मैंने कहा ये हालत रही तो सोने पर पीतल लगा करके जेवर पहनने पड़ेंगे। रिफॉर्म्स की बात कही गई है, रिफॉर्म्स कर रही लोग। कोई उम्मीद नहीं इनसे, बीजेपी से कोई उम्मीद नहीं है कि ना गरीब किसान गांव में रहने वालों के लिए कोई बड़ा फैसला लेंगे। जो बुनियादी ढांचा है उसको भी खत्म कर देंगे।
For Kerala, total disappointment for Kerala. Total disappointment for Kerala. Last 7 years they are promising, last 10 years they are promising that AIMS is going to give to Kerala. In this budget also no mention about AIMS for Kerala. If you think about the tourism sector, Ayurveda sector, health sector, everything, Kerala has a very big contribution for this country. Nothing concretely for Kerala. What they are given to Kerala, some announcement, general announcement regarding some industries, and then one corridor for mineral resources. These are all for, for whom they are announcing all these things. This budget is not for common people. It's this budget for big corporates.
Sabri rail issue was also been...
No, ma'am. Then I don't know how much they are earmarking for Manrega. We would like to know about that. We will see the details and we'll comment on details.
Market has crashed, sir. It means that people are not welcoming this budget. Do you think so?
How can people welcome this budget? Nothing is there. Hollow. Completely hollow.
क्या बताऊं यार, डिटेल्स तो बहुत कम मिले ना। जैसे कि 3-4 हेडलाइन थे, लेकिन जब हम इंतजार कर रहे थे कि ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ आयुर्वेदा कहाँ आएगी, हमारे केरला में चाहिए हमें। हमारे तो बहुत लंबी ट्रेडिशन है आयुर्वेदा के, लेकिन केरला का नाम नहीं सुना। फिशर कोकोनट तो शायद केरला ही हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि मेरे ख्याल में भारत का सबसे ज़्यादा बड़ा केरला कोकोनट प्रोड्यूसिंग स्टेट तो केरला ही है। तो वो तो होना चाहिए। वैसे भी फिशरीज़ में हमें कुछ बेनिफिट होना चाहिए, लेकिन जब शिप रिपेयर के बारे में बोला और वाराणसी और पटना के बारे में बोला, केरला के बारे में कुछ नहीं सुन सका, तो ये सब हमें ज़रा सा आश्चर्यजनक है। लेकिन ये भी कहूँ कि शायद डिटेल्स बजट डॉक्यूमेंट में होंगे, हम पढ़ा नहीं, अब तक सिर्फ भाषण सुने हैं। भाषण में तो बहुत कम डिटेल्स है जो हमें ज़रूरी थी।
I propose to rationalize prosecution framework under Income Tax Act while maintaining a careful balance for deterrence in some serious offence. Non-production of books of account and I propose to rationalize prosecution framework under Income Tax Act while maintaining a careful balance for deterrence in some serious offence. Non-production of books of account and documents and requirement of TDS payment where payment is made in kind are being decriminalized. Further, minor offences will attract fine only The remaining prosecutions will be graded commensurate with the quantum of offence. They will entail only simple imprisonment with maximum imprisonment reduced to 2 years and power to courts to convert even those into fines. There is no penalty. There is no penalty presently for non-disclosure of non-immovable foreign assets with aggregate value less than 20 lakh rupees. I propose to also provide them with immunity from prosecution with retrospective effect from 1/10/2024. Cooperatives. Deduction is already allowed to a primary cooperative society engaged in supplying milk, oilseeds, fruits or vegetables raised or grown by its members. I propose to extend this deduction to also include supply of cattle feed and cotton seed produced by its members. I propose to allow inter-cooperative society dividend income as deduction under the new tax regime to the extent it is further distributed to its members. I further propose to allow exemption for a period of 3 years to dividend income received by a notified national cooperative federation on their investments made in companies up to 31/1/2026. This exemption would be allowed only for dividends further distributed to its member cooperatives. Supporting IT sector as India's growth engine. India is a global leader in software development services, IT-enabled services, knowledge process outsourcing services, and contract R&D services relating to software development. These businesses and their segments are quite interconnected with each other. All these services are proposed to be clubbed under a single category of information technology services with a common safe harbor margin of 15.5% applicable to all. The threshold for availing safe harbor for IT services is being enhanced substantially from 300 crore rupees to 2,000 crore rupees. Safe harbor for IT services shall be approved by an automated rule-driven process without any need for tax officer to examine and accept the application. Once applied by an IT services company, the same safe harbor can be continued for a period of 5 years at a stretch at its choice. For IT services companies who want to conclude advanced pricing agreement, APA, I propose to fast-track unilateral APA process for IT services and endeavor to conclude it within a period of 2 years. The period of 2 years can be extended by a further period of 6 months on taxpayers' request. I propose to extend the facility of modified returns available to the entity entering APA to its associated entities also. Attracting global business and investment. Recognizing the need to enable critical infrastructure and boost investment in data centers, I propose to provide tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company that provides cloud services to customers globally by using data center services from India. It will, however, need to provide services to Indian customers through an Indian reseller entity. I also propose to provide a safe harbor of 15% on cost in case the company providing data center services from India is a related entity. To harness the efficiency of just-in-time logistics for electronic manufacturing, I propose to provide safe harbor to non-residents for component warehousing in a bonded warehouse at a profit margin of 2% of the invoice value. The resultant tax of about 0.7% will be much lower than in competing jurisdictions. To provide fillip to toll manufacturing in India, I propose to provide exemption from income tax for 5 years to any non-resident who provides capital goods, equipment, or tooling to any tool manufacturer in a bonded zone. To encourage vast pool of global talent to work in India for a longer period of time, I propose to provide exemption to global, non-India sourced income of a non-resident expert for a stay period of 5 years under notified schemes. I propose to provide exemption from minimum alternate tax, the MAT, to all non-residents who pay tax on presumptive basis. Tax administration. I propose to constitute a joint committee of Ministry of Corporate Affairs and Central Board of Direct Taxes for incorporating the requirements of income computation and disclosure standards, the ICDS, in the Indian Accounting Standards Ind AS itself. Separate accounting requirement based on ICDS will be done away with from the tax year 27-28. To support Prime Minister Modi's vision of homegrown accounting and advisory firms to become global leaders, I propose to rationalize the definition of accountant for the purposes of safe harbor rules. Other tax proposals. Change in taxation of buyback was brought in to address the improper use of buyback route by promoters. In the interest of minority shareholders, I propose to tax buyback for all types of shareholders as capital gains. However, to disincentivize misuse of tax arbitrage, promoters will pay an additional buyback tax. This will make effective tax 22% for corporate promoters. For non-corporate promoters, the effective tax will be 30%. TCS rate for sellers of specific goods, namely alcoholic liquor, scrap, and minerals, will be rationalized to 2%, and that on tendu leaves will be reduced from 5% to 2%. I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%. STT on options premium and exercise of options are both proposed to be raised to 0.15% from the present rate of 0.1% and 0.125% respectively. We reformed the taxation landscape for corporates in 2019 by providing them a simplified regime with lower tax rate so that they could productively focus on business rather than on claim of deductions and exemptions. To encourage companies to shift to the new regime, set off of brought forward MAT credit, minimum alternate tax credit, is proposed to be allowed to companies only in the new regime. Set off using available MAT credit is proposed to be allowed to an extent of 1/4 of the tax liability in the new regime. MAT is proposed to be made final tax, so there will be no further credit accumulation from 1st April 2026. In line with this change, the rate of final tax is being reduced to 14% from the current MAT rate of 15%. The brought forward MAT credit of taxpayers accumulated till 30th March 2026 will continue to be available to them for set-off as above. Indirect taxes. I shall now take up proposals related to indirect taxes. My proposals for customs and central excise aim
So that's the recap from the Finance Minister on the important announcements in the budget. Now let's get in a few industrial reactions from the industry. Let's cut across to our studio at FICCI and let's hear out Harshpati Singhania, who spoke to us at the FICCI studio.
At a time when manufacturing is central to India's growth ambition.
Sorry, 1 second. 1 second. Ready? 1, 2, 3, yes.
At a time when manufacturing is central to India's growth ambition, the Union Budget 2026 sets the tone for the industry. Joining me to help decode this is Mr. Harshpati Singhania, past President FICCI and CMD of JK Paper Limited. Thank you for joining us.
Pleasure.
My first question to you would be, what do you make of this year's budget's focus on manufacturing? Did it build on the momentum? How do you see this from the industry perspective?
I think it not just builds, but it enhances the momentum. Because the finance minister talked about scaling, and particularly in 7 critical strategic sectors. She also talked about competitiveness, which if you notice from the economic survey was a major point that was brought out. So when you look at some of the major sectors, we've got to scale up in manufacturing in the country. And she talked about these 7 sectors which were there in terms of, things like biopharma, things in the area of electronics, things in the areas of rare earths. So there were many areas which focus was there. Also in talking about rejuvenating the existing industrial clusters, the legacy clusters, the infra push continues. So all of this feeds into manufacturing. And manufacturing is an important part of developing economy, creating jobs. And as you know, our ambition has been to get to about 25% of GDP with manufacturing. And we are far behind. So I think there was welcome emphasis on this.
Right. One of the significant sectors that we saw where announcements were made is the MSME sector. Large industries also have, a large MSME supplier base. How do you see all the announcements that were made, the 10,000 crore equity support, the announcements around trades? Trades has been a mixed bag till now. How do you see that?
No, I think the MSME is very crucial because that creates actually even more jobs than large-scale manufacturing does. Because as you rightly said, this is a feeder system into large-scale manufacturing. So for large-scale manufacturing to grow, you need to have a very robust MSME sector, a supplier chain. And as we are seeing global supply chains being disrupted, if we can strengthen our domestic supply chains, it's very important. The other area where I think on manufacturing, and you can call it MSME, but also large scale, has been on areas which have been affected by tariffs. So for example, labor-intensive sectors, textiles, leather, garment, marine exports. So a lot of these sectors have been affected. And in fact, if you notice, the finance minister has tried to provide some relief from SEZ to taxation reliefs to bring it to a domestic tariff area. Because these sectors have been affected by the tariffs.
Right. You mentioned the word tariff. It'd be interesting to know from you, how much do you think of this year's budget has to do with what's happening geopolitically or the external sector?
See, budgets or any plan cannot be made in isolation of what is happening globally. So one is the strengthening of domestic manufacturing by itself. The infra push. All of these are strengthening the country. The finance minister also talked about a strong and robust financial sector. So these are all, this is one part of it. The other part, if you notice, is about trying to attract foreign investment through data centers, the tax holiday on data centers by foreign companies. Also tolling margin for capital goods by foreign companies to be able to do this. Now, one of the areas which I would believe which has been affected is the weakening of the rupee, is because money has been going out, we are not getting as much FDI as we would want. And in this kind of a global geopolitical situation, if we can attract money into the country, it helps our currency as well. So clearly this has been kept in mind. The third part is the softer side, which is the development of the skills required. You can have the hardware, but what about the software? And therefore, a lot of emphasis on skilling, on scaling up the human capital available in a variety of areas is very important. And one other point on a macro level that I'd like to point out, which is very, again, leads into that, is the fact that the government has continued on the path of fiscal discipline. The debt GDP ratio is coming down continuously. And India stands out as one of the few economies, and certainly amongst the very large and fast-growing economies, which is offering stability and certainty in a world which is full of turmoil. If you see the debt GDP ratios of many other countries, they're completely out of whack.
Right. So yeah, I think fiscal deficit at 4.3 is what we are aiming at for next year. Last question to you would be, what are the hits and the misses? Every budget, the industry has expectations. Do you think there were some areas where the FM could have done a little better?
Look, it's unfair for me to say what the misses are because we have to look at the fine print, and honestly, there is a lot that will be there in the details which is not there. I think overall, directionally, it is very positive. It is good. There was no mention, if you ask really what, there was no mention of GST, but then GST is a separate matter which is done by the GST Council. So it really doesn't have to feature into the budget. And I think overall it keeps to continuity, it keeps to predictability, and it aims to continuously take away irritants and ease. So like you would have seen decriminalization of certain things for smaller things, converting them into fees instead of having penalties. So I think it continues in a very positive direction.
Great. Thank you so much for talking to us and giving your first views on the budget 2026.
Pleasure. Thanks.
Right, so we've got the reaction coming in from an industry person, largely happy with the budget, and of course a lot of people believe that this is a forward-looking budget and is continuing the momentum of growth of infrastructure, spending, all of that just continues in this budget. Now, I want to go to Anil and ask him about the fiscal maths, because we are getting more details of the numbers mentioned in the budget. Anil, we are seeing the number for fiscal deficit coming in at 4.3%. What is the government factoring in when it comes to expected revenues, both tax, non-tax, and market borrowings? Because, the market has corrected. The stock markets have corrected, and perhaps it's something more than just the hike in STT. So could you break down the fiscal math for us?
Sure. Anisha, the first glance, it looked like she had checked all the relevant boxes as far as fiscal consolidation goes. But I was just looking at the numbers because they're available now. Now, she's able to maintain the glide path largely despite a fall in revenues. So expenditure obviously had to be pulled back. Now that we'll have to figure out where she has cut the expenditure. But for me, the bigger concern is looking at the next fiscal year, where she has been pretty optimistic about the revenue projections, not keeping in mind that the revenue realization this year were lower than what was projected last year. So to give you an example, last year income tax, obviously collections fell, I suspect, because of the giveaways that the FM announced in her budget. But what was projected was 14.38 lakh crore, but they ended up with 13.12 lakh crore. That's a pretty big fall. But next year, they are expecting it to rebound to 14.66. I think a little optimistic, if I ask me. And then corporation tax actually what saved her, because it went up from the projected number of 10.8 lakh crore to 11.1 lakh crore. And next year she's projecting a 12.3 lakh crore jump. So basically, there's a red flag implicit in this fiscal math. And like I said earlier, we are looking at the uncertainty is par for the course in the next fiscal year. So we have to keep an eye out on the revenue side and thereby the overall fiscal number. But the borrowings are not projected to go up, but this is still very early in the year. We'll have to watch this number carefully.
Yeah. So the borrowing figure was 17.2 lakh crore rupees. And that is something which is closely watched by the markets, because then that impacts the amount of funds available to the rest of India to borrow, plus also has an impact on the trajectory of interest rates. So the borrowing plan has come in a little higher than what the market was expecting. The borrowing, what they were expecting, was going to be closer to 16. The expected was will be about anywhere between 16.3 to 16.5 lakhs, and perhaps the borrowing figure is a little higher than anticipated, which is why we are seeing a sharp sell-off that came in for the markets, but now they seem to have stabilized. As far as the revenue dip from direct taxes, personal direct taxes, that was anticipated. Yes, we need to see whether the optimistic targets that the finance minister has laid out for collections next year from direct taxes, the individual ones, will come through or not. So let me get in a reaction from you. So the numbers we just quoted, Chandra, do you think these are very optimistic, or they can be done? 14.66 lakh crore rupees in IT receipts expected next year.
It could be done. They're encouraging compliance long time and all, and the way the budget has come, as I said, there may not be much in terms of the disposable numbers and all, but in terms of compliance, fines, penalties and all, the way she's encouraging those compliance, so moto people coming, paying fine, and what we've seen the trend in last, couple of budgets and all, and the impact they've got on the collection, this is optimistic target which should be, they should be able to achieve it.
Right. We also have Lloyd with us now. He was joining us in the morning, and he's with us now. Lloyd Matthias, he's investor and business strategist. Lloyd, how do you see the budget? Most of our speakers concur that this is a forward-looking budget with not just the short-term wins, a focus on big announcements in the short term. It is more of a continuation of what the government reform agenda, the capex agenda. It all continues. What was your takeaway? The biggest yes or a plus for our country from this budget?
I largely concur, Anisha. I think it's overall positive. Though my little peeve is that there's a lot of tinkering. I didn't see any kind of mega announcements. Let me call out what I think is clearly great positives. I think one is it's clearly forward-looking. It's nice to hear things like a tax holiday for cloud service providers, all the way down to 2047, right? So the much talked about Viksit Bharat 2047 is now kind of beginning to appear in real hard numbers. I think that's huge. I think the continuing growth in capexes, right? The thrust on infrastructure, which is both good in terms of what we need, also as a great employment generator. I think going up by 8.5%, 8.8% to be precise. I think that is great. And also I think it continues, or rather increases on the manufacturing impetus. Right, the whole semiconductor mission 2.0, I think things like biopharma focus, electronic component support, the PLIs. Some of the nice things which are kind of smaller, which are still emerging out of the fine print, which I think are positive. I think one is girls' hostels in all districts of the countries. I mean, it seems like a small thing to say, but I think it's quite relevant. Talk about 700 districts and having women's hostels, I think is something that is going to get more women into our workforce, much needed. And hopefully it'll be done with a public-private partnership. I also am glad that we finally called out tourism. She talked of developing 5 regional tourism hubs, talked of medical tourism. I think that was great. And also a little bit futuristic, things like the rare earth corridors and getting NRIs to invest into our stock markets, right? I think that's going to be, a positive impetus. Like I said, my big peeve was no big headline, nothing significant in terms of ease of doing business, absolutely no call out in ease of living, right? This whole pollution thing, I didn't make a mention. It's large, and to my mind, it has the potential, not the potential, but it's actually going to impact real business. So I think that's one way. I also thought that the budget did not meet tech and startup support expectations, right? Our whole startup euphoria has eased out a bit. This talk about, deep tech startups, but I think nothing. We didn't even, kind of casually mention it. And of course, the little dampener is, the increase in securities transaction tax, the STTs on futures and options. I mean, it's just a market dampener, and I know the markets have recovered, but that might take a little bit of a toll in terms of, guys who do a lot of speculative trading. I'm not I'm not for it in any way, but just as a point, I think it's a little bit of a dampener. But overall, I'd say good. But I'd hope it was slightly more visionary, in line with the Prime Minister's largely visionary callouts. This seems more like a setting the course, but lots of little minor tinkering.
Right. Abhijit, I want to come to you on the emphasis on connectivity, because the government has announced, I think, 6 high-speed corridors.
Yes.
These are, I think, rail corridors. They're also announcing, development of waterways, inland waterways, and cargo movement on waterways. Now, we had heard the government talk about interlinking of the rivers. Nothing much has come through. How will cargo move on rivers? And what more can be done? She also spoke about seaplanes. Indigenously developed seaplanes will be given incentives. When it comes to this connectivity piece, how big are the announcements?
See, Government of India has been dedicatedly, focusedly working on reduction of our GDP logistic spend from a long period of time.
And it has delivered on that.
The first component to deliver was to develop infrastructure. When you develop infrastructure, you get to know that what sort of logistic spend, because our calculation mechanism was also to a certain extent very vague. It was calculating with same scale waterways, rail, road, aviation and trail, dedicated freight corridor. When correct measures were taken, we had clarity much more ahead that which one is going to serve us better. When you look at waterways and when you look at dedicated freight corridor, the previous investment which has gone into PM Gati Shakti dedicated freight corridor, and then new portal and corridor uploading points has been created, then it has given a very positive impact that waterways and dedicated freight corridor has served well. And when you look at the achievement, 8.79 November 2025, when we achieved our single digit logistic spend, it was from then a part of surprise that what is next in budget, because you said something you are building and you then achieved it single digit. Historically, we are 16-14% GDP spend. This is next. You have to improve connectivity, because alone spending on infrastructure is to a certain extent now not serving the purpose. Your 4th largest economy and 30 minutes of rain in Delhi or Gurgaon, everything is stuck. So how do you look at connectivity? How do you separate freight? How do you separate passenger? There's a different all sort of ways India need to find. Otherwise, we all would be in a very stuck situation, because if an economy is not moving on road, and road is why overpopulated is because of trucks and many other ways which are also using. So now this budget looks like exploring new avenues, new opportunities to move freight on dedicated freight corridor, waterways, and developing new age of infrastructure, so that the infrastructure previously developed would have ease of mobility. We are also planning to move away from FASTag, which was boom barrier based FASTag, to a multi-lane free flow tolling, so that nobody need to stop or be into queue. So all this is bringing together the ease of mobility, and this ease of mobility required a good spend on digital infrastructure, not only limited to physical infrastructure. So I look at it very positive and very progressive. It will bring different indicators in next year.
Okay, and I hope the Ganga cruise also becomes more affordable for everyone, because we're all looking forward to it, but the costs are still exorbitant.
Once you have waterways coming for freight, definitely it will have infrastructure which can also be used for tourism.
Okay. And that will be a big plus.
And that brings, because last year I think 2,000 crore rupees for 25 destinations was our finance minister allocated. And this brings us to a new economy, which is a cultural economy. UP has been a beneficiary to it, and some state, I can say UP and Gujarat, who has been done, UP alone has done 121 crore footfall.
That's all thanks to Varanasi.
Not Varanasi, Ayodhya.
The temple tourism.
That
is really picking up.
Yeah,
New ideas are coming up and working well.
And this is now being developed as an economic corridor. So you can say cultural tourism or religious tourism is not a bookish word now. So these are new economies which are growing. If we will not look into it, if we will not improve it further, this year also, Finance Minister has given some more allocation to tourism. And these all are not the soft skill tourism, these are infrastructure on those locations. So I see in this budget, it's a budget of new economies, circular economy, cultural economy, ease of living and ease of mobility.
All right, future-looking budget that has come in. Now, we're expecting a reaction to come in from the Prime Minister on the budget as well. But a quick reaction from, all right, let's just cut in and listen to the Prime Minister speaking about today's budget.
विकसित भारत की हमारी ऊंची उड़ान का मजबूत आधार है। साथियों, आज भारत जिस रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस पर सवार है, इस बजट से उसे नई ऊर्जा, नई गति मिलेगी। जो पाथ ब्रेकिंग रिफॉर्म्स किए गए हैं, वो एस्पिरेशन से भरे हुए भारत के साहसिक, टैलेंटेड युवाओं को उड़ने के लिए खुला आसमान देते हैं। ये बजट ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अर्थरचना के विजन को साकार करता है। एक ऐसा यूनिक बजट है जिसमें फिस्कल डेफिसिट कम करने, इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने पर फोकस है और इसके साथ ही बजट में हाई कैपेक्स और हाई ग्रोथ का भी समन्वय है। साथियों, ये बजट भारत की वैश्विक भूमिका को नए सिरे से सशक्त करता है। भारत के 140 करोड़ नागरिक फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी बनकर ही संतुष्ट नहीं है। हम जल्द से जल्द दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनना चाहते हैं। ये करोड़ों देशवासियों का संकल्प है दुनिया के एक ट्रस्टेड डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टनर और ट्रस्टेड क्वालिटी सप्लायर के रूप में भारत की भूमिका लगातार बढ़ रही है। हाल में जो बड़ी बड़ी ट्रेड डील्स भारत ने की है, मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स, उसका मैक्सिमम बेनिफिट भारत के युवाओं को मिले, भारत के लघु और मध्यम उद्योग वालों को मिले। इस दिशा में बजट में बड़े बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। साथियों, इस बजट में मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को नई रफ्तार के लिए महत्वाकांक्षी रोड मैप प्रस्तुत किया गया है। इस बजट में नई उभरती इंडस्ट्रीज यानी सनराइज सेक्टर्स को जिस मजबूती के साथ समर्थन दिया गया है, वह अभूतपूर्व है। बायोफार्मा शक्ति मिशन, सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन 2.0, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कंपोनेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्कीम, रेयर अर्थ कॉरिडोर का निर्माण, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर बल, टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर में नई स्कीम, हाईटेक टूल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा, चैंपियन एमएसएमईज तैयार करना, ये फ्यूचरिस्टिक है, देश की वर्तमान और भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं का ध्यान रखती है। एमएसएमईज को हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योगों को जो समर्थन इस बजट में मिला है वो उन्हें लोकल से ग्लोबल बनने की नई ताकत देगा। साथियों, बजट में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत करने के लिए कई बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर, देश भर में वाटरवेज का विस्तार, हाई स्पीड रेल कॉरिडोर, टियर 2 और टियर 3 शहरों के विकास पर विशेष ध्यान और शहरों को मजबूत आर्थिक आधार देने के लिए म्युनिसिपल बॉन्ड्स को बढ़ावा। ये सारे कदम विकसित भारत की यात्रा की गति को और तेज करेंगे। साथियों, किसी भी देश की सबसे बड़ी पूंजी उसके नागरिक होते हैं। बीते वर्षों में हमारी सरकार ने देश के नागरिकों के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने पर अभूतपूर्व निवेश किया है। हमारा प्रयास स्किल, स्केल और सस्टेनेबिलिटी को निरंतर बल देने का रहा है। जैसा कि आज पार्लियामेंट में निर्मला जी ने कहा है, यह युवा शक्ति बजट है। उसमें युवा की सोच भी है, युवा के सपने भी हैं, युवा का संकल्प भी है और साथ साथ युवा की गति भी है। बजट में जो प्रावधान किए गए हैं उससे अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में लीडर्स, इनोवेटर्स और क्रिएटर्स तैयार होंगे। मेडिकल हब्स के निर्माण से, एलाइड हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स के माध्यम से, ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी यानी ऑडियो विजुअल गेमिंग को बढ़ावा देकर, पर्यटन को प्रोत्साहन देकर और खेलो इंडिया मिशन के माध्यम से युवाओं के लिए नए अवसरों के द्वार खुलेंगे। भारत को दुनिया का डेटा सेंटर हब बनाने के लिए टैक्स में बड़ी छूट की घोषणा भी की गई है। मैं भारत के युवाओं को विशेष तौर पर इस बजट की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, क्योंकि इससे एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन को बड़ा बूस्ट मिलेगा। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि इस बजट में टूरिज्म और विशेषकर नॉर्थ ईस्ट में टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा देने के लिए भी ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत के अलग अलग राज्यों को ताकतवर बनाकर संतुलित विकास की नींव भी इस बजट में मजबूत की गई है। साथियों, हमारे देश में 10 करोड़ से ज्यादा महिलाएं सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से जुड़ी हैं और बड़ा सफल अभियान रहा है। महिलाओं द्वारा निर्मित, महिलाओं द्वारा संचालित सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स का आधुनिक इकोसिस्टम बने, बजट में इसे प्राथमिकता दी गई है। कोशिश यही है कि हर घर लक्ष्मी जी पधारे। हर जिले में छात्राओं के लिए नए हॉस्टल बनाने का अभियान भी शिक्षा को सुलभ बनाएगा। साथियों, भारत की कृषि, डेयरी सेक्टर, फिशरीज, इन्हें हमारी सरकार ने हमेशा सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। इस बजट में भी नारियल, काजू, कोको और चंदन की पैदावार से जुड़े किसानों के लिए अनेक अहम कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत विस्तार, एआई इस टूल से किसानों को उनकी भाषा में जानकारी मिलने से उन्हें बहुत मदद मिलेगी। फिशरीज और पशुपालन में उद्यमिता, उसको बढ़ावा देने से गांव में ही रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के और ज्यादा अवसर बनेंगे। साथियों, ये बजट एम्बिशियस भी है और ये बजट देश की एस्पिरेशन को भी एड्रेस करता है। मैं एक बार फिर निर्मला जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक बजट के लिए, संवेदनशील बजट के लिए, गांव, गरीब, किसान का कल्याण करने वाले बजट के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Right, the Prime Minister hailing this budget and is with us. And Anil, as a last word, I want to take a question to you on which is the one sector which has got the biggest benefit. Is it going to be electronics, to your mind, or data centers? And what was the biggest ouch point for you, not expected or underwhelming in the budget?
Anisha, the ouch point is what all of us have said today is the lack of the big headlines. But having said that, and have you heard the Prime Minister, it's clear that this government's intent is to spread the benefits, as it were. So, to give you an example, when you pull so many 50 crore people out of poverty, abject poverty, you are basically adding stakeholders in the system. Similarly, even you banked 50 crore people in the last 10 years. So by banking these people, you have added them to the formal economy. So if you look at it from that point of view, there's a complete consistency in this budget. They lack headlines, but they attempt to try and draw more stakeholders into the system in an incremental way, which don't attract the kind of headlines that we expect. So I would say that this budget is, to sum it up, is continuity with change and is, of course, still on course with India's audacious ambition. And finally, the budget is not the final policy point or statement for this government. There's lots of work that happens outside the budget. And one simple example is the ease of doing business. The Jan Vishwas bill, which was supposed to be introduced in Parliament, the 3.0 in winter session, has been delayed. So that would also go a long way and is not in the budget. So let's see this budget as one of the many building blocks that the government is adopting to basically grow India's growth trajectory.
Definitely. Thanks so much for joining us, Anil, and sharing your views on the budget and the impact it's going to have, this year's budget. Certainly empowering what the Prime Minister says, greater employment in our country, and of course, one which is made for the long term. We want to get in some reactions from the industry, and Deepak Ajwani, editor, Economic Times Online, spoke with Pranav Satya of Ernst & Young. Okay, yeah, so we'll get that to you. But at this point of time, let's get in a few more industry reactions and hop across to our studios at FICCI.
Hello and welcome to ET Budget Newsroom. Well, my name is Shataj Anand, and well, today it has been a roller coaster Sunday, we could say that, because all we have seen is the markets heading towards, you could say, 22,000 points drop and then stabilizing around about towards 600 points in intraday trade. Obviously, we don't have, market is still not shut as of now, but definitely it has been a growth-oriented budget, that is for sure. But there are near-term hiccups, we could say that, because we've seen some STT spike happening as, premium on the STT is something which has actually troubled markets in the near term. But, I have Sunil Sanghai with us to, take us through what exactly you feel about the budget, Sunil.
Thank you, Chitij. As you rightly mentioned, that the Sunday, but I would say the Sunday well spent. The number of things have happened in the budget, particularly for practitioners like us, which is connected with the capital market. I would split this into three parts. Look at the fiscal part. So fiscal deficit, we are bang on target, 4.4%. Last year we did better than our target. Going forward, 4.3. The expectation market was expecting somewhere around 4.3 or 4.2. So we are well within the range. There is a bit of confusion about the gross borrowing number. I believe we will reconcile as we go along. We have a weekend really to reconcile. As far as certain aspects which is impacting the market, particularly STT. So this, you look at totality, we had buyback which was taken out, right? Now the buyback is back and the market was requiring it. I would put a rider on the buyback that we would request SEBI to review their regulation for buyback, because SEBI had cut down. There were two methods, open market and tender route. They actually moved the open market and only the tender route, and it was not taken up because in any case from the taxation side it was not making sense. So we would request SEBI to really chip in now and bring the buyback back again. So that is a counterbalancing. The third, as far as the corporate is concerned, there are a number of initiatives. Look at one example of data center. So if anybody sets up a data center in India, there is a tax holiday up to 2047, and that could for the global. So that would have a big impact on FDI. So in totality, we need to put this in the perspective that now the budget has become much more routine exercise, Kshitij, than what 30 years ago. I've been watching budget from 1983. So at that time, everything used to come in the budget. Now the direct tax was taken care of outside. Direct tax was taken care of last year. Indirect tax is taken out now. A lot of policy announcements happened outside the budget. So it has a very limited now exercise.
Absolutely. No, valid point there, Sunil. And let me also come to Naveen. He's just joined us. Naveen Kulkarni, who's a CIO, Access Securities PMS. Naveen, welcome to the show. And let me also, get your perspective as to, markets fell sharply after the budget despite strong capex numbers. We've seen spike in the capex number to nearly 1 lakh crore. You could say that, from the 11.11 lakh crores to now over 12 lakh crores. Is this reaction driven more by sentiments or just by fundamentals? What would be your take on that?
Yeah, so clearly the reactions have been driven by sentiments, right? So at one point, the market was down by probably 2.5% also. So, and then we have seen some bit of pullback also coming. So, if you see the markets for a while, the trading volumes have been a little thinner, right? They have not been like really exciting. When the sell-off has happened, it's not happened on very large volumes. It has happened on quite thinner volumes. And when some degree of institutional buying is coming, seeing opportunity, so we are seeing the pullback also happening. Important will be tomorrow, because I don't think so there would have been significant FII participation, how they read into the market, and especially let's say the STT hike, because that impacts them also in some way, because we have a lot of large trading hedge funds who are there in India, and how they would see that, and whether their trading volumes could see an impact. So we could see some bit of more impact coming tomorrow. So tomorrow and probably next week is where the market should settle. Clearly, we have been in an oversold market, and we have been seeing a little more selling. I think we should be okay from here.
Absolutely. Well, yes, we did see a knee-jerk reaction coming in where Sensex, sort of slipped more than 2,000 points. Nifty 50, slips below the 25,000 mark. But Amit also joined us. Amit Gupta was the CIO PMS Equities at Motilal Oswal Private Wealth Limited. Amit, welcome to the show. I'm sure you've seen all the action on a Sunday, not the Sunday probably you were looking for, but yes, it's an adventurous one. But as Naveen rightly pointed out, that much of the action will be probably, we'll see it in the coming week, starting Monday when the foreign portfolio participation will start coming in. So, how will sort of this steep increase in STT on FNO changes trading behavior for retail and proprietors? Because you track all these things very closely. Amit, over to you on that.
Yeah. So, see, this thing was very much there that the excessive leverage or excessive speculation, our government was always looking to curb. So number of times the papers came from SEBI, how to curb it. And then the contract values were increased over the period, but they did not stop it, right? So, but we have also seen that excessive speculation leads to a lot of losses also to many players in the market. And I think this STT increase is an attack, you can say, directly on the high frequency trades or on a low margin high frequency trades. That is what I would say. Because if you remember, near the expiry, we used to have such an excessive volumes, and it happens on very low premiums, option premiums, right? Because we know that in options only, we are getting most of the volume in derivatives. So it is increase in futures, that is fine. But I think in options, the people who are doing 3 rupees, 2 rupees. So ultimately, for every seller, we understand from the seller perspective, if there is an out of money option strike, then he is writing, we can understand, because you don't have that much of move in the index, but you understand from the buyer perspective. And I think if they are attacking those areas, then obviously it will impact the volumes of those. It's not that every broker is indulged in that. There may be few people who are indulged in that. So it is very, I think, targeted thing possibly on those areas. This is what I feel.
Absolutely valid point there. High frequency trading is something which is under the scanner. Sunil, let me get your perspective on the macro front. Does the sort of 4.3% fiscal deficit target strike the right balance between growth support and macro stability?
Very good question, Chitesh. I think, again, let me put this in the perspective. One is 4.3, as I mentioned to you, was in line with what market was expecting. You need to put that in the perspective that this is to be read with the capex. Now, the capex has gone up by 8-9%. Yes, the expectation, I saw the commentary, the expectation was more than 20% also. But of course, the constraint of the revenue. The thing is that we are in a year where you have double cut on the tax, direct tax. Last year, there was a significant cut on the direct tax, and GST this year, right? And our revenue growth, I think approximately 10.4% was the revenue growth target taken for next year. The revenue growth is going to be subdued given the lower inflation, because that's how you the nominal GDP, and then you add on to that for the revenue growth. Given all this constraint, maintain 4.3, I think is remarkable. That's a positive job. Can I just take one more minute and add two more specific reforms? These things are hidden somewhere, and we need to really pull that out. One very interesting mention was on the banking sector reform, committee being set up for the banking sector. Back to the banking sector, long back, we took a call that we will not allow corporates in the banking sector. We will not allow banks to come and acquire Indian banks, which has started happening. I hope this comprehensive review actually includes all of that, because we need capital in the banking. And for the growth of the economy, we need larger bank. And the government cannot keep supporting, and the capital market cannot keep supporting. We need large pockets of the capital coming into the banking sector. And therefore, the whole review of the ownership, voting right, the promoter, all of that. So that's one good mention. The second point was around RBI FEMA guideline for non-debt. That's for equity. And that impacts your FDI, because there are a number of valuation angles mentioned there. And this is, again, it was a guideline which was set up in 2014-15, and it has not been updated thereafter. And these are all the irritants for inflow and outflow of the direct investment. So some of those areas has actually been talked about, which is very positive.
Absolutely. And, much of the money is sort of moving from, bank FDs to the equity market. That is also something which government has on its mind, how to sort of manage the liquidity in the banking system as well. Naveen, let me also, get your perspective, the point, where you left. I'll just pick up from there only. Because, today is a holiday. And do you see the post-budget sell-off as as an overreaction to the STT hike, or a sort of a genuine shift in the market structure? Now, why I say that is because, We've seen quite a bit of selling from the AFIs as well in the last year, 2025, more than 1.6 lakh crores sort of withdrawn. And then, so far in the month of Jan as well, the figure is close to 50,000 odd crores, or between 40 to 50,000 odd crores. So how do you see that as something happening in the coming week?
If you look at it, the hike in, let's say, security transaction tax, both on futures as well as on equity.
Right, we are delighted to be joined by Mr. Amitabh Kant, India's G20 Chairman and former CEO, Niti Aayog, joining us now. Mr. Amitabh Kant, thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Kant, the Prime Minister has hailed this budget as a forward-looking one which will generate a lot of employment. How do you assess this budget, which seemed to be a little low on big ticket announcements?
Yeah, but this is a very responsible and a prudent budget for very complex times. We are in the midst of geopolitical disruption. We are in the midst of breakdown of global supply chains. We are in the midst of emergence of new technology. The world is going through the kind of disruption which has never before happened in the history of the world. And therefore, at this time, to ensure that there is fiscal consolidation, the fiscal deficit comes down, to ensure that the debt to GDP ratio is brought down, to ensure that the capex spend goes up to 12.2 lakh crores and is effectively about 4.4% of your total GDP, is, to my mind, a sign of a very, very responsible and prudent budget, because the budget lays a lot of emphasis on infrastructure, on manufacturing, and on cutting-edge areas of growth.
Right. But Mr. Kant, we do need some of those big-ticket announcements, particularly since budget is seen as a platform. Now, the government is doing a lot of things.
So
right.
I think
we've got good growth, we've got low inflation, but we have the rupee at 92, and foreign outflows are coming in. The growth that we have should be a magnet for foreign investment coming through. That's not working. Short-term flows are going out, and we're doing nothing to stem that.
So I think two things. One is that there is a big ticket announcement. I think the biggest and the smartest move in this budget is to provide tax exemption for data centers till 2047. 75% of the total investment in the world taking place today is in artificial intelligence and data centers. India has both data sets, and India has the talent, and if you are able to ensure that data centers are put up here, then you will be the champion of cloud, of AI, and of data centers of the future. So I think that, to my mind, is the big ticket smart announcement. But on the other issue of investments, etc., you need predictability and consistency of policy over a long period of time, and not in totality, but if you look at it, individual piece decisions, if you look at the announcement for reform of FEMA, which is the non-debt instrument rules, if you look at the customs reforms, which the finance minister has said will be trust-based, if you look at the rationalization of duties, and if you look at the financial sector reforms of which a high-level committee has been constituted, and if you look at the implementation of the new Income Tax Act, which will come into effect from 1st April, in totality, all these things together will help making India easy, simple, predictable, and consistent over a long period of time.
Right. So, but in the short term, you want to do something, right? Because the rupee is weak. And while that benefits exporters, some people then worry about the the current account number as well. So, we want long-term predictability in our regulation and our frameworks. But in the short term, some stops can be given to, because the global situation is such, if the differential between earnings for a foreign investor between a developed market and India is going to go down because of the currency depreciation, that will repel capital.
So all the countries which grew for a long period of time, Japan, Korea, China, all of them had weak currencies for long periods of time when they were growing and expanding. None of them had strong currencies. Currency depreciation was a very critical component of the growth process. A strong currency doesn't mean that you have a muscular economic policy. I think also the rupee is weak because the dollar is strengthening. The dollar is very strong, and dollar is strong, and therefore you look at it relative to dollar. So my view on that is that let's not get carried away. There are structural issues in the world. There are global complexities, and rupee, the currency behaves on account of global factors. Any amount of impetus to rupee in the budget would not help, to my mind.
Right. Mr. Kant, the Prime Minister has hailed this budget to be one that will create a lot of employment. Now, if you have a lot of tax incentives for data centers, and they do come up earnestly in our country over the next few years, it will create, employment for high-skilled STEM workers. But some people, like some of our analysts here and experts here, have said that that's not how Bharat works. Bharat needs different kind of employment. Do you think both needs will be fulfilled by this budget? The employment for Bharat and the employment for India?
No, jobs are critical. You can't have growth without jobs, and therefore the budget lays emphasis on textiles. It lays emphasis on footwear and leather. It lays emphasis on marine sector. It lays emphasis on MSME sector, where it talks about 10,000. It talks about champions MSME, puts an allocation of 10,000 crore for MSME growth fund. It talks about strengthening trade. In fact, it mandates it for the public sector undertaking. It talks about credit guarantee mechanisms linked to GEM. It talks about asset-based security for MSMEs, which will ensure adequate liquidity for them. So all these are important, but my view is that in the long run, jobs are created by growth, they are created by manufacturing, they are created by good urbanization. And cities, when you have 5,000 crore per city being put in for economic region for tier 2, tier 3 cities, that will create jobs. If you bring in new 7 high-speed rail corridors to act as growth connectors, that means you'll actually urbanize the entire area between these two cities. So all that is important. You need to look at the budget in its totality, and then you'll realize that this budget is actually about growth with job creation.
Right. Mr. Kant, in this budget, the outlay for defense capital expenditure has gone up by nearly 22%. What does this mean for our national security and for the domestic industry now gaining a lot of traction in the defense sector?
So the challenge with defense budget always has been its inability to utilize resources. Last year was the first time that they were able to utilize the resources. If they're able to utilize the resources, you should put more resources, because defense budget is key to innovation, is the key to R&D. When we talk about defense, we are basically saying that it'll be the driver of innovation, R&D, and manufacturing. The multiplier impact of defense will be felt in many, many other areas of growth. And to that extent, I entirely agree with this increased allocation. That will be a very key driver of the growth process of India, the manufacturing process of India, and also to drive innovation in a big way.
Right. So what about the green economy and the circular economy? Here we have heard some specific allocation coming in for CCUS, which is technology largely in pilot stages around most of the world. So plus there are some tax incentive for imports of bioenergy as well. What do you make of how the government is looking at circular economy and climate change?
So India is actually one of the few countries which has done a lot of renewable. It's done about 260 gigawatt of renewable. It has one grid across the economy, but it needs to leapfrog, and therefore it is looking at new technologies. It's pushed for green hydrogen, it has a green hydrogen mission, and now in this budget it pushes for nuclear power, it pushes for lithium ion cell, it pushes for critical mineral processing, and the 4 corridors for critical mineral, but more important, it pushes for CCUS. Now, CCUS is still in its formative stages. Its viability has to be established, and therefore government support will be required in the initial years, much like we've done for green hydrogen, we'll have to do it for CCUS. But carbon capture in the long run is what India should push for. That will help India accelerate the process of growth with sustainability.
Right. Sir, we've seen a lot of reform coming through in the taxation regime. The new Income Tax Act will go on the floors from the 1st of April this year. GST also, we've seen some consolidation in the slabs coming through, some relief also coming through. Now, there was some announcement in the customs duty side where there was tweaking in the duties on different sectors and goods. Are you expecting more reform in the customs duty side, or do you think it will largely be compliance, procedural, and is that enough, or do you think the slab should also get rationalized?
No, they have talked about trust-based customs reform, but they should have slashed the slabs into 3, from 8 into 3. My view is that there should have been much more greater level of simplification announced in the customs. They should have done away with a lot of tariffs, and they should have rationalized the duty, but all this has been announced. They've also put up a financial sector reforms high-level committee, which hopefully should make more liquidity available and would reduce not merely the high-level committee should push for lower statutory liquidity ratio in India. It should also push for greater level of bank privatization. My belief is that you need more private banks, you need more insurance companies to be privatized, you need more private credit to GDP ratio should go up. Government debt is high, but private debt is low. So it should be the reverse in India. The government debt should come down and the private debt should go up if India has to grow at 8 to 9% over a long period of time.
Sir, could you talk to us a little more detail about the financial sector? Because in the budget, a high-level committee for Viksit Bharat for banks has been announced. There are some incentives for municipal bonds. You get an incentive of 100 crores for every single bond issuance of more than 1,000 crores. And how to deepen the corporate bond market. Something about total return swaps also coming through. So what do you make of this? And when it comes to banking for Viksit Bharat, what change needs to happen?
No, so my view on that is very clear, that you need more credit in the hands of private sector. You need more animal spirit to be revived. And you need India to grow on the back of private sector. So government has done its bit by putting in a lot of resources into public investment. It's the private sector investment which is the key to growth. That means greater capacity utilization, greater consumption demand, and greater investments by the private sector. You can't grow at 8 to 9% on the back of government. You need to do it on the back of private sector. That is the key.
Right. Mr. Kant, there is expectedly some criticism coming in from opposition parties, the Congress party saying that this is not a broad-based budget impacting the Aam Aadmi. This only focuses on particular sectors. So would you like to say something to this kind of opinion coming in on the budget?
I think they should realize that these are very complex times. You need to grow with equity. You need fiscal responsibility. You need prudence. You need the finance minister to be very, very responsible, which he has been. You need to focus on infrastructure. You need to be steady as far as infrastructure and manufacturing is concerned, which is what this budget is all about.
Right. Mr. Amitabh Kant, thank you so much for joining us and talking to us about the budget presented this year and what you feel will help continue with the momentum of growth that we're seeing in the country and what role this budget will play there. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Right, let's get in a few more industry reactions. We were listening in to some of the reactions coming in from market participants. We have Deepak Ajwani, editor Economic Times Online, who spoke with Pranav Satya of Ernst & Young for his reaction. Let's cut in and listen in to what Pranav Satya had to say.
Hi, welcome to the ET Budget Studio. Today we have with us Pranav Satya from Ernst & Young. Pranav, your core focus and area is direct tax. So let's just jump right into it. First of all, can you give us a sense on how and what kind of critical announcements have happened in the realm of direct tax for companies. And then we'll get on to individuals. But let's start with what happened when it comes to companies and what will be their impact.
Understood. Very clear, Deepak. So, this budget from a company and business standpoint, I think, is a budget of continuity, stability, predictability. I don't think there are very many big ticket announcements, but at the same time, quite a few things which really give the thrust on simplicity, on trying to reduce litigation, trying to ensure investments are in the right sectors or focused areas, and primarily trying to ensure that there is a building of trust between taxpayers and the government together. So as I see it, for example, in terms of simplicity, quite a few provisions in relation to advanced pricing agreements, which will now be done in a time-bound manner, especially for IT services sector, safe harbor provisions, which have been increased significantly, bringing in more certainty on an expanded coverage of universe for safe harbors, provisions like big tax holidays, which are for data centers trying to focus investments going into certain areas. I think that's a big move, and the exemption continues till 2047. So that's a big one, because today in the world, where we probably seem to be lacking is the AI and the data center and that entire space or universe. Government is trying to ensure that while most of the global investments today are going into that area, India probably needs to really come up to speed with some of this, because it hasn't been on the forefront of some of these areas despite being a big IT services hub. So that's, I think, a big focus area that will also help creating jobs, I guess. And to a large extent, the services focus on this in this budget is clearly evident, apart from continuing the focus on manufacturing and so on and so forth. Then again, in terms of building trust, decriminalization, there are a whole host of provisions concerning that. Also, for example, for stay of demands, if there is litigation, right now 20% has to be paid upfront by the taxpayer before going into litigation. Now they are saying that will be reduced to 10%. So there's a whole attempt to try and ensure that there is a much better build of taxpayer trust with the government and better compliance. So I think all in all, a good budget from that perspective.
So essentially, when you look at all the announcements, more so in the, tax area for companies, is this to ensure there is better compliance and less fear when it comes to all of these relaxations, or at least build trust and comfort, saying, hey, we're reducing the barriers, like you rightly said, from 20 to 10% and various other norms? Is the clear motto that it's better that you trust us and comply rather than, hoodwink us and then try and save taxes?
Yeah, and the whole effort is to try and make the environment more taxpayer friendly and less hostile, as I would see it. And the big thrust in terms of tax benefit, new tax benefits are going to the IT services sector, particularly capability centers, GCCs in particular, and in terms of data centers, for example, in terms of contract manufacturing, toll manufacturing, there are some clear direct tax benefits. So there are some areas, primarily services, IT sector, and manufacturing, toll manufacturers that really have benefited in terms of tax holidays or benefits. Otherwise, it's more about simplicity, trying to ensure ease of doing business, in trying to ensure certainty by providing safe harbor provisions, decriminalization by making things more taxpayer friendly rather than hostile. Similarly, the stay of demand, as I said, and so on and so forth, from a company or business standpoint.
Can we get into specifics? 2 or 3, announcements that you think really make an impact and are in this direction that we talked about?
Sure.
Better compliance and trust. Can we get into specifics now?
Yeah. So for example, better compliance, trust. One is decriminalization. There are a whole host of provisions where prosecution has been done away with or reduced, where, for example, even in terms of the compliances by the taxpayer, they've been reduced. For example, safe harbor, it ensures that if you are within a certain range, the thresholds have been raised tremendously from 300 crores for GCCs to 2,000 crores. You are within that safe harbor range, all the compliances go away. or most of the compliances are reduced, and so on and so forth. So as I see it, a taxpayer-friendly budget in that sense.
Okay. Can you also help us understand what exactly is the tax relief given to those companies investing in IT and cloud space? The big, 22-year kind of relief till 2047. Can you help us understand who does it matter to and what is it about?
So this relief is in terms of a tax holiday for cloud services that are provided for cloud services, data center services provided to for cloud services, and for all practical purposes, it is for all customers. But for overseas customers, there's a full tax holiday. If there are Indian customers, the requirement is to have an Indian subsidiary, for example, as a reseller, which obviously will be subject to Indian tax. And again, then the overseas company is fully tax exempt. So what we are talking about here is full tax exemption for the next maybe till 2047. We have to see, of course, the full fine print. For overseas customers, for Indian customers, it has to be routed through an Indian reseller, which therefore the Indian entity will be subjected to Indian tax, but the overseas entity again is tax exempt.
So, for instance, if Google or Facebook comes and invests in data center, right? They're the ones who get this tax exemption, but they have to route it through an Indian entity and have a
For
partner
Indian
deal.
customers, it has to be routed through an Indian entity. So long as it's servicing Indian customers, it has to be routed through an Indian entity. You're right.
Right. And if that data center is serving only international entities, then
That's
they're
fine.
fully tax exempt.
That's fine. Yes.
Right. Okay. And vis-a-vis an Indian entity putting in the hardware and all the infrastructure required for data center, but to serve entities outside, does that person also get full 100% tax exemption?
Yes, as I understand, yes. So far as yes, overseas
As of now,
customers
but
are
yeah.
concerned, yes, correct.
We'll need to read the fine print. Great.
Correct.
So this is in the realm for companies when it comes to direct tax. Is there anything for individuals, people like you and me?
Yeah, absolutely. So for example, again, the same thread continues: continuity, stability, simplicity, bringing in certainty and reducing litigation. So for example, again, for individuals, the TCS on LRS payments has been reduced significantly, both for tour expenses, both for education, medical, and so on and so forth, from 5% or 20% to 2%. And the thresholds also have been relaxed. So that is one big thing. In terms of filing of 15G, 15Hs for lower deduction of tax at source, again, that can be done through the depository. So it makes it much simpler rather than having to go through the tax office and so on. And one depository filing will mean all companies are covered. In short, considerable amount of simplicity for taxpayers in terms of ensuring lower withholding of taxes. So those are the things which I believe are considerably helpful in terms of improving the taxpayer-friendly environment within the direct tax regime. In fact, there is something similar when it comes to customs. The procedural relaxations have been significant, and the whole effort is to try and come up with a procedure which is more based on self-assessment and reliance on the self-assessment for clearances and so on and so forth. So I think the whole thrust seems to be to try and streamline, rationalize, make things simpler, and build a taxpayer-friendly regime.
Right. So from ease of business, this move is actually ease of tax paying.
Correct.
If I can term it that.
Correct.
Okay,
Absolutely.
great. And on the LRS, it helps those who are sending kids abroad to study. That
Correct.
The 5%.
Or for medical, or for tour operators and so on. When I go through tour operators abroad and so on and so forth.
Okay.
So
this 5% deduction, it was a TDS or a TCS? 5%.
TCS. It was a TCS,
which is now down to 2% as TCS.
That's right.
Great. Any other big moves that you noticed which you would like to reflect upon?
So I think these are in some more or less the tax related changes that the government has announced.
Right.
Buyback tax, removing buyback tax as dividend and moving over to capital gains tax is indeed a big thing, a big positive, I would feel, especially for non-promoters, and that should help a lot of individual taxpayers as well. Because when it comes to large companies having big cash pools but not having enough capex to incur, when they move on to do a buyback, at least for all the non-promoters, the capital gains tax regime can be considerably more advantageous than a dividend taxation regime for buyback proceeds. So that I think is a very good thing. Not only does it allow the cost of the shares as a deduction, but the capital gains tax rate itself would be lower. So I think that's a very positive move as well.
Right. So on the whole, you would say that this is more a build for long-term budget than, do a big bang now and then, worry later.
Correct. So I don't think, other than these one or two things like data center and buyback, there are any very big, so to say, swaps available for taxpayers, nor any big negatives as well.
Right. Fair enough. So don't try to fix which ain't broken and
Correct.
continue on the path that was set out, because last
Correct.
year there were enough big bang reforms
Absolutely.
announced, at least on the taxation, individual
Absolutely.
taxation front. So this year more so, is this because there's so much of topsy-turvy at the geopolitical level that you don't want to change large course of metrics and, take steps one step at a time?
Correct.
Fair enough. Thanks a lot, Pranav.
Thank you so much, Deepak. Pleasure speaking to you. Bye.
Right, so we've got in an industry view and a tax perspective as well. And now to understand what is going to be the impact of the budget provisions on financial planning, etc., we are now joined by Surya Bhatia, financial advisor and managing partners, asset managers. We also have with us Vijay Gopalan, CFO of Intellis and ex-CFO of AirAsia. Surya, let me come to you. Now, in the budget, no big hits in the direct tax, rationalization, no further rationalization coming in, but a lot of attempts to reduce friction, but some sternness also coming in for misreporting of income or hiding your income. How do you see the provisions of the budget when it comes to direct taxes? And one thing that we're picking up is on the sovereign gold bonds. Some reports saying that if you sell the sovereign gold bond from non-primary sources, it is liable for capital gains tax. So have you heard about this? Can you confirm this? And what do you make of the direct tax provisions of the budget? Surya, were you able to hear my question? Can you hear us?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Can you please repeat it? I'm sorry, I missed you.
I wanted your reaction on the direct tax provisions of the government. On what impact will it have on individuals, on their savings, on their investment plans? And one thing that we are picking up is that there is a provision in the budget saying that if you buy sovereign gold bond in the market, which is not from a primary issuance, you will pay full tax on capital gains when the bond is redeemed. And this will be valid from April 1, 2026. So can you confirm if you've heard about this? And all right, I think we're having a little problem with our connection with Surya. In the interim, I'll just go across to the guest that has joined us now, Mr. Vijay Gopalan. He's ex-CFO of AirAsia India. Vijay, a lot of emphasis and thrust coming in on development of tourism, be it soft skill side or even the infrastructure side. What do you make of all the announcements made, and which one do you think is the most relevant to the industry?
Truth be told, I think there is a lot of these kind of pushes especially over the last 4 to 5 years. But how much of it has actually translated into tourism footfall is something, well, the jury is still out there. So I would tread these announcements a bit more cautiously to see how it pans out. But honestly, I know the finance minister is probably trying to do some amount of tightrope walk here, but there could have been a lot more, honestly, that could have been done for the industry, primarily on two counts. One is on the aviation, considering that we had a complete meltdown of our aviation sector as recent as in December. Definitely some amount of SOPs to ensure that you had more participation, you had more connectivity. I mean, those kind of things could have been a lot more tangible. And to answer your question on which announcement really stood out for me? For me personally, the announcements on rare earths stood out significantly. I think the push for the rare earth corridor, especially in Odisha, Tamil Nadu, Andhra, and Kerala, was much needed. Probably comes at the right time to be able to make our rare earth industry a lot more sustainable.
All right. Right. I think let's cut across to the press conference of the finance minister and hear what she's saying.
You've heard the entire budget being presented in the parliament. So as opening remarks, I'll just highlight some of the points which we want to draw your attention to. But subsequently, of course, we'll answer all your questions. All the secretaries are here with me. So this budget being the first one, as the Honorable Prime Minister said 2 days ago, this being the first one for the second quarter of this century, also leading towards Vikasit Bharat 2047. We are laying the path and giving a push to the economy to maintain the growth momentum. And for that growth momentum or sustained economic growth, which we want to ensure, primarily we are looking at building the ecosystem with structural reforms which will go on. Reforms have been carried out. We are continuing to do the reform activities, so it will continue with an aim to make sure that we create enough environment for improving productivity and making sure employment is generated. Also, technology, 21st century, this century is completely driven by technology. So we will ensure that technology is brought in to benefit the common man, to make sure common man benefits in the sense of ease of doing living, or for his business to prosper, or for farmers for greater productivity, or better logistics, whatever. So technology for benefiting every common man. And above all, with all this, inclusive development. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and that is why you heard me bringing in schemes which have good allocations for bringing better health facilities, creating a cadre of people, not cadre in that sense, but a bulk of people who can come in as health workers, paramedics, and so on. And also making sure we are able to provide dignified opportunities for Divyangjan. Mental health has also received a lot of attention. So these are the side for Vikasit Bharat and making sure Sabka Vikas hoega. But the idea is the advantage and the momentum that we gained since after COVID by increasing public capital expenditure will continue. We've announced that 12.2 lakh crores are coming through public expenditure this time. It is 4.4% of the GDP. I'd like you all to please notice that, which is the highest, at least in the last 10 years. It could even be highest if you were to take data earlier. No increment in capital expenditure, sustained fashion, has happened ever before. This one marking 4.4% of the GDP. Then what are the kind of things which will happen through it? You will have dedicated freight corridors. I've named Dankuni in the east, Surat in the west. Then I've also highlighted that 20 new national waterways, not national highways, national waterways are being planned. And again there, those are going to pass through some of the critical mineral areas. Orissa, where the mineral-rich state, you have the waterways taking it to the port. And the two ports have been identified, Paradip and Dhamra. Similarly, we are also making sure that the coastal cargo movements will be enabled through a cargo route, so that through the coastal area we are able to cut down on cost of movement of goods. City economic regions, developing them is a very big new measure that we're coming up with. And for that, an allocation of 5,000 crore per city economic region. Imagine the amount, 5,000 crores in 5 years, 1,000 crore per year per city is being given, and the emphasis is going to be largely on tier 2, tier 3 cities. And then talking of infrastructure further, with the capital expenditure coming with the big number, you're having also the high-speed rail corridors. 7 of them announced. The destinations are clear so that they become the bridge for all these economical robust centers. So those are for making sure that the infrastructure, the capital expenditure are getting tied up, and the country benefits from the ripple effects that these can bring in. The 7 strategic and frontier sectors in which we've highlighted that will increase productivity and also have new investments come in and give emphasis for India's own brand on those things is on the biopharma sector. I think that's going to be a big change in the way in which we are looking at giving capacity for those who are able to research, who are able to undertake research and development. So 10,000 crore initiative again over 5 years for domestic biologics and biosimilar production. This is a clear message and backed with enough substance that India's lead in the pharmaceutical sector should be kept intact, but at the same time bring in newer ways of helping the pharma sector, and also because it has an impact on human health. Semiconductor mission had 2 major announcements that will improve the India stack and also the IP related matters. Electronic components manufacturing scheme for 40,000 crores. It's a major encouragement for electronics to become self-sufficient. We have also announced establishing rare earth corridors so that India can face and be able to meet its own requirements with its materials. So once we identify and are able to explore these minerals and process them, make them available for us, our dependency on external sources for bringing in the rare earths will be lesser. And we've identified the states where we want to establish this rare earth corridors. They are going to be in Orissa, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu. So these are very important developments, and they are going to have multiple decadal impact on the Indian economy. Our dependence on magnets and rare earths will be brought down. 3 dedicated chemical parks, again for reducing our import dependence. High-tech tool rooms for research, that will be set up in 2 locations. Very important thing is about the construction equipment being imported. That could be for building tunnels or metros or high energy and also heavy duty equipments which we are relying on imports. We want to manufacture them in India, and that is why I said, how does it affect a common man? It affects because firefighters today have novel, new, big ticket and small, very small firefighting tools and weapons or equipments. We don't have them in this country. That's why if there is a fire accident in some very congested area, our equipments are not able to reach those points. Whereas there are equipments which today are produced abroad, which can navigate those small corridors and go save people's lives. Whether they or huge ones, all of which we want to make sure that we will have production in this country itself, whether they are tunnel boring or anything else, from small to big, we want to bring in those very impactful infrastructure into India. So we'll support domestic manufacturing. Then container manufacturing is another which we'll support. I think I've gone in detail talking about the textile support in various forms. One very important announcement was made, Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative, which will make sure khadi, handloom, handicrafts will all be brought in, and one district, one product will all be brought in this initiative, and we'll be able to support rural artisans, rural workers, and handloom weavers in those areas. Legacy industrial corridors have got saturated. Manufacturing happening there is now very constricted because they are not able to bring in newer robotics and others. So we want to upgrade these legacy industrial clusters so that they become cost competitive and efficiency comes into these places. Even more important is the champion MSMEs, small and medium industries, entrepreneurs, MSMEs, who are going to be given all the support, and three-pronged approach is being taken up there. We are giving equity support, we are giving also liquidity support, above all professional support for them, so that MSMEs, the equity support is supported by a 10,000 crore SME fund, growth fund. Above all, we are also topping up the Self-Reliant India Fund with 2,000 crores. So MSMEs should not feel any dearth of resources for equity. Similarly, they shouldn't feel any difficulty for liquidity in their hands, because the TREADS platform will now be treated almost as a backed up, security backed up instrument with which they'll be able to discount and get their monies. For professional support, we're working with the Chartered Accountant and Cost Accountant institutes so that they can create corporate mitras who can help these MSMEs in filing their returns, doing their accounts, and so on. Above all, for youth and training, there's so much. You've heard the speech, so I won't want to take your time on it. High-powered education to employment enterprise, standing committees being formed so that they can recommend measures for service sector as a core driver of Viksit Bharat. Part B concentrated a lot on tax and related concessions that are being offered. More importantly is the process simplification which has been announced. So elaborate measures have been taken. You will be able to also seek clarification if you want. New export opportunities for fishermen who can go into the economic India's zones, high seas, and also assess and access the global markets. The one very touching, and I really was moved by this proposal, is where we have identified 17 drugs or medicines which are going to be basic custom duty exempt, which are important for cancer patients. Similarly, 7 more rare diseases are added to the import exemption list of the import duties. Baggage clearance and personal items which you bring in when you travel are all being given enhanced duty-free allowance. Besides that, there are quite a few direct tax and indirect tax proposals. Decriminalizing the penalty proceedings and support to the IT sector are some of the high points. As an opening remark, I'll conclude here. I'm sure you'll be able to ask questions and seek clarification. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll start this question, taking the questions. First question is 17. 17.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Shishir here from Hindu Business Line. Ma'am, my question is that under the miscellaneous capital receipt, the provision is 80,000 crore rupees. And last year, the provision was 47,000 crore, which has been reduced to 37,000 crore rupees now. Does this mean that there will be more equity monetization this year, or there will be more focus on the asset monetization of CPSEs?
So you've got it rightly. The intent is that we will have a very strong asset monetization plan in place. Last year, ma'am had announced in the budget that there will be a pipeline prepared, which is being done. So we hope to reap the dividends from that.
238.
Ma'am, Timsi Jaipuria, this side from CNBC TV 18. I just wanted to know the rationale behind the hike in STT in futures and options.
So, first of all, I believe some confusion. In fact, the question that you have asked rightly reflects the announcement itself. that the only change made in STT is in the future and options. All the other STT rates remain the same. The primary objective of raising the tax rates on STT has been that it is felt that when you look at the volume of transactions in futures and options, whether you compare it to the size of GDP or size of the underlying securities market, it is largely in the realm of heavy speculation, which results in losses to small, retail, unsophisticated investors. And the government's intention is to discourage speculative tendencies, and the increase in rate is essentially in that direction. So it is meant to essentially handle the systemic risk in derivative markets. Even after this increase, however, the rates of STT will remain modest compared to the volume of the transactions that is happening there. This is the reason.
54. मैम तरुण शर्मा फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस. मैम आपने पूरा बजट जो है वो न्यू एमर्जिंग सेक्टर पे बड़ा फोकस रखा है. मैम मेरा सवाल आपसे दो हैं यदि आप अलाउ करें. एक मैम आपने जो एक्साइज ड्यूटी का कैलकुलेशन किया है वो पिछले बजट एस्टिमेट से इस बजट एस्टिमेट में तकरीबन 22% की ग्रोथ देखने को मिली है. दूसरा मैम जो आपने एमएसएमई के लिए कहा कि जो ट्रांजैक्शंस होंगे उसके लिए आप एक्सचेंज प्लेटफॉर्म का यूज़ करना होगा, तो क्या मैम ये सीपीएसईज के लिए कंपलसरी होगा जो डिस्काउंट ट्रेडिंग की जो बात है?
I'll take the second question, ma'am. So, हाँ, ये CPSEs के लिए मैंडेटरी होगा कि डिस्काउंटिंग एज वेल एज नॉन डिस्काउंटेड बिल्स दोनों को ही ट्रेड्स पे करना होगा ताकि वो 45 दिन में भुगतान MSME को कर पाए, और ये हर तरह से चेक कर लिया गया है कि ये हो सकता है. So we want to make CPSEs as pioneers. We hope, like ma'am has said in her speech also, that other corporates will also follow.
Increased by 22% from last year B to this.
Because there is from 1st of February, all the tobacco products have come back into excise, and all those revenues will account for the increase of the next year.
209.
Ma'am, Prakash Predashi from ET now. The budget has announced restructuring of PFC and REC. What will this restructuring look like? And does this also mean that these NBFC will be merged going forward?
What is the later part of your question? That these NBFCs are not
will
going
be merged going forward?
I've said we are rationalizing it. You'll get to know as we go forward. We want to streamline it, and therefore we'll be taking some steps. We'll let you know the moment we decide how to go about it.
234. Hello, ma'am. Harsh Kumar from Business Standard. Ma'am, two questions. One is, you said that a high-level committee will be formed on the banking reforms in order to 2047. Are we going further for any kind of merger or something? Since government is continuously saying that we need at least two of the big banks, in at least of the top 20 banks. So are we going towards that?
No, first of all, when I say that it's going to be a high-level committee which is going to look into it, the terms of reference will be prepared, and we are looking at committee to go into the entire expanse of the banking sector so that they come up with recommendations which help us to plan for banking for 2047. We need, by the time we become a Vikasit Bharat, 2047 is our goal. We need to understand what are the other steps that we need to take in the banking area, and based on the recommendations, we'll go forward. But we have the Secretary, Department of Financial Services. We'll ask him to also give speech, please.
I think you have rightly responded. There are large number of aspects relating to the banking requirement. For example, the credit to the GDP, commercial credit to the GDP ratio low, and the expansion of the banking network, and what kind of procedures currently we have that is impeding both the deposits as well as credit. All those aspects will be looked at by an expert panel committee, and while we will definitely have TUR and then also consult the all the stakeholders, and the government will take a view on how to lay strong foundation for 2047 Viksit Bharat.
Ma'am, one more question. 229. Left side, yes.
Ma'am, Premangshu from Ananda Bazar Patrika. Ma'am, have you consciously avoided announcing any bonanza for the poll-bound states? And secondly, can you elaborate on this East Coast corridor, industrial corridor you announced?
See, the industrial corridors are very critical for supply chains. We need a predictable mineral, rare earth and magnet related products to be made available for India's manufacturing, whether it's lithium ion, whether it's automobile sector, whether it's the new age solar. You need these rare earths to be processed and be made available. We have enough raw materials. The coastal areas are rich in these minerals, and therefore states also felt, I mean, I must credit that the interaction that I had with the finance ministers pre-budget, many states felt that there are rare earths which they can utilize. We then sat up in the budget group that we have, Revenue Secretary, DFL, Secretary DA, and thrashed out, talking with the states. What are the kind of things that we can do so that their capacities to extract these minerals, process them, make them something which the industry can benefit from. So India can be less dependent on imports of these materials. That is where, having spoken to states, we thought it's very important to recognize the corridor and give a policy for it so that industries can invest, private sector can come in, governments, state and center can come together on it. That is where these corridors were announced. And looking at the success of the defense corridor, I can confidently say these rare earth corridors will make that big a difference to the Indian economy. The first question, I think there's enough to cover all the election states. If I do, you will ask me, why have you done it only for the election states? Now I've done it for election and non-election states as well. You want me to spell out what has been done only for the election states? I'm quite happy to do it.
262, front. At the front, please. Here. Front.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Sapna Das here from CNBC TV 18. Two quick questions. Just wanted to understand the gross borrowing at over 17 lakh odd crore. Would the government look at it as being on the higher side? Just asking that. And within that also, if you look at your net tax revenue stream, of course, B to RE, it's higher. And a lot of concessions have been given away both on direct and indirect taxes. But the trend seems to be a bit flat, around 28 lakh odd crore. So if you could explain to us, how is this entire thing looking? And second, ma'am, in terms of the disinvestment aim, 80,000 crores, would this also include IDBI stake sale sometime in FY27, ma'am? Thank you very much.
So you've covered a number of secretaries all at one go. So on the borrowings, no, we don't think it's on the higher side because the net market borrowings are in the range of 11.73, which is been plus around that number for the last couple of years. The larger number is because we have 5.5 lakh crores which have to be repaid this year. So to that extent, we don't think that it's a large number. We have a plan how to manage this. And according to that plan, which also gets released from time to time, the markets would also know, as well as all of you.
4. Okay. So on the tax stream, because of some concessions that were given this year, there has been some course correction. But if you look at the next year, the direct tax is growing at 11.4% and continues to be 3.1% of the GDP. The total collection would be 6.9%. The indirect tax excise is growing very healthily because of the base correction, the base which has got added. Customs too is showing a decent buoyancy. So on the tax revenue, I think we are looking up. And even GST, as you would have seen the collection figures today, after rate rationalization, the buoyancy which we had expected, and in this hall we had discussed about it, you can see that coming back on the tax.
Hi, ma'am. Meghna Mittal from Money Control. The fiscal deficit target that you have set for next year from 4.4 to 4.3 is being seen as very, very gradual. Is there a specific reason, or is it because of the global uncertainties as one of the major factors for being such a gradual fiscal consolidation path?
I would have thought you'll appreciate it being gradual, because particularly fiscal, drastic changes don't go down well. One or the other section gets hurt. We will have to be gradual, but yet keep it well within that band which gives confidence, and to show that we care for fiscal prudent management. There's no point in me dropping it to, let's say, 4. It has to be steady so that the economy goes in a steady speed. So it is a responsible number and realistic number. It's not as if I wanted it to be so gradual. It is a responsible number. We should achieve it and equally not bring in any kind of turbulence anyway.
Thank you. From the center flank, 190.
Thank you, and congratulations on a very comprehensive budget.
Before you start, I was going to look at PIB and say this side is being ignored.
Yes.
But good that he called you.
Thank you. I'm Aprajita Saxena from CNBC International in Singapore. I'm very curious because you started talking about tech, and I want to ask a question about the ISM 2.0. There are those on the outside who say that India sort of lags when it comes to AI innovation, especially innate innovative LLMs. Is the strategy of ISM 2.0 to sort of become part of the global value chain, or are you more positioning towards India creating its own native LLMs? Thank you.
I think Kashmini Vaishnav, the minister, has been speaking extensively about this. There are several aspects of it. We want to be sure that in the semiconductor domain, we have every expertise for all those 5 major chip or modeling or the infrastructure, design, every aspect of it. So he is talking about creating abilities capacities within the country to be able to have that kind of a infrastructure well laid out within the country. And similarly, if you're looking at the way in which our startups are working, using AI, and very clearly we have also shown a path that it is not just the large language models, but also smaller ones, medium-sized ones, which can serve the requirement of your economy. So AI in India, particularly when you have a huge demographic dividend, will have to give us results to ensure that our people have work, and also the opportunities are going to be enticing enough for the youth. It cannot replace human efforts. So we are at the same time redefining for ourselves, if I may use that expression, on how to use AI, what is the capacity that we have to create, the kind of infrastructure that we have to lay in the ground for it. Equally, the products which come out of it will have to benefit our people, because our youth are revving to do more and new. For them to do something new and for them to do something more, we have to create benefits out of AI rather than push along with AI unthinkingly that it doesn't serve our people. So I think these many different factors play in making a decision on semiconductor. And that is why semiconductor ISM 2.0 looks into these aspects as well. And I'll ask the CEA to speak a bit on it, because he spent a lot of time so that he could write effectively capturing what's happening now. Ananta, you want to say anything on it?
Actually, we have to see the semiconductor mission and the announcements related to the rare earth corridor, which ma'am talked about a few minutes ago. All of them as part of the framework that we presented a couple of days ago here on the strategic resilience part. So, in fact, many elements of this ma'am's budget speech focus both on equipping us to handle the AI-related technology as well as skilling the population in areas where they can be immune to some of the AI-related impacts as well. So it covers both dimensions, and therefore the semiconductor mission, the rare earth corridor, and also some of the Part B announcements ma'am made about the various electronics and manufacturing sectors were all part of the initiatives to make sure that we make ourselves strategically resilient in a very fraught global environment.
138 at the back side.
I'm Rishabh with NDTV Profit. Just wanted to ask on the buyback tax, the rationale behind it, because was it essential to do it now? Because in 2025, there were a lot of companies that came out with significant share buybacks. Also because, and also do you foresee some sort of a reduction in buybacks? And secondly, on pollution-related schemes, the outlay has been very stagnant, but pollution as a problem remains. Is this not a policy priority for the government now?
On the buyback, I'll have Revenue Secretary brief us.
First of all, on the buyback, I'd like to clarify. I hope that the point was clear enough in the speech also, that it is in fact, a relief. It's not a tax, additional tax. It is a relief. Buyback tax system was changed to make it as a dividend income, which is income at the applicable income tax rate at the hand of the shareholder. It has been corrected now, and we have put the tax to be in the hands of shareholder as a capital gains tax, which long term, for example, will be only 12.5%. So there is a correction and a relief which has been given to the shareholders. All that has been done is, the whole objective of doing that change at that time was misuse of a tax arbitrage by promoters. So the change made for promoter is that additional buyback tax on them, which again keeps things status quo for them. So even today, the marginal rate at which they would have been paying the tax as a dividend, which is at their respective income tax rates, we have kept it at 30 and 22. If it is a corporate, 22. If it is an individual, 30. So as far as promoters is concerned, it is status quo. As far as the other shareholders concerned, it is actually a very big relief. So that is probably what may make the point a little clearer, the announcement itself clearer. 76 at the front side.
So pollution is a priority with government, and not everything has to appear at the budget speech is how I would put it now. So we are working with many state governments on projects related to air pollution, even water pollution. There is a significant budgetary outlay on sewage control as well as drainage. And as it was noted, you would have seen the Finance Commission recommendations also. A large portion of the Finance Commission grants to the local bodies, urban and rural, is tied to water and sanitation, particularly I would say sanitation. So pollution of all kinds remains a top priority, and there are different ways in which we are trying to tackle it.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, I am Monica from Business Standard. Ma'am, I have two questions. Ma'am, I am here. Ma'am, I have two questions with regard to customs. Ma'am, in your budget speech, you said that honest taxpayers will be able to close their case and they can pay the additional amount in view of penalty. So I want to know whether this is a customs amnesty scheme, and if you can just provide the contours of this scheme. And also, ma'am, Economic Survey flagged the need for convergence between transfer pricing, which comes under income tax law, and customs valuation. But there was no mention in your budget speech. So is there any such proposal being considered by the government?
Both on the direct tax and the indirect tax. This is not an amnesty scheme. This is essentially an offer given to the honest taxpayer who would otherwise, when he gets to know that he has to pay the duty, he will like to pay it. But because our laws require him to also pay a penalty on that, the negative connotation associated with being penalized, which he has to obviously disclose at some point of time, does create a situation for him or an incentive for him to rather dispute the duty, even though he may not want to do it. So the window that we are giving to the taxpayer is that you will, if you are willing to pay your tax or whatever is the duty, instead of penalty, that same amount you can pay in the form of an additional amount. So it will not be either a relief or an amnesty. At the same time, this amount that you pay will not be treated as a amount which you have paid as a penalty, and therefore that negative connotation will go away. You may have seen that there is another announcement of a similar nature on the income tax side, where when it comes to the cases of underreporting today, there is a provision under which you have to pay tax, interest on tax, and a 50% penalty. If you are willing to accept the demand and not go on appeal, you need not pay the penalty of 50%. You can go ahead and pay your tax and interest, and the matter is closed. What we have done is expanded this window and included even misreporting cases, where penalty is otherwise 200%. But there again, we are telling him that you can settle it by paying the tax, the interest on tax, and this 200% get reduced by half. You pay 100% as an additional income tax. The idea here is that if you are an honest taxpayer, accept the fact that you have to pay the duty. We will not like to brand you by using the word like penalty. That is these two windows are essentially meant to take care of those situations, which is why reference to an honest taxpayer. Yeah, we are examining that separately.
194. Left side, yes. Back.
Ma'am, this is Amitod Singh from CNBC International. Congratulations to you and your entire team. I have two questions. The first is around foreign investors. There were a number of expectations that taxation structures would be changed, particularly when you think about things like withholding tax. So what we want to understand is whether that was even discussed within the government. And my second question is 15% defense spend increase. How much of that has to do with global uncertainty?
Revenue Secretary can answer on the first question. See, global uncertainty is something which definitely occupies all the officials' mind when we are preparing for the budget. But I won't attribute it to be the cause for any one step. Across the board, we kept that in mind. So it's not the cause for any one thing that we've done or one thing which we did not do. That's kept in our mind. Our macroeconomic fundamentals are strong. You heard the CEA speak that despite you having a macro sound economic foundation, you're still sort of facing a world which is uncertain. And therefore, when currency, Indian rupee versus the dollar becomes an issue, you have done everything within the country to make sure your fundamentals are fine. But the uncertainty globally is affecting on many grounds, and we are seized of it for everything that we do, not for one particular thing, but ours.
Yeah, I think today we need to look at what has been announced in the budget. So we would rather focus on that, because there would obviously be many of the issues which would be discussed and deliberated. But what has come out for you before in the budget is what is there, and we should probably focus on that. And if you saw that there are many announcements, especially which are addressing the needs for attracting investment in India, bringing more certainty, both for the residents who interact with their related parties, as well as for the non-residents who otherwise do business here. There's a whole host of those announcements. You would appreciate that what, for example, has been done in IT services is a change which is completely, and it's a fully comprehensive change, which practically will take care of just about 30 companies need to now sign APAs. The rest, all 11,000 odd, will be covered under one or the other system of certainty of taxation, either through safe harbor rules or through the APA agreements. So this has been a major change. In specific sectors where we felt that the residents needed certainty, we have provided that, whether it is in the data center, whether it is in manufacturing, electronics, even for the expats, if they are going to stay here, the experts for a longer time. On the data center, I just thought I'll take this opportunity to clarify, because there was some speculation about what has been done. The thought process in this is that a global entity which is providing a kind of cloud-based data services uses data centers all over the world to provide services to the customers. So it is very difficult to connect one-on-one as to which data center has resulted in what type of revenue. So the international entity of this nature would like to set up data services centers in India, which is a net economic plus for us because it adds to that level, scale and level of economic activities. It has strategic purpose too. So the arrangement we have done is, just because that entity will set up data service centers and will use this as one of the many to provide services globally, should not become a cause of uncertainty for it that its global income will get taxed here. So that is the certainty which we are giving to it. Quite naturally, the data service center, which is located in India, will be taxed depending on the way it is positioned. And that entity will be selling its services to customers in India through a reseller entity, which again gets taxed. What we are excluding from taxation is this global entity, which is essentially doing cloud-based services, using data services centers across. And we do not want it to be deterred from enhancing its business footprint in India to provide such global services.
I'll just come in to add to that point on foreign investors, to point out 1 or 2 points on the Part A side also, which are important. One is that this was this ask from AIFs for a very long time, that most AIFs in our country are formed as trusts. Their request had been for a pretty long time to consider if the LLP Act can be modified and amended to align it with the functional requirements of AIFs. That has been announced today, which is a very big move forward, as it will allow them to, the amendments are going to be of such a nature that by becoming LLPs, first of all, the liability will get limited. And then there are going to be amendments which will also allow for document filing, rationalize for entry and exit of partners, and similar such things to make it easy for the AIF partners. So that's one of the announcements today. The other was the announcement on the PROIs and the relaxations given therein of how much they can invest in a company individually and together. So those limits have been significantly enhanced, and all of it has been rationalized in line with OCIs and NRIs. Other than that, the FEM NDI rules, we intend to review it for 2 things. One is, again, we are continuously in touch with investors. There are asks over there. So instead of doing it one by one, this shows the intent of the government to actually reach out and address the world which is interested in investing in India and make it easy for them to do so.
214.
मैम, मैं आलोक प्रियदर्शी हूँ CNBC आवाज से। मैम, मेरा सवाल यही है कि जो सवाल STT से रिलेटेड है, सिक्योरिटी ट्रांजैक्शन टैक्स से, मैम यहाँ पे मैम जो पॉलिसी है फ्यूचर एंड ऑप्शन को लेकर सरकार की क्या पॉलिसी है, थोड़ा सा स्पष्ट करें। और दूसरा कि जो STT बढ़ाया गया है, बहुत ही जैसे रेवेन्यू सर ने कहा कि बहुत मामूली बढ़ोतरी की गई है, तो क्या इससे जो सरकार की पॉलिसी कि रिटेल इन्वेस्टर्स को ऐसे जो बहुत हाई रिस्क की इंस्ट्रूमेंट है उनमें निवेश से एक तरह से कॉशन करने की पॉलिसी है, तो क्या इससे ये मकसद हासिल होता है क्या?
I'll ask the Revenue Secretary to go into the details, but आपका विषय जो मकसद के ऊपर बात कर रहे हैं ना, मैं पिछले बजट के समय में भी इसका एक्सप्लेन भी की. We are touching only the futures and options.
So that was the Finance Minister breaking down the fine print and explaining the intent of the government behind the different announcements coming in through the budget. I still have Abhijit Sinha with me in the studios. Now, you've heard a lot, the speech, the analysis and the fine print by the Finance Minister in the press conference. Could you wrap it up, your feel about the budget? Because some people are critical, but what do you feel about this?
I think this budget could not be made without keeping geopolitical consideration.
And that the Finance Minister said that.
Yes,
we all are aware of what is
everybody,
happening.
even Mr. Amitabh Kant said that this is a very difficult time. If you look at to anchor geopolitical consideration at this stage of time, oil import is something which is terribly shaken because of conflicts and because of a lot of... So this gives a result to circular economy or clean economy, whatever you call it. Second threat into geopolitical sector is twisted trade and tariffs. What TTT we spoke in the beginning in the morning. If you have to give a long-term solution to these two, I think this budget stands very good, very positive. Is because 10,000 crore rupees for MSME to make them export ready, to make them ready to market and to grow and link that entire cycle. how MSME has to grow and reach there to become more solution oriented. Even service is included into that. And at the other side, oil side, electric vehicle sector, renewable energy sector, we're looking, and almost in all expectation we heard that rare earth material requires some more allocation. This announcement of critical rare earth corridor with another announcement of 20,000 crore rupees for carbon capture, it is something which did not happen before. It means when before we were talking about a decarbonization of surface transport or decarbonization of household and industry, there used to be a coin toss between how that particular ministry outlay and their budget is going to work, and then how carbon credit will link with it. But in this 20,000 crore rupees, when we are talking about carbon capture, it is not talking specifically about any industry. So anybody who does it means it is meant for them. So it's a good decision that now we're talking into that sense. Second, I would add in this is tech budget. Everyone is saying now it's an emerging tech budget. So for emerging tech budget, there is a chain of reforms. So I may, or many of us would not be able to see what finance minister is planning to go through and what is coming up next. But if there is a chain of reforms, there is an accountability to perform also. And then if these two meet, we reach to an overall transformation. If this chain of reform is broken in last 6-7 years, we will not be able to make large reforms. And then there is no large overall industrial transformation. Tax holiday for 2030 to 2047 and till now is first time visible. For data centers. So if you look at Viksit Bharat National Master Plan, this is first time visible into numbers. And anyone who is looking into it, spending, going to invest in India, into tech, particularly into cloud, for them it is very important that it is a 25-year span. Many people may see it as an emerging tech budget, but I see it as 2022 to 2047 is 25 years, last 25 years of India. It has actually came late. By this time, if it would have came, we would have some large ticket announcement. So I'm coming to last point of my my takeaway from this is everyone is saying no big ticket announcement. I see there are big ticket announcement. This tax exemption for the cloud is going to bring large companies, and this is aimed to next month we are going to have AI Summit in India. It will bring a lot of companies. I'm sure there must be some conversation already going through, because in last year we saw a lot of traction towards Indian market into artificial intelligence. And second is tech for circular economy. This tech for circular economy is bringing two more technologies together. MSME is there to give some high speed rail corridor. There are duty exemption on lithium, nuclear, carbon, and also carbon capture storage. So BES, battery storage system, and duty exemption on lithium battery components was an industry demand. So if we are going to interpret it into why this is 40,000 crore rupees into electric and 7 speed rail corridor, then it is making cities connected to each other. In technology, Finance Minister specifically in her press conference spoke, said is legacy industry corridor, 3 to 11 corridors we have in India are needing a revival, and this revival is particularly the import of high-end machines. It is also bringing an upgradation of technologies which India needed. So you link both of them, that critical corridor are going to bring us critical earth material. When we'll have processing units here, then
thanks to
it will
lower duty on the capital goods to import that.
Yeah, and at the same time there is a duty exemption into all components that you require to build a battery. So from a larger point of view, someone is trying to create India a battery hub at the same time, an AI investment destination, and at the same time you are also making oil import reduction. All four of them, they add to MSME sector. And MSME sector, if they look into what need to be developed, what need not to be developed, then this no large ticket announcement budget, to me it sounds like fashion which Finance Minister has carried. I remember when no railway was announced, everyone said for railway it's a disastrous budget. But after 2 years gap when Vande Bharat came, now people say it's a worth waiting. So, and another example of pharma. In pharma, we have third largest manufacturer and we are 11th in value. So those who are expecting and having an expectation from this budget that we as a sector or microeconomy have not received anything, they must look into it that what we as a country want to be. Are we willing to become a product driven and manufacturing driven country for a long period of time, or we are going to enter into an advance 40,000 crore rupees for electronics. So if you are looking at Japan, it is giving you a time to plan those peripheral injections and boost around it.
But the electronics will still count as industry only. It will not count as knowledge economy or something like that.
No, not knowledge economy. Electronic industry is different industry from the hardcore manufacturing economy. It is small in size, it is more sophisticated. Making a mobile phone and making a tractor are two different things.
Okay, right. Thank you so much for giving us your inputs, Abhijit. We also have Surya Bhatia joining us. He is a financial advisor and managing partner, asset managers. Surya, having heard the finance minister's speech in Parliament, her press conference, what do you make of the budget when it comes to individual taxpayers and investors? Because there is some relief on the accident insurance that you get, but no big relief on more exemptions or tax relief on income tax coming in for direct taxpayers, and no incentives given to promote any particular investment scheme either. Surya, I request you to please unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead.
So I'm saying sometimes you can always call this as no news as good news, honestly, huh? So while a lot of people were expecting things to happen and get changes, I think we saw in the last budget a lot of changes happening. So you don't expect some magic wand to come to you every year and change the course of the game. That's not happening. But actually we like is consistency, continuity, and I think the tax reforms should bring that, as the FM very clearly said, that the new Income Tax Act will come into effect from 1st of April of this year. So I think you don't expect big bangs happening. I think they could have actually not tinkered too much on the STT. I think the numbers will come out, how much really the impact will come out to. But I think the good part for the same budget, and I got some cues from there, was how much longevity you can look at from a overall perspective. So by giving that clean way of having the data centers with 2047 as a period to go for, I think for me that longevity is what really matters. And if I can really bring that to my taxation also, and I can very clearly say, next 5 years, 10 years, I'm not going to change with my tax laws beyond a point. I think that's something what a tax assessee really wants.
All right. So no explicit promise being made like that, but at least I think it seems like the intent is with the Income Tax Act coming in 2026, 1st April, that the exemptions and all of those all the work that we did in investments to avoid taxes, at least that is not happening. You will get more money in your pocket. You decide whether you want to spend or you want to invest. So that's what is coming in from the finance minister when it comes to direct taxes for individuals. We did get a chance to hear Nirmala Sitharaman, ex-prominent banker, talk about the budget, especially with some announcements being made about making the banking sector ready for Viksit Bharat. So let's just listen into what she had to say. All right. I think we'll come to the interview of Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman in a minute, but we do have our guest with us, and let's just get in their reactions on what they may have got on in the press conference. Though They were only clarificatory comments made by the finance minister. We still have got our speakers with us, and I think Professor Vanik is joining us again. Professor Vanik, would you like to give your reactions to the budget? What do you make of it? And any one big clarification that you could take away from the press conference of the finance minister?
I think what finance minister did is to kind of look into the long-term measures, because everyone was thinking that she will tweak around with the ST short-term capital gain and the long-term capital gain tax, which is kind of going to maybe help the stock market. That didn't happen. But instead, what we saw in the budget is an increased allocation to the capital expenditure, because right now, if I read the numbers correctly, it is around 12.2 lakh crore rupees, which is kind of up from around 3 lakh crore rupees around even 6 or 7 years back. Now, what the finance minister, the other highlight is she has been able to contain the fiscal deficit to 4.3% of GDP. Now, both of them are going to yield result in the long term, because when you are talking about, let's say, capital expenditure, and in this case, we are talking about more freight, railways, road being laid. We are also talking about, she has also mentioned about connectivity of the various river network, which is going to pass through various states. So basically what we are talking about is she is trying to look long term, in terms of building more roads, railway network systems and ports, so which is basically trying to see that the cost of doing business comes down, which is going to actually help our manufacturing sectors. The other thing that you note from the budget is some of the our dependence on imports, like active pharmaceutical ingredients, or for that matter, some of the manufactured items, rare earth materials and minerals. So she has taken steps so that India become much more that way. We are self-reliant. We don't have to rely on the foreign imports. So something which I have noticed at the time of COVID, how because of lack of active pharmaceutical ingredients coming from China, our generic
Industry was
drugs
hampered.
industry got kind of affected. So some of these steps, maybe you are not going to see the impact coming in the short run, but of course, this thing will materialize in terms of maybe higher growth generated from within the Indian economy in the longer period of time. So that would be my short take on this budget.
All right. Also believing that this is the budget looking at growth at the longer end and will do wonders in that department. Let's listen into what Naina Lal Kidwai, noted ex-banker, had to say about the budget. We caught up with her in our FICCI studios. Let's listen in.
The Union Budget 2026 has been presented, setting the tone for India's economic and fiscal priorities. Beyond the numbers, the real question is, how is this budget going to balance growth, stability, and inclusion? Joining me to share her perspective is Naina Lal Kidwai, past president, FICCI, and chairperson, Rothschild India Private Limited, founder and chairperson, India Sanitation Coalition.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, for joining us today. So let's look at the part where we take it between confidence versus caution, continuity versus course correction. If you step back from the fine print now, what is your overall reading of the budget? Does it strike the right balance between growth, stability, and long-term competitiveness? We heard the FM talking about competitiveness, inclusion. Does it strike all the right notes?
I believe it does. I think, the time when we have a big hoopla around budgets must go. And what we're getting here is the direction. So 6 key industries, all which are critical for the country and have great opportunity, were mentioned right up front. We have yet to see what the detailing on each of those would mean. But just the semiconductors, biopharma, the focus on sectors which rare earths, etc., are all very important in terms of the country's growth going forward. I think it's worth also looking at, and a FICCI survey before the budget actually suggested from CEOs that job creation was very important for the country.
Right.
And across different industries, the theme that has been developed is around skilling, training, which in turn obviously focuses therefore on employment, employability, and therefore employment generation and employability come hand in hand. And tourism, which I believe is a very important sector for jobs, got mentioned. There's direct focus on sites and the way government will look at developing those, but also allocations for guides and the whole area of skilling, which must feed into the tourism sector as well. So I think skilling we've seen there, a lot of mention for healthcare delivery, caregivers, etc. Again, in terms of skilling, and creative industries. There was mention of new labs and abilities therein, astronomy. So you're in different pockets of skill development, national education institutions, etc. I think the desire to skill our people so we can really yield the demographic dividend through, and with direct intervention from the center, are quite noteworthy. In the areas that I work in, through sanitation and water, I think the developments and discussion around developing our tier 2, tier 3 cities and this idea of city economic regions is a very good one to create urban clusters, because our cities get interconnected, whether it's through rail corridors and logistic support, but also through wastewater treatment. And a classic case is what you would see for the Yamuna, that if you do not connect your cities, if one city is not managing its effluent right, the city down the river is clearly going to suffer. So doing it through a cluster approach is going to be very important, and in the development of urban infrastructures. And I think the mention of it, now of course we have to see how it gets implemented, is important. And related to that is the push for municipal bonds. There's support going to be provided from the center of 100 crores for every 1,000 crores plus of municipal bonds that are offered. And I think this will encourage our states to look at municipal bonds for their lesser urban cities as well. So it's not just about our big 5-6 cities, but others as well. So the funding for it and the design therein are quite significant in terms of how they will show the development of India going forward in our tier 2, tier 3 environments as well.
Right.
Yeah.
You did, comment on the highs probably of the budget. Every budget also has some gaps.
Yeah.
Were there some things that you were looking at, and probably, the FM could have maybe, mentioned those?
I would like to believe that and frankly, even the last year has shown that everything doesn't have to be in the budget. The direction setting that we are looking for is in the budget, but there will be many announcements between now and the next budget. I think the markets have clearly reflected their disappointment, so I don't have to explain that. And it comes, I think there was a high expectation that there would be some reprieve around the capital gains tax. Personally, I would have liked to have seen more parity between debt and equity in terms of capital gains tax treatment, because the development of our bond markets is important.
Right.
Not that the bond markets have been ignored. I mean, municipal bonds go into that. There is also some mention of aiding the bond markets. But really a lot of that will have to come to SEBI. But clearly the tax treatments therein, I think, have been amiss, that could have supported bond market development in terms of at least the capital gains treatment therein. But other than that, I think the direction in terms of the macros are great. There is an increase in infra. There was a fear that that might not happen because there is a fear that tax collections may actually be now leveling off or even down. So that focus is important. The fiscal glide path being maintained, the GDP debt ratios being maintained. These are highly disciplined approach to the way India is embarking on its growth, and it is a big high. And within that, the spending that's happening is much more on the multiplier effects. And what I mean by that is that you do a credit guarantee scheme, you give some money, you give 100 crores for the bond, but you force the municipality to raise the money. So it's pushing down the accountability, but giving the incentive to the state to rise to the challenge. And I think that is structurally good, and it's being done through a challenge mechanism. So the competition amongst states to actually grab that advantage has worked really well. It's something which Niti Aayog started in early days, and I'm glad to see that that is being perpetuated as we go forward. For me also the high is tourism. I feel that there's so much we need to do there. There's mention therein. And also in the whole healthcare, provision of healthcare, push for biopharma, research within the biopharma sectors, these are the highs. And on the misses, I mean, other than tax, I would have liked to hear...
Maybe a little bit more on sustainability?
So sustainability got mentioned, again, we have to read the fine print, that there's something on carbon capture for
that's
key,
the only thing.
for hard to abate industries. So it's there.
Like steel,
but, so it was steel, cement, our big hard to abate industries. So we have to see what provision there would be there. There's been no mention, but we have not gone down to reading the entire print for the support to the Swachh Bharat mission, which numbers last year were clearly there. There's been no mention of any allocation there in her speech, but that doesn't mean it's not there.
Yeah, so we'll have to go through the
exactly.
allocations.
And I also know that some of the allocations didn't only come through the budget, they come through the Finance Commission down to the state level. And some of those allocations were indeed not fully spent. So some of the work we do with the India Sanitation Coalition is actually helping with that spending, bringing private sector in to help with that spending as well. Not for private sector's checks, but private sector to aid and assist the Gram Panchayats to actually spend the money. So to the extent that those budgets that weren't used get carried over this year, which I believe is the case, we have some of last year's allocation and hopefully some fresh allocation that we will see in the critical area of wastewater treatment, grey water reuse, some of the actually very successful programs that government embarked on in Swachh Bharat, rural in particular.
Right. One area which also got mentioned was the banking sector. And I would want you to wear your erstwhile bankers hat. The FM talked about, constituting a high-powered committee to see the Viksit Bharat high-powered committee to see, the banking sector as a whole. How do you think that will pan out?
So it is the fact that it's getting, it's going to be strategic, directional setting. It's critical. I would, so it's very positive. Everything will depend on what they bring out. But I think there is a recognition that we have a banking sector that is strong right now. We have really very little issues in terms of NPAs, etc. But we really do need a bigger banking sector to support Viksit Bharat. So what does that take? And the pragmatism which the RBI has recently shown in terms of enabling 2 Japanese banks and an Emirati bank come in at levels of the percentage holdings which are higher than what they have typically permitted, are all indications of a pragmatism that is coming in to attract not just money, because that capital is important, but for every bank that comes, for example, the Japanese presence in India has been really very small, that the banks handhold the Japanese companies in as well. So that catalytic role is also quite important. But let us see what the committee comes back with, because there is a lot that we can look at. And I hope they will also look at the priority sector lending spaces. I mean, at one level, I love the fact that we get those priority sector loans because I work in some of those areas. But it is an imposition on banks, which then raises the cost of capital, which then makes industry crib rightly about the cost of capital in our country, rendering them less competitive in a global context. So it's a bit of an issue of who should be actually supporting
For
the
the
development initiatives in the
private sector,
country?
yeah.
And is it fair to push this onto the banks? And the banks, it's not just public sector, it's uniform,
across, yeah.
private and public.
Yeah. So I think priority sector lending, the cost of credit,
Yeah.
one of the key sectors which really get hassled, or which really has to tackle all of this is the MSME sector.
Correct.
And we've heard the FM talk about easing liquidity for them.
Yeah.
We've heard about the announcements around trades.
Right.
How do you take all the announcements that the FM had around MSMEs?
Yeah.
How important were those?
I think every step, the MSME is not forgotten, that is clear. And there's a lot in the budget there, not just the direct steps and the provision of equity fund for SMEs, etc. It's all there. But for every bit of manufacturing that benefits, so let's talk of the 6 key sectors, there is an MSME that is a supplier to that big company. So electronics is a case in point. It was one of the, and continues to be a key focus for our country, and with some success. So yes, and Apple is now exporting a large number of iPhones, but to provide the inputs for Apple, you have a huge supply chain, and replacing the imported supply chain with domestic manufacture can fall squarely into the MSME's court. So MSMEs as suppliers to OEMs will be the whole manufacturing sector focus that this budget has provided will benefit MSMEs across the board. And I think other than the direct financial and liquidity support that has been mentioned in the budget. And the other area that MSMEs, in fact, all industry benefits, but MSMEs being such a core part of it will benefit, is everything to do with skilling. So when you talk of biopharma and skilling in the health universe, then any companies that are indeed suppliers therein use those skills. The training we provide, the employability provision that we give to our people become a very important aspect of how can I run my business as an MSME. And if I can avail of these skills, then it makes me more competitive and able to provide services. So I think that whole ecosystem for manufacturing, through skilling, through cost of capital, frankly, all the factors of production, land costs are an issue. Therein, there's this approach of clustering, opening up SEZs for domestic release of product, even though it's announced as a one-time initiative. But it's been a big ask from industry. I've set up a plant, only 60% is getting used for export. Why can I not do 100% and that 40% be used for the domestic market? Has been an ask. And that has been, in fact, acknowledged and provided for in this budget. So that helps all industry in terms of capacity utilization.
Right. One last quick question to you would be, if you had to flag one issue that businesses and policymakers should watch out for in the next 1 year before we get to that next budget, what would that be?
I think the whole issue of compliances, where there's recognition in this budget that at the one end, there are punitive penalties, including imprisonment, for what don't look like such major offenses and are not necessarily offenses that are done intentionally, because we have very complex interpretations of some of these rules. So there's been a lot of work that has happened, but more work that needs to continue. And again, the FICCI survey from CEOs mentioned, 80% of those CEOs said that there needed to be much better streamlining of the custom side of it. Now, if we are looking to be an exporting nation, we better sort that out. And again, on dispute resolution, on clarity of tax, these are things which are ongoing. And we do need to see the ease of doing business, particularly from tax compliance, tax interpretation, dispute resolution, etc., continuing to improve, both through, I think, the use of intelligent AI, not just being applied in a superficial way. Also, and by intelligent AI, I also mean that if you keep raising the same issues across the board for taxpayers, then it must indicate that there's lack of clarity in that set. So AI should point to what isn't working.
Right.
Or if the same tax officer loses every case that goes up for litigation, there's an indication that maybe there's something that needs to be done there. So let's use this for the efficiency therein. And I think this will be a big ask and continue to be an ask in terms of tax compliances and how they get implemented over the year and across the board. And the good news is this budget recognizes it. It's got a number of important measures announced. And I think that will have to continue to be something which we will see, frankly, over the years as we go forward.
Perfect. I think that's a good place to end this conversation. Thank you so much for talking to us,
Yeah.
Ms. White.
Thank you. Thanks.
So we are getting a lot of reactions from the industry and from the experts on what is the impact of the budget on the industry and the economy. Surya, I want to ask you now, though no big announcements, what do you think will be the impact of the budget on the middle class? Because that is, expanding because people are moving up the income chain and they are paying taxes and they are spending, they are also investing. So what impact do you see on the middle class of this budget? And have you been able to break down what's going to become cheaper or what's going to become more expensive for the middle class?
See, the impact to middle class, you don't have a direct impact coming to anyone actually for that matter, because there is no change in the income tax slabs rates, except for the person, the investor who's actually trading in an F&O. And we have got very clear indication from the SEBI and the RBI that we do not want people to actually trade through F&O segment. And I think the data which came out...
They want to cut speculation, basically.
Absolutely. So I think which is very fair, but I think you do not want the retail trader to come into participation. And if you look at the data also which came out, the population who are doing that are actually not making money in the space. So I think that move actually is in the right direction, but we need to give the intent that that's the reason we are doing it, so that there's a clarity of thought over there. That's one. Second, as far as impact on the middle class is concerned, I think typically you find the leather goods, your footwear, your microwave ovens getting cheaper. The EV gets benefit. You have, but real impact on the middle class, I'm saying it's not too much. Maybe the fine print we can throw something more to us as we really do the fine of the same. But overall, the impact on the middle class remains the same. Don't say too much changes happening. Yes, the ease of filing of returns becomes better for the middle class, but for them the date remains the same for the ITR 1 and ITR 2s. That's still 31st of July. It's only for the other assessees which can get pushed to the 31st of August. So overall, I think the status doesn't change too much for the middle class.
Right. We do know that overseas tourism packages will become cheaper because I think the TCS there has been reduced. Plus, education abroad also there has been a little rationalization of the TCS. So that the government in the new under the new tax regime wants the individual taxpayer to decide where they invest, where they spend, what they do. But they definitely don't want you spending on those thin goods, right? So can we now assume that every year there will be some sort of penalty coming in on the thin goods like tobacco, gutka, keni, things like that?
Actually, if you look at it, it's a good thing in a way. You really don't want your citizens of your country to go in that direction. And you want to create that when you're pushing your Ayurvedas, you're pushing your Ayush, you want that segment to remain protected and don't want to make your investors, your assessees, your citizens to go in that direction. So I think overall, every budget you find that sin tax actually going up. While I may not like the use of that word typically, the word of sin, but okay, so far so good. Other than that, I think it's a move in the right direction. I really don't see too much of changes happening in even the ensuing budgets on that space. That's something we have to live with.
And what about things like, the government doesn't want speculation in the stock markets, but can you put two and two together and say that the government also wants to discourage gambling, gaming, very risky gaming, or even cryptos for that sake, because the clarity that we want on crypto exchanges, etc., is still not coming through as per policy. What do you make of that?
Well, that's true. I think what we really need to have is a clarity of thoughts. It's not about it's right and wrong. It's about the clarity of thoughts, which really everyone wants to understand that how do I really take this? So if we talk to our clients, if we talk to our investors or tax assessees, they need to know, can I or can I not? I trade in cryptos? Answer is yes, but there is no legal recourse you get in India. I pay a full tax on that, but there is no legal recourse I have. So I really do want to ask that whether we do have a clarity of thoughts on that. If it's not allowed, it's not allowed. Something as simple as that. But the
But it's
clarity is what
vague
we.
now. It's vague.
Yeah.
It's a yes and
That's
a no. So let's hope there will be more clarity on that. Thank you so much, Surya, for joining us and sharing your thoughts on what's going to be the impact of the budget on the middle class. We did get a chance to catch up with Anand Goenka, President FICCI, Vice Chairman RPG Group, in our FICCI studios. Let's listen in to his reaction to the budget.
The Union Budget 2026 comes at a time when India is balancing growth ambitions with global uncertainties. The choices made today will shape investment, competitiveness, and confidence across sectors. Joining me to decode the budget from an industry lens is Anand Goenka, President of FICCI and Vice Chairman, the RPG Group. Thank you for joining us.
No, thank you for having me, Pran.
The first question being that, as a president of FICCI and someone who runs his own business, what's your overall assessment of this budget? Does it adequately address all the needs of the Indian industry, especially, given the uncertainties globally?
And I think India has been a space of macroeconomic calm. If you really look at the major risks at a country level, it's very difficult to really think of anything internally. Of course, the external macroeconomic shocks are there, but debt levels are in control for businesses, inflation is in control, NPAs are low. So to that extent, we are a very low risk and positive place to do business. Government policy has been stable. They have continuously focused on reform, ease of doing business, and cost of doing business as well. And as a result of that, we are seeing this continuity in the budget. And that really gives a lot of confidence to businesses that this agenda is continuing. On this budget, I would say the focus has been a good mix of growth, of inclusivity, and youth power. On growth, what we've seen are Reform Express continues, infrastructure push, which has a multiplier effect on jobs as well as cost of doing business, and manufacturing, where they have laid thrust on 7 specific sectors, which is also within those 7 sectors a good balance where we have to be Atmanirbhar or strategically important to us with areas of high employment such as textiles and shoes and apparel.
Right. So I've asked this question to everyone over the course of the afternoon, and I think I need to continue it with you as well. Beyond the positive, what do you think got missed out? What are the gaps?
I'd say that we could hear more on defense. With post-Operation Sindoor, in addition, we've seen various other wars happen. Technologically, the nature of warfare is changing. And we expected to hear a little bit more on defense, particularly capital outlay and research on defense expenditure.
Right. We all know that infrastructure and the spend on infrastructure is a multiplier for growth. In that sense, the budget does this budget. I mean, it doesn't have really big bang announcements in terms of infrastructure growth, infrastructure. But do you think it has spread across the entire budget document enough to keep the growth and also look at all that we need in the infrastructure space? We hear about coastal shipping, inland shipping, and stuff like that. Beyond that, is there enough?
Absolutely. If you look at what was happening years ago, we were talking about a 2 lakh crore outlay. Against that has gone up to 12 lakh crore. So we're already talking about growth on a very high base. We can see the amount of infrastructure investment that is happening in our day-to-day life itself. You look at cities, the way they are getting upgraded, connectivity, roads, 30, 40 kilometers per day of investment. So to that extent, the infrastructure investment is more than adequate. And as I said, the side effects of that are even more positive in terms of cost of doing business going down. One more area indirectly that infrastructure was touched upon was data centers.
Right.
That the tax holiday given to multinational companies to come in and invest, that has a staggering effect in terms of energy transition, more need for power and renewable power. to feed the data centers. So all of these are in some way interrelated that feed into the infrastructure story.
And everything that was mentioned around AI, around rare earth, around manufacturing in the high-tech segment, did you like all that you hear?
Yes, I think these are all areas for the future. So whether semiconductors, rare earths, we heard in the economic survey that we have to move from Swadeshi to strategic indispensability over time. And I'm absolutely agree with that belief system that if we play in the areas where we are seeing high growth or future S-curves, that is what will result in our growth as well. We are in a place where minerals, resources are being used as negotiating tools. So if we continue to invest in this, not only will we be self-reliant, but we will have the negotiating leverage for the future.
Right. There were a couple of announcements in the pharma, in the biotech space, plus in the healthcare as well. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think the focus on biosimilars or biopharma is something which was very positive to hear. The increase in certain health conditions is very prevalent in India and around the world. And the focus on biopharma is something which is a space for the future. So our investments in these spaces will help in terms of cancer, chronic disease, autoimmune disease, and that I think is very encouraging and positive for the industry.
So yours is a group that straddles everything from the auto sector to IT, and you work with a number of MSMEs as well. So the FM had a lot of announcements for the MSMEs. What do you make of that? Do you think this will strengthen that space?
So MSMEs are the backbone of Indian industry. They are the source of maximum job creation. They form a very large vendor ecosystem to even the larger corporates. So that focus on MSME is absolutely very, very important. I would say that the focus on MSME, even from an export promotion perspective, is something that was very positive to hear. We have seen the German Mittelstand, which stands out globally. In Japan, you have small handicraft and small manufacturers in rural Japan that make the best products in the world. So why can't we do that in India? And this is just one step towards promoting our own strength areas. There was touch upon Ayurveda, yoga, tourism, and areas of our own strength, which we are looking at leveraging.
Right. In terms of exporting, and given what we see across the world, this is the age of also industrial policies. Do you think the budget is done enough when it comes to all these areas of exports, pushing manufacturing in India, and making sure that we are competitive in each and every space?
So it's a continuous journey. We've seen a shift in creating demand last year. Then we had the labor codes coming in. We are looking at this continuous reform journey happening as the cost of manufacturing comes down. The investment in infrastructure is bringing down the cost of logistics. So I say we've made some way. There is still some way to go, which I think the continuity and stability that we are seeing gives us confidence for the future as well.
Last question before we get to budget 2027. Okay, from a industry point of view, from an entrepreneur point of view, what is that one factor, policy or economic, that you would really watch out for?
I'd say very difficult to say 2027, but I would say that there's various announcements that have happened in the recent past. We had the RDI 1 lakh crore scheme, National Manufacturing Mission. I think it is important to execute these effectively, to work between industry and government, to seek feedback from each other to make sure that they are getting fully implemented. So the announcements are correct. It is now about executing these more effectively.
Right. So the announcements are correct. Now it's the time to execute it. Thank you so much for speaking to us. I think it was a wonderful conversation.
Thank you, Pran. Good to be here.
Right. So industry giving us their assessment of the budget. While there are positives, there doesn't seem to be a lot of enthusiasm among the industry players. no big bang announcements coming through. But Abhijit, what do you make of the timing of the way the budget is structured? Last year you had a big ticket announcement for greater tax relief. That was, I guess, required. This one seems very subdued, very long, long dated, looking at growth in the longer term. That doesn't make either the middle class or the industry immediately, point about or very happy about what's happening. Was this anticipated? Is this the need of the hour? Because you have to look at the long term also someday.
So if you, as I told you, the geopolitical impact, oil, twisted trade, and tariff and defense. So in defense, we are up by 22%. Oil, there are announcements around it for critical mineral, EV and components. In district trade, there are MSME championship. If you add 10,000 crore rupees, which is mapped to MSME, and you add another 20,000 crore rupees, which is for export promotion, announced by cabinet in November, both of them, they bring around 30,000 rupees. But what you are asking is whether this budget is at this stage of time making some sense to middle class or for people. Definitely at this stage of time when fiscal consolidation is inevitable, you have to do it. There is no other, there was a recession expected in 2026, 2027. Almost India has skipped it, and what hit tariff could have given us, that also we have managed to subsidies. Long-term solution may require some groundwork. By 2026, if you are not taking decisions which can give you large ticket benefit, large ticket boosters to your economy, by 2029, 28, when you have to give something back in the hand of middle class.
That is when you face the electorate again.
Yeah. So, and each time it has happened. Last time, I think we have seen that government missed that opportunity to give the largest gift to middle class, not in 2024, but in 2025, post-election. This announcement came that one household which is earning 12 lakh rupees, husband, and 12 lakh rupees wife, altogether 25 lakh rupees earning household does not have to pay any income tax. This was expected from last many years, but it came after 6 years of background work. So right now, if you look at that, in this era of geopolitical uncertainties, some background work is happening to change the nature of economy we have in India. Our economy is going towards emerging tech, circular economy, cultural economy, infrastructure linked with tourism, service export is linked with MSME. Chain is being created so that MSME accessibility to schemes, credit, listing in the international market may increase. It is all groundwork which is going to create a large amount of demand. But to make it possible that we are not back in advanced technologies, it is much important to attract large players. And that is what this National Viksit Bharat National Master Plan 2047 is now visible into numbers. That someone who is planning India for an AI destination or a cloud destination, so they will be giving some meritorious consideration because there is a tax exemption till 2047. And I'm sure that earlier it used to be a culture that government is going to announce a lot of things in budget. This budget is saying government is not going to announce. Government is only going to give direction. Announcement is going to come from the industry, and not even a month. Within this month in 2026 February, AI Summit of India is going to give large ticket announcement. Trust me, this heads up for 2047 is going to give you very, very large companies a destination announcement in India for a cloud, GPU and data centers. And at the same time in energy, India Energy Week has consolidated European countries to look into India as a solution provider. So last COP, India rejected that package which came to us as 300 billion, that will not take that package. Since then, India has started making its own green economy. So mothers of all deal, right from Davos to Delhi, from Delhi to Goa, India Energy Week, where majority of European companies were participating, this has given a very strong and articulated concrete statement that India is going to pose as a transition pathway for many economies. And those economies who are looking for China is not a very trustworthy market to work with. And India gives a very good ecosystem export opportunity where you can go down and do much of infrastructure development in countries outside India. So make it a rail road, or India Middle East corridor, or India Bodoland, the B3 corridor. India at this stage of time is also building an ecosystem development possibility where you can go out and create electric highways. You can go out and create low emission zones. But to do also, you have to prove it here. So for middle class, I'll only say two things, and then we'll be able to give you some heads up. One is 5,000 crore rupees for city ground infrastructure. Cities were crumbling into infrastructure of mobility. These 5,000 crore rupees is specific to intra-city movement within the city. Second, 7 high-speed rail corridor. It is specifically to middle class. Middle class does not travel. Each one of us are not traveling into flights. We need railways, good railways. This also gives a pathway for a lot of Vande Bharat. So 7 high-speed corridor and 5,000 crore rupees for intra-city mobility is definitely going to give us ease of mobility, ease of moving.
Right. So that is definitely some, the math working around how the middle class may not directly be benefited, but indirectly there may be some cause of happiness at least coming in. Now let's listen in to what Ms. Jyoti Vij, Director General FICCI, had to say on her reactions to today's budget.
At a time of global uncertainty and high domestic expectation, Budget 2026 sets the direction for the economy. Joining me to break it down from the industry perspective is Ms. Jyoti Vij, Director General, FICCI. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us today. Let me get the first question to you. We've heard the Finance Minister's budget speech. From the perspective of the Indian industry, what stands out most from Budget 2026?
So continuity and stability is, I think, a big takeaway from the budget that has been just announced. And what I feel is that continuity has given us growth, and stability also helps in bringing in more investors, and kind of gives a sense that yes, we are in a certain direction and it is not going to change. So both of that is very important for economic growth and be able to achieve the goals that we have set out for ourselves. So I think from that standpoint, this is very important. And when you say continuity, I think the thrust on the right kind of areas, be it manufacturing, infrastructure, ease of doing business, ease of living, etc. I think these are very important elements on which the focus has been continuing. And what we also see is that self-reliance as an agenda for achieving the Viksit Bharat goal, because we need a non-disruptive supply chain. I think those aspects are very well taken care of. And while the focus is there on the futuristic sectors like the data centers, MROs and so on and so forth, we have not lost sight of the very core strength of our economy, which is the employment intensive sectors like the textile, the leather, the marine, etc., which not only bring employment but also forex through exports, and the support that the government has announced for the MSMEs. I think very concrete actions, in particular, provision of risk capital, because risk is something which MSMEs may have business ideas, business aptitude, but risk sometimes kind of makes them step back from the business. So if that risk capital support comes in from the government, I think that's a big relief for them. And at the same time, trying to create this whole ecosystem of professionals around them, being able to give them, enough confidence to run the business in continuity. I think that's a very positive as well. So futuristic in direction, providing stability to our core strengths, and remain balanced, across the strata of society, across the the regions of the country. So yeah.
Right. So the economic survey tabled 2 days ago talked about global certainty, but also talked about India's own domestic story. Does this budget do enough to protect growth while also staying fiscally prudent given what we see around the world?
So fiscally prudence, I think that's one very important one because that we have not really done this at the cost of social spending, and yet we have been able to consolidate ourselves fiscally, and I think that commitment, is very positive from the foreign investment point of view. So that's very 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 important. But also the fact that on the trade front we have the various FTAs that are not necessarily part of this, but I think FTAs do provide a lot of market access, but also the hope for a lot more foreign investment to come in. So I think that part, which has been already set through the FTAs, and many of the announcements that are being made, which are on the path of the critical reforms on kind of improving the way we do the business, whether it is easing it or reducing the cost, I think all together can really help us sail through the uncertainty, be able to find new markets for ourselves, create more accesses for ourselves. So that brings in a lot of confidence into the businesses and hence into the economy and the growth.
So, consumption has also been uneven, both in terms of geography-wise, also in terms of how it's gone sector-wise as well. Does this budget do enough to, spur and keep domestic consumption growing, or do you think much of that has been taken away by what the GST announced a few months ago?
Yeah. So last budget, there was a huge announcement on the direct taxes, and that got followed by, the GST that you mentioned, and there's also been the pay commission. So all of that together has brought in a lot of consumption. The recent surveys of ours also show that the capacities are kind of doing very well within the private sector and across various sectors, of course. And we also have the sales books kind of building up already. I won't really say that this budget spurs consumption or not, but I think that path was set. But the fact that government has continued to also focus on capex and has done enough on the demand side before, I think it's time that we wait and watch, because capex can bring in the public capex can crowd in the private investments, and also with the coming in the demand, which has been which we see is coming in through the measures that have been taken in the recent past. I think this budget can at least ensure that yes, the capex will continue while the demand has come in, and I think it's a very positive foundation that has been led for spurring the private investment.
Keeping with the capex part of it that you've mentioned, we've heard something like an infrastructure risk guarantee fund. Has the budget done enough in terms of spurring infrastructure growth?
So there is nothing called enough really, because we're a huge economy,
Right.
we have huge needs, we have limited resources, and which is where I think government is really managing those limitations very, very well, given the fiscal consolidation is being really. So having said that, I think what you see is that they are investing in various aspects of infrastructure, be it rail, road, waterways, ports, etc. So a lot of investment is going in there, and there is continuity. So I think continuity shows that this is an important area of focus for the government, that they will continue to kind of, action in this space, and that this will lead to, rationalizing the cost of doing business, be able to bring in more jobs, being able to move on the path of the Viksit Bharat, because infra is a real foundation for our growth. So I think enough or not, but absolutely in the right direction in last few years, and that continuity gives us a lot of confidence.
Right. Looking at the agri space, the FM seems to have elevated the discussion a little when she talks about, looking at productivity in agriculture and allied sectors. So she talks about, focus on sandalwood, coconut, and aspects like that. Do you think the budget has, moved beyond subsidies and now taking probably a long-term productivity and resilient mode?
No, so this is heartening because I think diversification is something that we've been talking about even as an industry chamber. So productivity, most certainly, and we also need diversification because what we have not been able to do very well is the right estimation of what is needed and also what can enhance the farmer income. I think we have seen this in happening in spurts, but there has been no continuity. So I think what you're seeing here is that the government is also thinking of how to help enhance the income by bringing in the kind of plantations and crops which will bring more money into their hands, because it is not just wheat and rice which is going to be your focus, but also the focus on the areas which can bring in them higher incomes, and the support that could be then extended to the farming community in these areas. I mean, I remember this was in Gujarat when McCain came in, and the potatoes that they brought in and the prosperity that came in for the farmers. I think if that gets replicated across, that's going to be very good. And we've seen them talking about, whether it was, the fruits and vegetables, the horticulture push that they brought in, whether the cash crops they're talking about, whether there are other incentives that they've given to the farmer in the agri space. There's been continuing focus on diversification as well, which is very positive, I feel.
Right. There's been significant number of announcement on the MSME part as well.
Yeah.
One specifically on the MSME, but probably scattered across the budget. There have been different aspects which touch MSMEs. You think these would make meaningful contribution to the sector?
We do hope so, because like I've been saying, risk capital is the most critical for an MSME.
Right.
So the entrepreneur has the business idea, maybe the business acumen, but something that scares them is risk. And if risk is being supported by someone, and which is government, I think then you have the animal spirits can get unleashed very easily, because I know that I am being backstopped, and I can just put my idea and run with it. And at the same time, I think this whole professional ecosystem that they talked about, they said that we will have special courses with the professional institutions, to create special professionals for MSMEs. That's a very important. This conversation has been there for a while, but and this was being done, at private level. But for the government to really pick this up and make this so big, and I'm sure, if we are able to do this, these professionals are really needed. Even to write a book for the MSME, for him to write a book which will be acceptable to a banker for granting him loan, that's a huge thing.
True.
So that, and of course a bigger push on factoring by ensuring that at least all the public sector enterprises do come onto the TREADS platform, which can be a showcase for the private sector as well going forward. So I think many of these.
So the economic survey did mention, the delayed payment part of it as well.
Yeah.
The FM, could she have done something more? She did something on it the last budget, but we don't really know what progress has been made. And do you think something more could have been done probably on that?
So I think from the government standpoint, they've done enough. They've defined the time limit. They have legislated that. They have brought in the TREADS platform to bring more transparency out there. I think implementation is something which may take time. And from the government standpoint, I think enough has been done. But certain things are cultural, I guess. So I think changing the culture always takes time, but I think there is every intention to do that. And now, of course, the 40-day one is actually getting implemented on the ground. We work with a lot of MSME vendors, And I think that's bringing in a lot of alert that you got to take care of this, otherwise there could be potential fallouts for the organization. So I think that seems to be going in the right direction, and if we continue to focus on implementation, that should be very good.
Great. I think focusing on implementation, that will always remain the key. Thank you so much for speaking to us, Mr. Rich, and taking us through the entire perspective of what it looks like for the industry and the economy.
Thank you so much.
Right, more reactions coming in. Abhijit, when it comes to the green economy, could you give us your takeaway? Because of course CCUs is it's only pilot projects in most countries. Why is it so relevant in our country? Why is the government looking at giving it incentives worth what, 10,000 crores?
Yeah, it's because government has a plan to decarbonize its entire economy by 2070, and this is what need to be preponderant. To do so, if every decade somewhere around 2 trillion green economy credit and also opportunity is created, the first 10 year is going to be 2030. So by 2030, if $2 trillion green economy need to be created, the industry demanded two major things. One, if you go to decarbonize any either mobility, household or industry, you require batteries, you require a lot of storage. So this budget speaks about it. And not imported batteries, but to manufacture batteries in India. So I think particularly the duty exemption on lithium ion components has been spoken very in a very organized manner. And second, what you need is a dedicated fund for decarbonization, for the carbon capture. And this dedicated fund is first time 20,000 crore rupees is visible in numbers. Usually there used to be, okay, every industry would have its own decarbonization plan and then we'll bring to it. If we continue doing so, and if we connect it with decarbonization into pockets, the first decarbonization is decarbonization of surface transport, then industry, and then last is household. In this three phases, battery is a common factor. And one more announcement which we saw in the budget is not only limiting to solar or only electric mobility, it also speaks about hydrogen and it also speaks about nuclear. So for me, green economy and decarbonization is a win-win budget. It checks all the boxes which were required and asked by industry to go for a green economy. Results are yet not visible, and I have already said that announcement in the budget is going out of fashion. Announcement from the industry is yet to come, and I'm sure that the fine print will bring more into it.
All right. Thank you, Abhijit, for joining us and sharing with us your views on the budget presented today.
Thank you.
We've been continuously tracking reactions coming in, the highlights of the budget as well. And the budget seems to be one which is a well-rounded one, short on big announcements, but big on the long-term vision of Viksit Bharat and enabling the foundation and the framework to achieve that. We will wrap up our special programming around the budget with a few more reactions coming in from industry leaders on how they are seeing the budget and what it holds for their sectors. Stay tuned. We will have lots more updates and reactions coming through.
Does the union budget reflect the healthcare dimensions of the country? And what are the implications for public and private health systems and the broader health financing and delivery issues in India? To talk on this, we have with us today Dr. Harsh Mahajan, member FICCI, Health Sector and founder and chairman, Mahajan Imaging and Labs. Thank you, Mr. Mahajan, for joining us today. Let me dive straight in. You have India's public health spending as a percentage of GDP, which is much below global norms and even many of the BRIC countries. In that sense, from what you've heard and seen till now, from the allocation and the policy signals in the budget, how do you think this budget does in terms of prioritizing healthcare for India?
While we don't know the exact outlay, but I do believe it has increased by about 10% when compared to the last year. It may still be below the 5% which most BRICS countries spend, but then probably the government has to look at the overall scenario and give. But if we talk specifically about healthcare and the focus of the Honorable Finance Minister in this budget, I would say a lot was spoken about healthcare, about the quality improvement, about training of healthcare professionals, about focus on non-communicable diseases, cancer, even trauma, and medical value travel, Ayush, all of these. So overall, I think the budget at multiple stages did focus on healthcare. And over the years, this has been a priority of this government. And once we talk of universal health coverage, then you have to ultimately provide it.
Right. In your view, then, what are the noteworthy positives in this budget, and what are the key areas that you think has been overlooked or maybe underfunded? It can be in the primary, tertiary here as well.
Well, this, I would say, has been a budget which is built on the good work of the past. It is a budget of continuity. And the first thing that the Honorable Finance Minister talked about was biopharma. And biopharma Shakti, as she called it, as one of the pledges, Kartavya, for which 10,000 crores has been set aside for the next 5 years. Institutional support to establishment of 3 new National Institutes of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, and the upgrading of 7 existing ones. Biopharma has been something which India is very good on, making biosimilars. Even, companies are trying drug discovery, and this will give a fillip to that, especially clinical research, where she talks about creation of a network consisting of 1,000 accredited clinical trial sites across India to bolster R&D. Then you manufacture something or discover something, there has to be regulatory oversight. And she talks of regulatory strengthening, enhancement of the Central Drug Standard Control Organization, or the CDSCO, to meet global standards, so that once accredited here, they are accepted across the world, and one doesn't need to go in for accreditation again in a foreign country. And also the focus on, like I said, NCDs, cancer, diabetes, by making advanced biological drugs at lower cost, which would be able to target our own population and also be a supplier of this drug to the rest of the world. The next key feature, I think, of this budget, as far as healthcare is concerned, was strengthening of allied health workforce, where existing institutions will be upgraded. New institutions for allied health professionals will be established both across the private and the government sector. And training would be provided in 10 disciplines. These are the technicians that we have in hospitals and diagnostic centers, which would include optometry, radiology, anesthesia, OT technology, applied psychology, behavioral health. So covering quite a large part of what is necessary. And 1 lakh additional allied healthcare professionals would be added to the workforce. So that's really a big target. And we must remember that healthcare is also one of the largest job creators. And if we have to take healthcare, quality healthcare, to tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 in rural areas, we need professionals who will be able to go to the periphery and be able to provide it. So this is a step in the right direction. Then again, in the same vein, she talked about geriatric health. We already have a large number of the elderly,
people aging,
and another 15, 20 years, the numbers will become massive. So she's preparing the country for that, and to create a comprehensive geriatric and allied healthcare system where these people would be trained not only as caregivers, but also be able to provide, yoga and other such activities. They should be trained so that it can be done comprehensively. Focus again on Ayush and traditional medicine, one of the strengths of our country, and 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda are to be set up.
Right.
And Ayush pharmacies and drug testing labs will be upgraded to improve certification and quality standards. All of us are very, not very comfortable
Yes, not very
when
sure.
it comes to accepting quality.
Right.
And if these are labs which are set up which certify the quality of these traditional medicines, that would go a long way in creating confidence. Also, we have the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center, which will be strengthened to promote evidence-based research, something which is very necessary.
Yeah.
Training and awareness in traditional medicine, be it the drug therapy, be it yoga, be it any other form, and the trend and the demand for these medicines is growing across the world. And if they are accredited and of high quality, then they can be a huge revenue earner for that, for us. And then talking about revenue earning, is she again focused on medical value travel. That's something which FICCI has been working on with EY over the last year, and setting up, which will set up 5 new regional medical hubs in partnership with the private sector. This is a white paper we've presented to Niti Aayog, and I'm glad these are being set up. These hubs will function as integrated healthcare complexes combining medical services, that is allopathic, surgery, whatever may be necessary, education and research, and would be holistic in nature. That's the target, where there's diagnostics, post-care, rehab, Ayush centers, and
Everything
medical
combined.
tourism facilitation centers. Probably the External Affairs Ministry would also have a role to play in facilitating easy visas for medical value travel, something which is the ultimate objective being to position India as maybe the best hub for medical value travels, if we are able to combine everything together, our massages, the traditional massages, with Ayush, with the best that allopathy has to offer. And so all in all, I think very, very focused on healthcare. And finally, she has set aside 10,000 crores for the SME sector as a whole.
Right.
And I think our small hospitals, our diagnostic centers, engineers who, set up companies for manufacturing of medical devices, medical equipment, lab equipment, they could make use of these funds which are set aside for the SME sector. So even though we may not be anywhere close to the 5% that the others spend. In fact, there are countries which spend 18% of their GDP on healthcare. But, focus on these specific areas, and the fact that the Pradhan Mantri Yojana that is there for nearly 60 crore people of our country for inpatient care, and the 1.8 lakh health and wellness centers, the Ayushman Arogya Mandirs, to focus on preventive and primary care. I think you asked the question, where did she not focus on? I think maybe she didn't talk about this. It may be there in the fine print.
Right.
But this is something she focused on last year and the year before that. So healthcare delivery to the last mile is a slow process, because not only do you require infrastructure, you require financing, you require trained manpower, you require technology. And with her focus, she did talk about artificial intelligence. We have spoken about telemedicine. Bringing all of that together may take a few years, but I think we are on the path to achieving universal healthcare in the years to come.
Right. Do you think there was enough emphasis on, taking much of our medical expertise, which is still concentrated around the urban areas? I mean, you look at the names or you look at everything else, our main big hospitals, they are, overflowing with capacity. Uh, in terms of, or, you take your own diagnostic center, what will it take for hospitals and diagnostic centers like yours to move from, say, a Delhi to, say, a Kohima? Does the budget do enough for you guys to expand?
See, it's not only money that's going to do it. You need skilled manpower.
Right.
You need
So,
trained
she
doctors,
she
specialists.
did talk about the
She
skilling.
talked about skilling, but it's not an overnight thing.
Right.
It takes time. And what the government can do, and in some states is doing, is provide infrastructure. Like there is this push to turn the district hospitals into PPP hubs where we can create medical colleges. So one, they will probably run more efficiently. Two, the private player will not have to buy land and build infrastructure. There is efficiency, more efficiency of operations in the private sector. Along with that, if you bring in teaching training of MBBS students, specialists, then this is our path to becoming self-sufficient and to be able to provide quality. The emphasis is on the word quality healthcare to the last man standing in the rural areas. But it will take time. And so we will have to choose a path which can do it as quickly as possible. But our focus should not only be on quantity, it equally needs to be on quality. And the government is focused on that. The private sector is willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with the government. As you saw during COVID, we worked so well together. I think if that trust deficit can be overcome, and if we work in unison, and the private sector is shown that there is a path to viability and maybe some profitability, I think we can achieve the goals in the years to come.
With the FM did talk about it, and you mentioned it as well. There are long-term health risks like obesity, which are non-communicable diseases.
Yes.
This is on the rise in India. Is there beyond what she mentioned? Do you think is there enough in the budget which emphasis on protection, well-being, and say early intervention?
See, that's where the health and wellness clinics, the Ayushman Arogya Mandirs, are envisaged to be that factor of preventive and primary care. If we are able to pick up disease early, if we pick up cancer in stage 1, stage 2, we can achieve a cure. Unfortunately, in our country, 70-80% of cancers are picked up in stage 3, stage 4, where it's a struggle. So hopefully, with screening schemes that are there, we will be able to pick up this disease early. Same with diabetes, hypertension, heart disease. The Ayushman Arogya Mandirs hope to achieve this. And then if we already have infrastructure which is built in, which our forefathers actually built, right from the primary health center to the community health center to the district hospital, then the medical college. You very rightly said, actually 70% of our population lives in rural areas, and 70% of our healthcare is in urban areas, in cities. It will take, already, if you ask me, quality healthcare has reached tier 2 and to some extent tier 3 cities. The large chains, there is consolidation that's happening in the healthcare sector, but predominantly it's private healthcare sector that is doing it. I think public-private partnership, if the government can ensure viability for the private sector, then I'm sure there would be many who would be willing to take this to tier 4, tier 5 also. One constraint here is also that the specialists and the super specialists and the well-trained nurses and the well-trained technicians want to live in cities. They don't want to go to small towns. And that's where, if we are able to create these medical colleges, training centers, and district hospitals, and see that boys and girls from that district are the ones who are trained there, then they would be much more receptive to living in their homes, to living in their towns, and taking up jobs there. But it's not going to happen overnight. It's a gradual process.
Right. Which brings me to the last question then. Looking ahead, what one priority area should policymakers and the industry, when I say industry, the healthcare industry, should urgently look at in the next, say, 12 to 18 months to strengthen India's healthcare system?
I think it has to be preventive and primary care. Because even for minor ailments, from the periphery, people rush to the large hospitals, be it government, be it private, in the towns and cities, whereas they may not need to do that. So if we are able to actually strengthen preventive care and primary care, then even this rush that you see in all hospitals, secondary, tertiary, quaternary, that probably would go down, definitely would go down in secondary hospitals. And also we need to strengthen these small hospitals which are already working in tier 3, tier 4, somehow strengthen them that they don't go under. So ultimately, I would think if we can focus on primary and preventive care and on delivering quality, that would be very useful. Through telemedicine, we can provide actually quality healthcare to anywhere, because the cell phone is ubiquitous. Everyone carries it, be it in the village or in the city. And telemedicine is one way. The finance minister talked about artificial intelligence. In the underserved parts of the country, artificial intelligence algorithms may be the surrogate doctor. And once they raise an alarm, then maybe a human doctor can take a look at that. So we will have to leverage technology along with creating sufficient skilled manpower to take care of our needs.
Great. I think strengthen primary and preventive care. I think that's the message here. Thank you so much for speaking to us. It was a real pleasure.
Thank you very much.
As the finance minister lays out the government's economic roadmap in Budget 2026, the capital intensive industries are watching closely. With me to decode the impact is Shubhakant Panna, past president FICCI and managing director Indian Metals and Ferroalloys Limited. Good to have you with us.
Pleasure to be here.
Let me start with the first question that, from the perspective of core industries like mining and metals, what is your overall assessment of this year's budget? Does it meaningfully strengthen India's industrial and infrastructure backbone?
So I think this is a budget which I welcome, because the core principles of financial stability, of growth, sustained growth, of fiscal prudence and moderate inflation is something that has been given a lot of importance. and added to that the fifth element, which is access to resources and opportunities for all sections of society so that growth is inclusive. Specifically as far as core sectors are concerned, I think the biggest point is something which applies to the budget in general, which is credibility, because the finance minister has over the years stuck to her commitment of the fiscal glide path, with the deficit coming down to 4.4% for FY26 and projected to go down to 4.3% for FY27. So therefore, when she continues on the path of a higher allocation for infrastructure, which in turn has a multiplier effect across several sectors, it is a allocation which is made, which has the which is credible, if I can put it that way. Now, specifically as far as manufacturing is concerned, there are a lot of announcements in there which are noteworthy. Specifically, I think the rare earth mineral corridor for Odisha and other states, as well as the inland waterway projects, starting out again with 5 projects in Odisha. This is very important from a logistics cost point of view, as well as reducing the burden on the road transportation, etc. And then specific sectors in manufacturing, looking at container manufacturing. If you look at a broader picture, the continuation of the semiconductor mission. So yes, there is plenty of heft in this budget, and it is something which prioritizes growth without compromising on fiscal prudence.
Let me pick up this rare earth bit. You are based out of Odisha, although I'm not very sure if you are already a player in the rare earth parts or not. But as someone who is in the metals and the mining part of it, how encouraged are you with such announcements?
Very encouraged. So you're right, we're in the metals and mining space. We are closely evaluating investments in rare earths, because that is something which is, pun intended, critical, and which has significant connotations for India's growth ambitions. And in this context, I would look at not just this budget, but what the government has done even leading up to it. So you have had the PLI scheme for rare earth permanent magnets. You have had outlays to encourage more exploration, to recover tailings, etc. So there is a lot which has been done for rare earth elements and critical minerals even prior to this budget. And of course, the announcement of the rare earth mineral corridor, which will prioritize everything from exploration to processing, I think just underscores the laser sharp focus of the government on on making a comprehensive policy which will in times to come reduce India's dependence on imports and outside technology.
Right. I think especially this rare earth part is very, very critical, like you mentioned, because of the grip China has on it. And just moving a little bit more, what are the misses, if you can, if you can elucidate on that? What more would you have liked the FM to do?
So look, I mean, I always prefer to focus on the positives, because I think it's fair to say that everybody always wants more. But at the end of the day, there are competing demands, and even at a fairly large level as the fourth largest economy in the world, nevertheless resources are finite, right? So balancing those competing demands and ensuring that there are adequate outlays for health, education, defense, etc. And while there weren't specific references in her speech, but I do understand that defense, for example, has had a high double digits sort of increase in allocation for procurement as well as modernization. So there are competing demands. Now, specifically what more could have been done. For example, FICCI had a recommendation that we should look at an electronics park which brings together component makers and various other players of encompassing the entire supply chain. Now, that may not be there in the budget, but what is there is a significant outlay for the electronics sector, outlays for the semiconductor mission, as I said. So, all said and done, I would look more at the positives and say that, governance and policy making is not just on one day, which is the 1st of February, but it is something that this government has demonstrated is a 365-day exercise. So I'm sure that if there are any gaps which need to be plugged, you won't have to wait until the next budget.
Let's look at the cost structure conversation. Manufacturing depends, to a great extent on input costs like power, logistics, cost of raw material. Does this budget do enough to meaningfully lower the cost of manufacturing in India?
So look, I think competitiveness is a very important part because as we grow in size as an economy, it is also important for us, even as we have a strong focus on the domestic market, to not take our eye off the export market, that we want to be, in a manner of speaking, the factory of the world. And therefore, it is important to focus on both competitiveness as well as quality. Now, I think specifically the proposal for inland waterways will have a positive impact on the logistics cost. But if I were to answer your question from a slightly broader perspective and look at structural reforms, I think while the government has done a lot, again in the preceding several years, on decriminalizing minor offences, on doing away with outdated rules and regulations, I think the time has come to move on to structural reforms. A step has been taken in that regard with labour codes being notified, which come into play. But other factor market reforms relating to land, relating to electricity, for example, relating to capital markets. Now again, you have had you have had some announcement. One needs to look into the fine print with regard to the corporate bond market, etc. There were references in the finance minister's speech. But specifically, to answer your question from a competitiveness perspective, I believe we must keep up the thrust on electricity sector reforms and look at reducing the cross subsidy burden that is there on industry.
Right. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think 70% of your products are exported, and I'm looking at now policy buffers against global headwinds. We did hear the FM talk about the customs part of it. One demand that we constantly kept hearing in our pre-budget conversation was that there should be greater movement when it comes to custom duties and the Customs Act itself. The FM talked about something like a trusted exporter. Do you think whatever has been announced, it does enough to keep you excited in the exports game?
So, quick correction, we are currently about 95% exports actually, but with our expanded capacity, by the end of this year, we will be catering a little bit more to the domestic market, and we will perhaps come down to that 70% number that you were mentioning.
Okay.
Now that being said, when you were asking the question, I thought you were heading a little bit towards what can be done to boost exports, but then keep in mind that leading up to the budget again, and that's the point I was making, that let's not look at policy making and as only a single day exercise. So leading up to the budget, there have been announcements about encouraging exports, about having an export mission, and significant outlays in this regard. So not everything needs to be in the budget itself. But what is there in the budget, I find quite interesting and supportive. The trusted importer aspect and all of that. Besides the move to sort of ease the interface with authorities when you're importing specified goods and all of that. So I think the intent is there. A significant start has been made. And this is something that will gather momentum going ahead. And she did, in her speech, make specific references to changes which would be brought about in sort of, as I said, smoothening that interface and making it more trust-based. And I think that's the way to go.
More trust-based. Ease of doing business. Do you think a little bit more could have been done, especially when it comes to manufacturing?
So a lot has been done on ease of doing business, and not just in this budget or in the last 12 or 18 months, but I think this has, since COVID times, which the Honorable Prime Minister referred to as opportunity in adversity. I think a lot has been done in terms of the Jan Vishwas bill, getting rid of outdated rules and regulations, decriminalizing minor offences, bringing about lots of other measures which improve ease of doing business. And again, I would make that point that let's not look to just the budget as being the one-stop shop for governance. There are plenty of steps which have been taken, leading up to the budget, which have improved the ease of doing business in India and brought down the cost of doing business in India. And while the budget is a very important policy statement and lays out the government's vision for not just the year ahead, but in many cases beyond that as well, with certain schemes having outlays for 5 years, etc. But I'm sure and I know that various ministries are hard at work, and the finance minister did talk about the several high-level committees headed by the former cabinet secretary, which are which is looking into what can be done, and I think this is a key area that the government has delivered and is focused on pushing it further.
Right. Final question. Do you see this budget as a directional upgrade for India's industrial and resource sectors? And how do you see global headwinds now playing a part?
So look, I mean, what is very clear is that globally there is a lot of turbulence. There are several things going on which bring about a lot of uncertainty. But where India stands out is not just as the world's fastest growing large economy, currently the 4th largest, but the fact that we have done tremendously well in terms of our macro numbers, in terms of where we find ourselves with regard to inflation, which is very much under control, including core inflation. So all those positives are there. But we don't exactly live in a vacuum, and therefore there is an interconnectedness with the world which leads to certain bumps along the way. But having said that, I think this is a budget which is focused on growth. This is a budget which is focused on inclusivity, and it is a budget which carries forward the sort of the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of making India a developed nation, Viksit Bharat by 2047, and prioritizing Atmanirbharta or self-reliance, because I think that is a key factor given how we have seen policy changes by other nations having an impact globally. Self-reliance, of course, doesn't mean cutting off from the world, but it means that you do what you can to make sure that in key areas, in key sectors, that you stand with your head held high.
Right. Thank you so much for speaking to us, Mr. Panda.
Pleasure.
Your views and your opinions on what this budget looks like. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
2. Report for 2026-2031, Volume 2, Annexures of the 16th Finance Commission. Number 3. Explanatory memorandum as to the action taken on the recommendations contained in the above report.
Item number 2, माननीय वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी.
Honorable Speaker, sir, on the sacred occasion of Magh Purnima and the birth anniversary of Guru Ravidas, I present the budget for the year 2026-2027. Since we assumed office 12 years ago, India's economic trajectory has been marked by stability, fiscal discipline, sustained growth, and moderate inflation. This is the result of conscious choices we have made, even in times heightened uncertainty and disruption. Our government, led by Honorable Prime Minister Modi, has decisively and consistently chosen action over ambivalence, reform over rhetoric, and people over populism. We have pursued far-reaching structural reforms, fiscal prudence and monetary stability, whilst maintaining a strong thrust on public investment. Keeping Atmanirbharta as a lodestar, we have built domestic manufacturing capacity, energy security, and reduced critical import dependencies. Simultaneously, we have ensured that citizens benefit from every action of the government, undertaking reforms to support employment generation, agricultural productivity, household purchasing power, and universal services to people. These measures have delivered a high growth rate of around 7% and helped us make substantial strides in poverty reduction and improvement in the lives of our people. Today, we face an external environment in which trade and multilateralism are imperiled and access to resources and supply chains are disrupted. New technologies are transforming production systems while sharply increasing demands on water, energy, and critical minerals. India will continue to take confident steps towards Vikasit Bharat, balancing ambition with inclusion. As a growing economy with expanding trade and capital needs, India must also remain deeply integrated with global markets, exporting more and attracting stable long-term investment. As I begin Part A, I want to express my gratitude to the people for standing firmly with us as we forge our way together towards becoming one of the largest economies of the world. Our aim is to transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance as we ensure that the dividends of growth reach every farmer, the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, the nomads, the youth, the poor, and the women. In Vikasit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue 2026, several innovative ideas were shared with our Prime Minister, which have inspired many of the proposals, making this a unique Yuva Shakti-driven budget. Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged, and the disadvantaged. To deliver on this sankalp, and given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by three Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region, and sector has access to resources, amenities, and opportunities for meaningful participation. This threefold approach requires a supportive ecosystem. The first requirement is to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, continuous, adaptive, and forward-looking. Second, a robust and resilient financial sector is central to mobilizing savings, allocating capital efficiently, and managing risks. Third, cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity, and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. The Reform Express is well on its way and will maintain its momentum to help us fulfill our kartavya. I now move to specific proposals. Under our first kartavya, to accelerate and sustain economic growth, I propose interventions in 6 areas. 1. Scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. 2. Rejuvenating legacy industrial sectors. 3. Creating champion MSMEs. 4. Delivering a powerful push for infrastructure. 5. Ensuring long-term security and stability. And 6. Developing city economic regions. Scaling up of manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. Biopharma Shakti, meaning biopharma strategy for health advancement through knowledge, technology, and innovation. India's disease burden is observed to be shifting towards non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cancer, and autoimmune disorders. Biologic medicines are key to longevity and quality of life at affordable costs. To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, I propose the Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. This will build the ecosystem for domestic production of biologics and biosimilars. The strategy will include a biopharma-focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research, popularly known as NIPERs, and upgrading 7 existing ones. It will also create a network of 1,000 accredited India clinical trials sites. We propose to strengthen the Central Drug Standard Control Organization to meet global standards and approve timeframes through approval timeframes through a dedicated scientific review cadre and specialists. India's semiconductor mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025 with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. A scheme for rare earth permanent magnets was launched in 2025 November. We now propose to support the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors to promote mining, processing, research, and manufacturing. To enhance domestic chemical production and reduction import dependency and reduce import dependency, we will launch a scheme to support states in establishing 3 dedicated chemical parks through challenge route on a cluster-based plug-and-play model. Strong capital goods Strong capital goods capability is a determinant of productivity and quality across different sectors. Towards building this capacity, I propose the following. High-tech tool rooms will be established by central public sector enterprises at 2 locations as digitally enabled automated service bureaus that locally design, test, and manufacture high-precision components at scale and at lower cost. 2. A scheme for enhancement of construction and infrastructure equipments will be introduced to strengthen domestic manufacturing of high value and technologically advanced CIE. This can range from lifts in a multi-storied apartment or firefighting equipment in multiplexes, large or small, and to tunnel boring equipments for building metros and high-altitude roads. I also propose a scheme for container manufacturing to create a globally competitive container manufacturing ecosystem with a budgetary allocation of 10,000 crores over a 5-year period. For the labor-intensive textile sector, I propose an integrated program with 5 subparts. 1. The National Fiber Scheme for self-reliance in natural fibers, such as silk, wool, and jute, man-made fibers, and new age fibers. Textile expansion and employment scheme to modernize traditional clusters with capital support for machinery, technology upgradation, and common testing and certification centers. 3. The National Handloom and Handicraft Program to integrate and strengthen existing schemes and ensure targeted support for weavers and artisans. Tex Eco Initiative to promote globally competitive and sustainable textiles and apparels. Samarth 2.0 to modernize the upgrade the textile skilling ecosystem through collaboration with industry and academic institutions. Further, I propose to set up mega textile parks in challenge mode. They can also focus on bringing value addition to technical textiles. I propose to launch the Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to strengthen khadi, handloom, and handicrafts. This will help in global market linkage and branding, It will streamline and support training, skilling, quality of process and production. This will benefit our weavers, village industries, one district, one product ODOP initiative, and also our rural youth. India has the potential to emerge as a global hub for high quality, affordable sports goods. I propose a dedicated initiative for sports goods that will promote manufacturing, research, and innovation in equipment design as well as material sciences. Rejuvenation of legacy industrial clusters. I propose to introduce a scheme to revive 200 legacy industrial clusters to improve their cost competitiveness and efficiency through infrastructure and technology upgradation. Creating champion SMEs and supporting micro enterprises. Recognizing MSMEs as a vital engine of growth, I propose a three-pronged approach to help them grow as champions. Equity support. I propose to introduce a dedicated 10,000 crores SME growth fund to create future champions, incentivizing enterprises based on select criteria. I also propose to top up the Self-Reliant India Fund set up in 2021 with 2,000 crores to continue support to micro enterprises and maintain their access to risk capital. Liquidity support. With TREDS, more than 7 lakh crore has been made available to MSMEs. To leverage its full potential, I propose 4 measures. 1. Mandate TREDS as the transaction settlement platform for all purchases from MSMEs by CPSEs, serving as a benchmark for other corporates. 2. Introduce a credit guarantee support mechanism through CGT-MSE for invoice discounting on TREDS platform. 3. Link GEM with TREDS for sharing information with financiers about government purchases from MSMEs, encouraging cheaper and quicker financing. 4. Introduce TREDS receivables as asset-backed securities, helping develop a secondary market, enhancing liquidity and settlement of transactions. Professional support. Government will facilitate professional institutions such as the ICAI, ICSI, ICMAI to design short-term modular courses and practical tools to develop a cadre of corporate mitras, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns. These accredited para-professionals will help MSMEs meet compliance requirements at affordable costs. Infrastructure. During this past decade, our government has undertaken several initiatives for large-scale enhancement of public infrastructure, including through new financing instruments such as Infrastructure Investment Trust (InvITs) and Real Estate Investment Trust (REITs), and institutions like NIIF and NABFID. We shall continue to focus on developing infrastructure in cities with over 5 lakh population, that is Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, which have expanded to become growth centers. Public capital expenditure has increased manifold from 2 lakh crore in 2014-15 to allocation of 11.2 lakh crore in BE 25-26. In this coming year, that is financial year 2026-27, I propose to increase it to 12.2 lakh crores to continue the momentum. To strengthen the confidence of private developers, regarding risks during infrastructure development and construction phase, I propose to set up an infrastructure risk guarantee fund to provide prudentially calibrated partial credit guarantee to lenders. Over the years, REITs have emerged as a successful instrument for asset monetization. I propose to accelerate recycling of significant real estate assets of the CPSEs through the setting up of dedicated REITs. To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years, starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. Carbon capture, utilization and storage. Aligning with the roadmap launched in December 2025, the carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies at scale will achieve higher readiness and in end-use application across 5 industrial sectors, including power, steel, cement, refineries, and chemicals. An outlay of 20,000 crore is proposed over the next 5 years for this purpose. City economic regions. Cities are India's engines of growth, innovation, and opportunities. We shall now focus on Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, and even temple towns, which need modern infrastructure and basic amenities. This budget aims to further amplify the potential of cities to deliver the economic power of agglomerations by mapping city economic regions based on their specific growth drivers. An allocation of 5,000 crore per CER over 5 years is proposed for implementing their plans through a challenge mode with a reform-cum-result-based financing mechanism. In order to promote environmentally sustainable passenger systems, we will develop 7 high-speed rail corridors between cities as growth connectors, namely Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Hyderabad, Hyderabad to Bengaluru, Hyderabad to Chennai, Chennai to Bengaluru, Delhi to Varanasi, Varanasi to Siliguri. Financial sector. The Indian banking sector today is characterized by strong balance sheet, historic highs in profitability, improved asset quality, and coverage exceeding 98% of villages in the country. At this juncture, we are well placed to futuristically evaluate the measures needed to continue on the path of reform-led growth of this sector. I propose setting up a high-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat. High-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat to comprehensively review the sector and align it with India's next phase of growth, while safeguarding financial stability, inclusion, and consumer protection. The vision for NBFCs for Vikasit Bharat has been outlined with clear targets for credit disbursement and technology adoption in order to achieve scale and improve efficiency in the public sector NBFCs. As a first step, it is proposed to restructure the Power Finance Corporation and Rural Electrification Corporation. I propose a comprehensive review of the foreign exchange management non-debt instruments rules to create a more contemporary, user-friendly framework for foreign investments consistent with India's evolving economic priorities. Corporate bond market. I propose to introduce a market-making framework with suitable access to funds and derivatives on corporate bond indices. I also propose to introduce total return swaps on corporate bonds. Municipal bonds. To encourage the issuance of municipal bonds of higher value by larger cities, I propose an incentive of 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance. 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance of more than 1,000 crore. The current scheme under Amrit which incentivizes issuances up to 200 crores only, will also continue to support smaller and medium towns. That will also continue to support the smaller and medium towns. Ease of doing business. Individual persons resident outside India, PROI, will be permitted to invest in equity instruments of listed Indian companies through the Portfolio Investment Scheme. It is also proposed to increase the investment limit for an individual PROI under the scheme from 5% to 10%, with an overall investment limit for all individual PROIs to 24% from the current 10%. Emerging technologies including AI. 21st century is technology driven. Adoption of technology is for the benefit of all people. Farmers in the field, women in STEM, youth keen to upskill, and Divyangjan to access newer opportunities. The government has taken several steps to support new technologies through AI Mission, National Quantum Mission, Anusandhan National Research Fund, and Research and Development and Innovation Fund. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations and build capacities. Close to 25 crore individuals have come out of multi-dimensional poverty through a decade of our government's sustained and reform-oriented efforts. Our government has therefore decided to place a renewed emphasis on the service sector to provide a pathway to fulfilling aspirations of a youthful India with the following measures. I propose to set up a high-powered Education to Employment and Enterprises Standing Committee to recommend measures that focus on services sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. This will make us a global leader in services with a 10% global share by 2047. The committee will prioritize areas to optimize the potential for growth, employment, and exports. They will also assess the impact of emerging technologies, including AI, on jobs and skill requirements and propose measures thereof. To create a range of skilled career pathways, a new range of skilled career pathways for our youth, I propose interventions in the following sectors. Health. Existing institutions for allied health professionals will be upgraded and new AHP institutions established in private and government sectors. This will cover 10 selected disciplines, including optometry, radiology, anesthesia, OT technology, applied psychology and behavioral health, and add 1 lakh AHPs over the next 5 years. A strong care system covering geriatric and allied care services will be built. A variety of NSQF-aligned programs will be developed to train multi-skilled caregivers, combining core care and allied skills such as wellness, yoga, and operation of medical assistive devices. In the coming year, 1.5 lakh caregivers will be trained. Hubs for medical value tourism. To promote India as a hub for medical tourism services, I propose to launch a scheme to support states in establishing 5 regional medical hubs in partnership with the private sector. These hubs will serve as integrated healthcare complexes that combine medical, educational, and research facilities. They will have Ayush centers, medical value tourism facilitation centers, and infrastructure for diagnostics, post-care, and rehabilitation. These hubs will provide diverse opportunities, job opportunities for health professionals, including doctors and AHPs. Ancient Indian yoga, already respected in several parts of the world, was given a mass global recognition when Honorable Prime Minister took it to the UN. Post-COVID, Ayurveda gained a similar global acceptance and recognition. Exporting quality Ayurveda products helps farmers who grow the herbs and youth who process the products. To meet growing global demand, a few more steps are being taken. I propose to 1. Set up 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda. 2. Upgrade Ayush pharmacies and drug testing labs for higher standards of certification ecosystem and make available more skilled personnel. 3. Upgrade the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center in Jamnagar to bolster evidence-based research, training, and awareness for traditional medicine. Animal husbandry. Livestock contributes to close to 16% of farm income, including of poor and marginal households. To scale up availability of veterinary professionals by more than 20,000, I propose to roll out a loan-linked capital subsidy support scheme for establishment of veterinary and para-veterinary colleges, veterinary hospitals, diagnostic laboratories, and breeding facilities in private sector. Collaboration between Indian and foreign institutions will also be facilitated. Orange economy. India's animation, visual effects, gaming and comics sector, AVGC sector, is a growing industry projected to require 2 million professionals by 2030. I propose support I propose to support the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, Mumbai, in setting up AVGC Content Creator Labs in 15,000 secondary schools all over the country and 500 colleges. The Indian design industry is expanding rapidly, and yet there is a shortage of Indian designers. I propose to establish, through Challenge Route, a new National Institute of Design to boost design education and development in the eastern region of India. Education. Our government will support states through Challenge Route in creating 5 university townships in the vicinity of major industrial and logistics corridors. These planned academic zones will host multiple universities, colleges, and research institutions, skill centers, and residential complexes. In higher education, STEM institutions, prolonged hours of study and laboratory work pose some challenges for girl students. Through VGF, Viability Gap Funding and capital support, one girls' hostel will be established in every district. To promote astrophysics and astronomy via immersive experiences. 4 telescope infrastructure facilities will be set up or upgraded. The National Large Solar Telescope, the National Large Optical Infrared Telescope, the Himalayan Chandra Telescope, and the Cosmos 2 Planetarium. Tourism. The tourism sector has the potential to play a large role in the employment generation, forex earnings, and expanding the local economy. I propose to set up a National Institute of Hospitality by upgrading the existing National Council for Hotel Management and Catering Technology. It will function as a bridge between academia, industry, and government. I also propose a pilot scheme for upskilling 10,000 guides in 20 iconic tourist sites through a standardized, high-quality, 12-week training course in hybrid mode in collaboration with the Indian Institute of Management. A national destination digital knowledge grid will be established to digitally document all places of significance, cultural, spiritual, and heritage. This initiative will create a new ecosystem of jobs for local researchers, historians, content. Two, Report for 2026-2031, Volume 2, Annexures of the 16th Finance Commission. Number 3, explanatory memorandum as to the action taken on the recommendations contained in the above report.
Item number 2, माननीय वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी.
Honorable Speaker, sir, on the sacred occasion of Magh Purnima and the birth anniversary of Guru Ravidas, I present the budget for the year 2026-2027. Since we assumed office 12 years ago, India's economic trajectory has been marked by stability, fiscal discipline, sustained growth, and moderate inflation. This is the result of conscious choices we have made, even in times heightened uncertainty and disruption. Our government, led by Honorable Prime Minister Modi, has decisively and consistently chosen action over ambivalence, reform over rhetoric, and people over populism. We have pursued far-reaching structural reforms, fiscal prudence and monetary stability, whilst maintaining a strong thrust on public investment. Keeping Atmanirbharta as a lodestar, we have built domestic manufacturing capacity, energy security, and reduced critical import dependencies. Simultaneously, we have ensured that citizens benefit from every action of the government, undertaking reforms to support employment generation, agricultural productivity, household purchasing power, and universal services to people. These measures have delivered a high growth rate of around 7% and helped us make substantial strides in poverty reduction and improvement in the lives of our people. Today, we face an external environment in which trade and multilateralism are imperiled and access to resources and supply chains are disrupted. New technologies are transforming production systems while sharply increasing demands on water, energy, and critical minerals. India will continue to take confident steps towards Vikasit Bharat, balancing ambition with inclusion. As a growing economy with expanding trade and capital needs, India must also remain deeply integrated with global markets, exporting more and attracting stable long-term investment. As I begin Part A, I want to express my gratitude to the people for standing firmly with us as we forge our way together towards becoming one of the largest economies of the world. Our aim is to transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance as we ensure that the dividends of growth reach every farmer, the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, the nomads, the youth, the poor, and the women. In Vikasit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue 2026, several innovative ideas were shared with our Prime Minister, which have inspired many of the proposals, making this a unique Yuva Shakti-driven budget. Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged, and the disadvantaged. To deliver on this sankalp, and given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by three Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second Kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third Kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region, and sector has access to resources, amenities, and opportunities for meaningful participation. This threefold approach requires a supportive ecosystem. The first requirement is to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, continuous, adaptive, and forward-looking. Second, a robust and resilient financial sector is central to mobilizing savings, allocating capital efficiently, and managing risks. Third, cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity, and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. The Reform Express is well on its way and will maintain its momentum to help us fulfill our kartavya. I now move to specific proposals. Under our first kartavya, to accelerate and sustain economic growth, I propose interventions in 6 areas. 1. Scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. 2. Rejuvenating legacy industrial sectors. 3. Creating champion MSMEs. 4. Delivering a powerful push for infrastructure. 5. Ensuring long-term security and stability. And 6. Developing city economic regions. Scaling up of manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. Biopharma Shakti, meaning biopharma strategy for health advancement through knowledge, technology, and innovation. India's disease burden is observed to be shifting towards non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cancer, and autoimmune disorders. Biologic medicines are key to longevity and quality of life at affordable costs. To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, I propose the Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. This will build the ecosystem for domestic production of biologics and biosimilars. The strategy will include a biopharma-focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research, popularly known as NIPERs, and upgrading 7 existing ones. It will also create a network of 1,000 accredited India clinical trials sites. We propose to strengthen the Central Drug Standard Control Organization to meet global standards and approve timeframes through and approval timeframes through a dedicated scientific review cadre and specialists. India's Semiconductor Mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025, with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. A scheme for rare earth permanent magnets was launched in 2025 November. We now propose to support the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors to promote mining, processing, research, and manufacturing. to enhance domestic chemical production and reduction import dependency and reduce import dependency, we will launch a scheme to support states in establishing 3 dedicated chemical parks through challenge route on a cluster-based plug-and-play model. Strong capital goods. Strong capital goods capability is a determinant of productivity and quality across different sectors. Towards building this capacity, I propose the following. High-tech tool rooms will be established by central public sector enterprises at 2 locations as digitally enabled automated service bureaus that locally design, test and manufacture high-precision components at scale and at lower cost. 2. A scheme for enhancement of construction and infrastructure equipments will be introduced to strengthen domestic manufacturing of high value and technologically advanced CIE. This can range from lifts in a multi-storied apartment or firefighting equipment in multiplexes, large or small, and to tunnel boring equipments for building metros and high-altitude roads. I also propose a scheme for container manufacturing to create a globally competitive container manufacturing ecosystem with a budgetary allocation of 10,000 crores over a 5-year period. For the labor-intensive textile sector, I propose an integrated program with 5 subparts. 1. The National Fiber Scheme for self-reliance in natural fibers, such as silk, wool and jute, man-made fibers and new age fibers. Textile expansion and employment scheme to modernize traditional clusters with capital support for machinery, technology upgradation and common testing and certification centers. 3. The National Handloom and Handicraft Program to integrate and strengthen existing schemes and ensure targeted support for weavers and artisans. Tex Eco Initiative to promote globally competitive and sustainable textiles and apparels. Samarth 2.0 to modernize the upgrade the textile skilling ecosystem through collaboration with industry and academic institutions. Further, I propose to set up mega textile parks in challenge mode. They can also focus on bringing value addition to technical textiles. I propose to launch the Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to strengthen khadi, handloom and handicrafts. This will help in global market linkage and branding. It will streamline and support training, skilling, quality of process and production. This will benefit our weavers, village industries, One District, One Product ODOP initiative and also our rural youth. India has the potential to emerge as a global hub for high quality, affordable sports goods. I propose a dedicated initiative for sports goods that will promote manufacturing, research and innovation in equipment design as well as material sciences. Rejuvenation of legacy industrial clusters. I propose to introduce a scheme to revive 200 legacy industrial clusters to improve their cost competitiveness and efficiency through infrastructure and technology upgradation. Creating champion SMEs and supporting micro enterprises. Recognizing MSMEs as a vital engine of growth, I propose a three-pronged approach to help them grow as champions. Equity support. I propose to introduce a dedicated 10,000 crores SME growth fund to create future champions, incentivizing enterprises based on select criteria. I also propose to top up the Self-Reliant India Fund set up in 2021 with 2,000 crores to continue support to micro enterprises and maintain their access to risk capital. Liquidity support. With TREDS, more than 7 lakh crore has been made available to MSMEs. To leverage its full potential, I propose 4 measures. 1. Mandate TREDS as the transaction settlement platform for all purchases from MSMEs by CPSEs, serving as a benchmark for other corporates. 2. Report for 2026-2031, Volume 2, Annexures of the 16th Finance Commission. Number 3. Explanatory memorandum as to the action taken on the recommendations contained in the above report.
Item number 2, माननीय वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी.
Honorable Speaker, sir, on the sacred occasion of Magh Purnima and the birth anniversary of Guru Ravidas, I present the budget for the year 2026-2027. Since we assumed office 12 years ago, India's economic trajectory has been marked by stability, fiscal discipline, sustained growth, and moderate inflation. This is the result of conscious choices we have made, even in times heightened uncertainty and disruption. Our government, led by Honorable Prime Minister Modi, has decisively and consistently chosen action over ambivalence, reform over rhetoric, and people over populism. We have pursued far-reaching structural reforms, fiscal prudence and monetary stability, whilst maintaining a strong thrust on public investment. Keeping Atmanirbharta as a lodestar, we have built domestic manufacturing capacity, energy security, and reduced critical import dependencies. Simultaneously, we have ensured that citizens benefit from every action of the government, undertaking reforms to support employment generation, agricultural productivity, household purchasing power, and universal services to people. These measures have delivered a high growth rate of around 7% and helped us make substantial strides in poverty reduction and improvement in the lives of our people. Today, we face an external environment in which trade and multilateralism are imperiled and access to resources and supply chains are disrupted. New technologies are transforming production systems while sharply increasing demands on water, energy, and critical minerals. India will continue to take confident steps towards Vikasit Bharat, balancing ambition with inclusion. As a growing economy with expanding trade and capital needs, India must also remain deeply integrated with global markets, exporting more and attracting stable long-term investment. As I begin Part A, I want to express my gratitude to the people for standing firmly with us as we forge our way together towards becoming one of the largest economies of the world. Our aim is to transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance as we ensure that the dividends of growth reach every farmer, the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, the nomads, the youth, the poor, and the women. In Vikasit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue 2026, several innovative ideas were shared with our Prime Minister, which have inspired many of the proposals, making this a unique Yuva Shakti-driven budget. Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged, and the disadvantaged. To deliver on this sankalp, and given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by three Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness, and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region, and sector has access to resources, amenities, and opportunities for meaningful participation. This threefold approach requires a supportive ecosystem. The first requirement is to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, continuous, adaptive, and forward-looking. Second, a robust and resilient financial sector is central to mobilizing savings, allocating capital efficiently, and managing risks. Third, cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity, and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. The Reform Express is well on its way and will maintain its momentum to help us fulfill our kartavya. I now move to specific proposals. Under our first kartavya, to accelerate and sustain economic growth, I propose interventions in 6 areas. 1. Scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. 2. Rejuvenating legacy industrial sectors. 3. Creating champion MSMEs. 4. Delivering a powerful push for infrastructure. 5. Ensuring long-term security and stability. And 6. Developing city economic regions. Scaling up of manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. Biopharma Shakti, meaning biopharma strategy for health advancement through knowledge, technology, and innovation. India's disease burden is observed to be shifting towards non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cancer, and autoimmune disorders. Biologic medicines are key to longevity and quality of life at affordable costs. To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, I propose the Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. 2, Report for 2026-2031, Volume 2, Annexures of the 16th Finance Commission. Number 3, explanatory memorandum as to the action taken on the recommendations contained in the above report.
Item number 2, माननीय वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी.
Honorable Speaker, sir, on the sacred occasion of Magh Purnima and the birth anniversary of Guru Ravidas, I present the budget for the year 2026-2027. Since we assumed office 12 years ago, India's economic trajectory has been marked by stability, fiscal discipline, sustained growth, and moderate inflation. This is the result of conscious choices we have made, even in times heightened uncertainty and disruption. Our government, led by Honorable Prime Minister Modi, has decisively and consistently chosen action over ambivalence, reform over rhetoric, and people over populism. We have pursued far-reaching structural reforms, fiscal prudence and monetary stability, whilst maintaining a strong thrust on public investment. Keeping Atmanirbharta as a lodestar, we have built domestic manufacturing capacity, energy security, and reduced critical import dependencies. Simultaneously, we have ensured that citizens benefit from every action of the government, undertaking reforms to support employment generation, agricultural productivity, household purchasing power, and universal services to people. These measures have delivered a high growth rate of around 7% and helped us make substantial strides in poverty reduction and improvement in the lives of our people. Today, we face an external environment in which trade and multilateralism are imperiled and access to resources and supply chains are disrupted. New technologies are transforming production systems while sharply increasing demands on water, energy, and critical minerals. India will continue to take confident steps towards Vikasit Bharat, balancing ambition with inclusion. As a growing economy with expanding trade and capital needs, India must also remain deeply integrated with global markets, exporting more and attracting stable long-term investment. As I begin Part A, I want to express my gratitude to the people for standing firmly with us as we forge our way together towards becoming one of the largest economies of the world. Our aim is to transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance as we ensure that the dividends of growth reach every farmer, the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, the nomads, the youth, the poor, and the women. In Vikasit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue 2026, several innovative ideas were shared with our Prime Minister, which have inspired many of the proposals, making this a unique Yuva Shakti-driven budget. Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged, and the disadvantaged. To deliver on this sankalp, and given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by three Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness, and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region, and sector has access to resources, amenities, and opportunities for meaningful participation. This threefold approach requires a supportive ecosystem. The first requirement is to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, continuous, adaptive, and forward-looking. Second, a robust and resilient financial sector is central to mobilizing savings, allocating capital efficiently, and managing risks. Third, cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity, and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. The Reform Express is well on its way and will maintain its momentum to help us fulfill our kartavya. I now move to specific proposals. Under our first kartavya, to accelerate and sustain economic growth, I propose interventions in 6 areas. 1. Scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. 2. Rejuvenating legacy industrial sectors. 3. Creating champion MSMEs. 4. Delivering a powerful push for infrastructure. 5. Ensuring long-term security and stability. And 6. Developing city economic regions. Scaling up of manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. Biopharma Shakti, meaning biopharma strategy for health advancement through knowledge, technology, and innovation. India's disease burden is observed to be shifting towards non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cancer, and autoimmune disorders. Biologic medicines are key to longevity and quality of life at affordable costs. To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, I propose the Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. This will build the ecosystem for domestic production of biologics and biosimilars. The strategy will include a biopharma-focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research, popularly known as NIPERs, and upgrading 7 existing ones. It will also create a network of 1,000 accredited India clinical trials sites. We propose to strengthen the Central Drug Standard Control Organization to meet global standards and approve timeframes through approval timeframes through a dedicated scientific review cadre and specialists. India's Semiconductor Mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025 with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. A scheme for rare earth permanent magnets was launched in 2025 November. We now propose to support the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors to promote mining, processing, research, and manufacturing. To enhance domestic chemical production and reduce import dependency, we will launch a scheme to support states in establishing 3 dedicated chemical parks through challenge route on a cluster-based plug-and-play model. Strong capital goods. Strong capital goods capability is a determinant of productivity and quality across different sectors. Towards building this capacity, I propose the following. High-tech tool rooms will be established by central public sector enterprises at 2 locations as digitally enabled automated service bureaus that locally design, test, and manufacture high-precision components at scale and at lower cost. 2. A scheme for enhancement of construction and infrastructure equipments will be introduced to strengthen domestic manufacturing of high value and technologically advanced CIE. This can range from 2022, Report for 2026-2031, Volume 2, Annexures of the 16th Finance Commission. Number 3, explanatory memorandum as to the action taken on the recommendations contained in the above report.
Item number 2, माननीय वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी.
Honorable Speaker, sir, on the sacred occasion of Magh Purnima and the birth anniversary of Guru Ravidas, I present the budget for the year 2026-2027. Since we assumed office 12 years ago, India's economic trajectory has been marked by stability, fiscal discipline, sustained growth, and moderate inflation. This is the result of conscious choices we have made, even in times heightened uncertainty and disruption. Our government, led by Honorable Prime Minister Modi, has decisively and consistently chosen action over ambivalence, reform over rhetoric, and people over populism. We have pursued far-reaching structural reforms, fiscal prudence and monetary stability, whilst maintaining a strong thrust on public investment. Keeping Atmanirbharta as a lodestar, we have built domestic manufacturing capacity, energy security, and reduced critical import dependencies. Simultaneously, we have ensured that citizens benefit from every action of the government, undertaking reforms to support employment generation, agricultural productivity, household purchasing power, and universal services to people. These measures have delivered a high growth rate of around 7% and helped us make substantial strides in poverty reduction and improvement in the lives of our people. Today, we face an external environment in which trade and multilateralism are imperiled and access to resources and supply chains are disrupted. New technologies are transforming production systems while sharply increasing demands on water, energy, and critical minerals. India will continue to take confident steps towards Vikasit Bharat, balancing ambition with inclusion. As a growing economy with expanding trade and capital needs, India must also remain deeply integrated with global markets, exporting more and attracting stable long-term investment. As I begin Part A, I want to express my gratitude to the people for standing firmly with us as we forge our way together towards becoming one of the largest economies of the world. Our aim is to transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance as we ensure that the dividends of growth reach every farmer, the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, the nomads, the youth, the poor, and the women. In Vikasit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue 2026, several innovative ideas were shared with our Prime Minister, which have inspired many of the proposals, making this a unique Yuva Shakti-driven budget. Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged, and the disadvantaged. To deliver on this sankalp, and given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by three Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness, and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region, and sector has access to resources, amenities, and opportunities for meaningful participation. This threefold approach requires a supportive ecosystem. The first requirement is to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, continuous, adaptive, and forward-looking. Second, a robust and resilient financial sector is central to mobilizing savings, allocating capital efficiently, and managing risks. Third, cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity, and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. The Reform Express is well on its way and will maintain its momentum to help us fulfill our kartavya. I now move to specific proposals. Under our first kartavya, to accelerate and sustain economic growth, I propose interventions in 6 areas. 1. Scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. 2. Rejuvenating legacy industrial sectors. 3. Creating champion MSMEs. 4. Delivering a powerful push for infrastructure. 5. Ensuring long-term security and stability. And 6. Developing city economic regions. Scaling up of manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. Biopharma Shakti, meaning biopharma strategy for health advancement through knowledge, technology, and innovation. India's disease burden is observed to be shifting towards non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cancer, and autoimmune disorders. Biologic medicines are key to longevity and quality of life at affordable costs. To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, I propose the Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. This will build the ecosystem for domestic production of biologics and biosimilars. The strategy will include a biopharma-focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research, popularly known as NIPERs, and upgrading 7 existing ones. It will also create a network of 1,000 accredited India clinical trials sites. We propose to strengthen the Central Drug Standard Control Organization to meet global standards and approve timeframes through approval timeframes through a dedicated scientific review cadre and specialists. India's semiconductor mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025 with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. A scheme for rare earth permanent magnets was launched in 2025 November. We now propose to support the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors to promote mining, processing, research and manufacturing. To enhance domestic chemical production and reduction import dependency and reduce import dependency, we will launch a scheme to support states in establishing 3 dedicated chemical parks through challenge route on a cluster-based plug-and-play model. Strong capital goods Strong capital goods capability is a determinant of productivity and quality across different sectors. Towards building this capacity, I propose the following. High-tech tool rooms will be established by central public sector enterprises at 2 locations as digitally enabled automated service bureaus that locally design, test and manufacture high-precision components at scale and at lower cost. 2. A scheme for enhancement of construction and infrastructure equipments will be introduced to strengthen domestic manufacturing of high value and technologically advanced CIE. This can range from lifts in a multi-storied apartment or firefighting equipment in multiplexes, large or small, and to tunnel boring equipments for building metros and high-altitude roads. I also propose a scheme for container manufacturing to create a globally competitive container manufacturing ecosystem with a budgetary allocation of 10,000 crores over a 5-year period. For the labor-intensive textile sector, I propose an integrated program with 5 subparts. 1. The National Fiber Scheme for self-reliance in natural fibers, such as silk, wool and jute, man-made fibers, and new age fibers. Textile expansion and employment scheme to modernize traditional clusters with capital support for machinery, technology upgradation, and common testing and certification centers. 3. The National Handloom and Handicraft Program to integrate and strengthen existing schemes and ensure targeted support for weavers and artisans. Tex Eco Initiative to promote globally competitive and sustainable textiles and apparels. Samarth 2.0 to modernize the upgrade the textile skilling ecosystem through collaboration with industry and academic institutions. Further, I propose to set up a mega textile parks in challenge mode. They can also focus on bringing value addition to technical textiles. I propose to launch the Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to strengthen khadi, handloom and handicrafts. This will help in global market linkage and branding. It will streamline and support training, skilling, quality of process and production. This will benefit our weavers, village industries, One District, One Product ODOP initiative, and also our rural youth. India has the potential to emerge as a global hub for high-quality, affordable sports goods. I propose a dedicated initiative for sports goods that will promote manufacturing, research, and innovation in equipment design as well as material sciences. Rejuvenation of legacy industrial clusters. I propose to introduce a scheme to revive 200 legacy industrial clusters to improve their cost competitiveness and efficiency through infrastructure and technology upgradation. Creating champion SMEs and supporting micro enterprises. Recognizing MSMEs as a vital engine of growth, I propose a three-pronged approach to help them grow as champions. Equity support. I propose to introduce a dedicated 10,000 crores SME growth fund to create future champions, incentivizing enterprises based on select criteria. I also propose to top up the Self-Reliant India Fund set up in 2021 with 2,000 crores to continue support to micro enterprises and maintain their access to risk capital. Liquidity support. With TREDS, more than 7 lakh crore has been made available to MSMEs. To leverage its full potential, I propose 4 measures. 1. Mandate TREDS as the transaction settlement platform for all purchases from MSMEs by CPSEs, serving as a benchmark for other corporates. 2. Introduce a credit guarantee support mechanism through CGTMSE for invoice discounting on TREDS platform. 3. Link GEM with TREDS for sharing information with financiers about government purchases from MSMEs, encouraging cheaper and quicker financing. 4. Introduce TREDS receivables as asset-backed securities, helping develop a secondary market, enhancing liquidity and settlement of transactions. Professional support. Government will facilitate professional institutions such as the ICAI, ICSI, ICMAI to design short-term modular courses and practical tools to develop a cadre of corporate mitras, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns. These accredited para-professionals will help MSMEs meet compliance requirements at affordable costs. Infrastructure. During this past decade, our government has undertaken several initiatives for large-scale enhancement of public infrastructure, including through new financing instruments such as Infrastructure Investment Trust (InvITs) and Real Estate Investment Trust (REITs), and institutions like NIIF and NABFID. We shall continue to focus on developing infrastructure in cities with over 5 lakh population, that is Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, which have expanded to become growth centers. Public capital expenditure has increased manifold from 2 lakh crore in 2014-15 to allocation of 11.2 lakh crore in BE 25-26. In this coming year, that is financial year 2026-27, I propose to increase it to 12.2 lakh crores to continue the momentum. To strengthen the confidence of private developers regarding risks during infrastructure development and construction phase, I propose to set up an infrastructure risk guarantee fund to provide prudentially calibrated partial credit guarantee to lenders. Over the years, RIGHTS have emerged as a successful instrument for asset monetization. I propose to accelerate recycling of significant real estate assets of the CPSEs through the setting up of dedicated RIGHTS. To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years, starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. Carbon capture, utilization and storage. Aligning with the roadmap launched in December 2025, the carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies at scale will achieve higher readiness and in end-use application across 5 industrial sectors, including power, steel, cement, refineries, and chemicals. An outlay of 20,000 crore is proposed over the next 5 years for this purpose. City economic regions. Cities are India's engines of growth, innovation, and opportunities. We shall now focus on Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, and even temple towns, which need modern infrastructure and basic amenities. This budget aims to further amplify the potential of cities to deliver the economic power of agglomerations by mapping city economic regions based on their specific growth drivers. An allocation of 5,000 crore per CER over 5 years is proposed for implementing their plans through a challenge mode with a reform-cum-result-based financing mechanism. In order to promote environmentally sustainable passenger systems, we will develop 7 high-speed rail corridors between cities as growth connectors, namely Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Hyderabad, Hyderabad to Bengaluru, Hyderabad to Chennai, Chennai to Bengaluru, Delhi to Varanasi, Varanasi to Siliguri. Financial sector. The Indian banking sector today is characterized by strong balance sheet, historic highs in profitability, improved asset quality, and coverage exceeding 98% of villages in the country. At this juncture, we are well placed to futuristically evaluate the measures needed to continue on the path of reform-led growth of this sector. I propose setting up a high-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat. High-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat to comprehensively review the sector and align it with India's next phase of growth, while safeguarding financial stability, inclusion, and consumer protection. The vision for NBFCs for Vikasit Bharat has been outlined with clear targets for credit disbursement and technology adoption in order to achieve scale and improve efficiency in the public sector NBFCs. As a first step, it is proposed to restructure the Power Finance Corporation and Rural Electrification Corporation. I propose a comprehensive review of the foreign exchange management non-debt instruments rules to create a more contemporary, user-friendly framework for foreign investments consistent with India's evolving economic priorities. Corporate bond market. I propose to introduce a market-making framework with suitable access to funds and derivatives on corporate bond indices. I also propose to introduce total return swaps on corporate bonds. Municipal bonds. To encourage the issuance of municipal bonds of higher value by larger cities, I propose an incentive of 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance. 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance of more than 1,000 crore. The current scheme under Amrit which incentivizes issuances up to 200 crores only, will also continue to support smaller and medium towns. That will also continue to support the smaller and medium towns. Ease of doing business. Individual persons resident outside India, PROI, will be permitted to invest in equity instruments of listed Indian companies through the Portfolio Investment Scheme. It is also proposed to increase the investment limit for an individual PROI under the scheme from 5% to 10%, with an overall investment limit for all individual PROIs to 24% from the current 10%. Emerging technologies including AI. 21st century is technology driven. Adoption of technology is for the benefit of all people. Farmers in the field, women in STEM, youth keen to upskill, and Divyangjan to access newer opportunities. The government has taken several steps to support new technologies through AI Mission, National Quantum Mission, Anusandhan National Research Fund, and Research and Development and Innovation Fund. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations and build capacities. Close to 25 crore individuals have come out of multi-dimensional poverty through a decade of our government's sustained and reform-oriented efforts. Our government has therefore decided to place a renewed emphasis on the service sector to provide a pathway to fulfilling aspirations of a youthful India with the following measures. I propose to set up a high-powered education to employment and enterprises standing committee to recommend measures that focus on services sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. This will make us a global leader in services with a 10% global share by 2047. The committee will prioritize areas to optimize the potential for growth, employment, and exports. They will also assess the impact of emerging technologies, including AI, on jobs and skill requirements and propose measures thereof. To create a range of skilled career pathways, a new range of skilled career pathways for our youth, I propose interventions in the following sectors. Health. Existing institutions for allied health professionals will be upgraded and new AHP institutions established in private and government sectors. This will cover 10 selected disciplines, including optometry, radiology, anesthesia, OT technology, applied psychology and behavioral health, and add 1 lakh AHPs over the next 5 years. A strong care system covering geriatric and allied care services will be built. A variety of NSQF-aligned programs will be developed to train multi-skilled caregivers, combining core care and allied skills such as wellness, yoga, and operation of medical assistive devices. In the coming year, 1.5 lakh caregivers will be trained. Hubs for medical value tourism. To promote India as a hub for medical tourism services, I propose to launch a scheme to support states in establishing 5 regional medical hubs in partnership with the private sector. These hubs will serve as integrated healthcare complexes that combine medical, educational, and research facilities. They will have Ayush centers, medical value tourism facilitation centers, and infrastructure for diagnostics, post-care, and rehabilitation. These hubs will provide diverse opportunities, job opportunities for health professionals, including doctors and AHPs. Ancient Indian yoga, already respected in several parts of the world, was given a mass global recognition when Honorable Prime Minister took it to the UN. Post-COVID, Ayurveda gained a similar global acceptance and recognition. Exporting quality Ayurveda products helps farmers who grow the herbs and youth who process the products. To meet growing global demand, a few more steps are being taken. I propose to 1. Set up 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda. 2. Upgrade Ayush pharmacies and drug testing labs for higher standards of certification ecosystem and make available more skilled personnel. 3. Upgrade the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center in Jamnagar to bolster evidence-based research, training, and awareness for traditional medicine. Animal husbandry. Livestock contributes to close to 16% of farm income, including of poor and marginal households. To scale up availability of veterinary professionals by more than 20,000, I propose to roll out a loan-linked capital subsidy support scheme for establishment of veterinary and para-veterinary colleges, veterinary hospitals, diagnostic laboratories, and breeding facilities in private sector. Collaboration between Indian and foreign institutions will also be facilitated. Orange economy. India's animation, visual effects, gaming and comics sector, AVGC sector, is a growing industry projected to require 2 million professionals by 2030. I propose to support the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, Mumbai, in setting up ABGC content creator labs in 15,000 secondary schools all over the country and 500 colleges. The Indian design industry is expanding rapidly, and yet there is a shortage of Indian designers. I propose to establish, through Challenge Route, a new National Institute of Design to boost design education and development in the eastern region of India. Education. Our government will support states through Challenge Route in creating 5 university townships in the vicinity of major industrial and logistics corridors. These planned academic zones will host multiple universities, colleges, and research institutions, skill centers, and residential complexes. In higher education, STEM institutions, prolonged hours of study and laboratory work pose some challenges for girl students. Through VGF, Viability Gap Funding, and capital support, one girls' hostel will be established in every district. To promote astrophysics and astronomy via immersive experiences. 4 telescope infrastructure facilities will be set up or upgraded. The National Large Solar Telescope, the National Large Optical Infrared Telescope, the Himalayan Chandra Telescope, and the Cosmos 2 Planetarium. Tourism. The tourism sector has the potential to play a large role in the employment generation, forex earnings, and expanding the local economy. I propose to set up a National Institute of Hospitality by upgrading the existing National Council for Hotel Management and Catering Technology. It will function as a bridge between academia, industry, and government. I also propose a pilot scheme for upskilling 10,000 guides in 20 iconic tourist sites through a standardized, high-quality, 12-week training course in hybrid mode in collaboration with the Indian Institute of Management. A national destination digital knowledge grid will be established to digitally document all places of significance, cultural, spiritual, and heritage. This initiative will create a new ecosystem of jobs for local researchers, historians, content creators, and technology partners. India has the potential and opportunity to offer world-class trekking and hiking experience. We will develop ecologically sustainable mountain trails in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Jammu Kashmir. Also in Araku Valley in the Eastern Ghats and Podigai Malai in the Western Ghats. Turtle trails along key nesting sites in the coastal areas of Odisha, Karnataka, and Kerala. And 3 bird watching trails along the Pulikat Lake in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu. It's on the border. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, we established the International Big Cat Alliance in 2024. This year, India is hosting the first ever Global Big Cat Summit, where heads of governments and ministers from 95 range countries will deliberate on collective strategies for conservation. Heritage and culture tourism. I propose to develop 15 archaeological sites, including Lothal, Dolavira, Rakhi-Gadi, Adichanallur, Saranath, Hastinapur, and Leh Palace into vibrant experiential cultural destinations. Excavated landscapes will be open to the public through curated walkways. Immersive storytelling skills and technologies will be introduced to help conservation labs, interpretation centers, and guides. The sports sector provides multiple means of employment, skilling, and job opportunities. Taking forward the systematic nurturing of sports talent which is set in motion through the Khelo India program earlier, I propose to launch a Khelo India mission to transform the sports sector over the next decade. The mission will facilitate an integrated talent development pathway supported by training centers which are foundational, intermediate, and elite levels. B, systematic development of coaches and support staff. C, integration of sports science and technology. D, competitions and leagues to promote sports culture and provide platforms. And E, development of sports infrastructure for training and competition. Our third Kartavya aligns with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas towards Vikasit Bharat. This requires targeted efforts for 1. Increasing farmer incomes through productivity enhancement and entrepreneurship, with special attention to small and marginal farmers. B. Empowering Divyangjan through access to livelihood opportunities, training, and high-quality assistive devices. C. Empowering the vulnerable to access mental health and trauma care. D. Focus on the Purvodaya states and the Northeast region to accelerate development and employment opportunities. Fisheries. We will undertake initiatives for integrated development of 500 reservoirs and Amrit Sarovars. 2. Strengthen the fisheries value chain in coastal areas and enable market linkages involving startups and women-led groups together with fish farmer producer organizations. Animal husbandry. To provide quality employment opportunities in rural and peri-urban areas, we will support the animal husbandry sector in entrepreneurship development through A. A credit-linked subsidy program. B. Scaling up and modernization of livestock enterprises. C. Enhanced creation of livestock, dairy, and poultry. Enhanced creation of livestock, dairy, and poultry-focused integrated value chains. And D. Encourage creation of livestock farmer-producer organizations. High-value agriculture. To diversify farm outputs, increase productivity, enhance farmers' incomes, and create new employment opportunities, we will support high-value crops such as coconut, sandalwood, cocoa, cashew in the coastal areas, agar trees in northeast, and nuts such as almonds, walnuts, and pine nuts in our hilly regions. All of them will be supported. India is the world's largest producer of coconuts. About 30 million people, including nearly 10 million farmers, depend on coconuts for their livelihood. To further enhance competitiveness in coconut production, I propose a coconut promotion scheme to increase production and enhance productivity through various interventions, including replacing and non-productive trees with new saplings or plants or varieties in major coconut growing states. A dedicated program is proposed for Indian cashew and cocoa to make India self-reliant in raw cashew and coconut production and processing, enhance export competitiveness, and transform Indian cashew and Indian cocoa into premium global brands by 2030. Sandalwood. Sandalwood is closely linked to India's social and cultural heritage. Our government will partner with state governments to promote focused cultivation and post-harvest processing to restore the glory of the Indian sandalwood ecosystem, to rejuvenate old, low-yielding orchards and expand high-density cultivation of walnuts, almonds, and pine nuts. We will support a dedicated program to enhance farmer incomes and in bringing value addition by engaging youth. Bharat Vistar, that is virtually integrated system to access agricultural resources. I propose to launch Bharat Vistar, a multilingual AI tool that shall integrate the AgriStack portals and the ICAR package on agricultural practices with AI systems. This will enhance farm productivity, enable better decisions for farmers, and reduce risk by providing customized advisory support. She Marts for rural women-led enterprises. Building on the success of Lakpati Didi program, I propose to help women take the next step from credit-linked livelihoods to being owners of enterprises. Self-help entrepreneur, She Marts will be set up as community-owned retail outlets within the cluster-level federations through enhanced and innovative financing instruments. Empowering Divyangjan. Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana. Information technology, AVGC sectors, hospitality and food and beverages sectors often offer task-oriented and process-driven roles which are suitable for Divyangjan. We will ensure dignified livelihood opportunities through industry-relevant and customized training specific to each Divyangjan group. Divyang Sahara Yojana. Timely access to high-quality assistive devices for all eligible Divyangjan is a fundamental need. I propose to 1. Support the Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation of India, Alimco, to set up and to scale up production of assistive devices, invest in R&D and AI integration, strengthen PM Divyasha Kendras, and support setting up of assistive technology marts as modern retail style centers where Divyangjan and senior citizens can see, try and purchase assistive products. Reaffirming our commitment to mental health and trauma care. There are no national institutes for mental health care in North India. We will therefore set up a NIMHANS 2 and also upgrade national mental health institutes in Ranchi and in Tezpur as regional apex institutions. Emergencies expose families, particularly the poor and vulnerable, to unexpected expenditure. We will strengthen and increase these capacities by 50% in district hospitals by establishing emergency and trauma care centers. Focus on Purvodaya states and northeastern regions. Purvodaya. I propose the development of an integrated East Coast industrial corridor with a well-connected node at Durgapur, creation of 5 tourism destinations in 5 Purvodaya states, and the provision of 4,000 e-buses. Buddhist sites in northeastern region, The northeastern region is a civilizational confluence of Theravada and Mahayana or Vajrayana traditions. I propose to launch a scheme for development of Buddhist circuits in Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Assam, Manipur, Mizoram, and Tripura. The scheme will cover preservation of temples and monasteries, pilgrimage interpretation centers, connectivity, and pilgrim amenities. 16th Finance Commission. On 17th November 2025, the 16th Finance Commission submitted its report to the President. As mandated under Article 281 of the Constitution, the government is to lay the report along with the explanatory memorandum on the action taken report on the recommendations of the Commission in Parliament, which, Sir, Honourable Speaker, you've allowed me to do at the commencement of this session. The government has accepted the recommendation of the Commission to retain the vertical share of devolution at 41%. As recommended by the Commission, I have provided 1.4 lakh crores of rupees to the states for the year 2027 as Finance Commission grants. These include rural and urban local body and disaster management grants. Fiscal consolidation. Government has been delivering on our fiscal commitments consistently without compromising on social needs. To strive towards accepted standards of fiscal management in Budget 25-26, I had indicated that the central government would target reaching a debt-to-GDP ratio of 50 plus or minus 1% by 2030-31. In line with this, the debt-to-GDP ratio is estimated to be 55.6% of GDP in BE 26-27. compared to 56.1% of GDP in RE 25-26. A declining debt-to-GDP ratio will gradually free up resources for priority sector lending and expenditure by reducing the outgo on interest payments. One of the main operational instruments for debt targeting is the fiscal deficit. I am happy to inform this august House that I fulfilled my commitment made in 2021-2022 to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% of GDP by 25-26. In RE 25-26, the fiscal deficit has been estimated at par with BE of 2025-26 at 4.4% of GDP. In line with the new fiscal prudence path of debt consolidation, the fiscal deficit in BE 26-27 is estimated to be 4.3% of the GDP. The revised estimates of the non-debt receipts are 34 lakh crore rupees, of which the centre's net tax receipts are 26.7 lakh crore. The revised estimate of the total expenditure is 49.6 lakh crore rupees, of which the capital expenditure is about 11 lakh crores. Budget estimates 2026 to 2027. Coming to 26-27, the non-debt receipts and the total expenditure are estimated as 36.5 lakh crore and 53.5 lakh crore respectively. The centre's net tax receipts are estimated at 28.7 lakh crore rupees. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at 11.7 lakh crore rupees. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at 17.2 lakh crore rupees. I'll now move to Part B. Part B, direct taxes. Honorable Speaker, sir, I now present my proposals on direct taxes. New Income Tax Act. In July 2024, I announced a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. This was completed in a record time, and the Income Tax Act 2025 will come into effect from 1st April 2026. The simplified income tax rules and forms will be notified shortly, giving adequate time to taxpayers to acquaint themselves with its requirements. The forms have been redesigned such that ordinary citizens can comply without difficulty. Ease of living. I propose that any interest awarded by the Motor Accident Claims Tribunal to a natural person will be exempt from income tax, and any TDS on this account will be done away with. I propose to reduce TCS rate on the sale of overseas tour program package from the current 5% and 20% to 2% without any stipulation of amount. I propose to reduce TCS rate for pursuing education and for medical purposes under the Liberalized Remittance Scheme, popularly known as LRS, from 5% to 2%. Supply of manpower services is proposed to be specifically brought within the ambit of payment to contractors for the purpose of TDS to avoid ambiguity. Thus, TDS on these services will be at the rate of either 1% or 2% only. I propose a scheme for small taxpayers, wherein a rule-based automated process will enable obtaining a lower or nil deduction certificate instead of filing an application with the assessing officer. For the ease of taxpayer holding securities in multiple companies, I propose to enable depositories to accept Form 15G or Form 15H from the investor and provide it directly to various relevant companies. I propose to extend time available for revising returns from 31st December to up to 31st March with the payment of a nominal fee. I also propose to stagger the timeline for filing of tax returns. Individuals with ITR 1 and ITR 2 returns will continue to file till 31st July, and non-audit business cases or trusts are proposed to be allowed time till 31st August. TDS on sale of immovable property by a non-resident is proposed to be deducted and deposited through resident buyers and his or her PAN-based challan instead of requiring a TAN, which is a temporary accounting number. To address practical issues of small taxpayers like students, young professionals, tech employees, relocated NRIs, and such others, I propose to introduce a one-time 6-month foreign asset disclosure scheme for these taxpayers to disclose income or assets below a certain size. This scheme would be applicable for two categories of taxpayers, namely A, who did not disclose their overseas income or assets, and B, who disclosed their overseas income and or paid due tax but could not declare the asset acquired. For category A, the limit of undisclosed income or asset is proposed to be up to 1 crore rupees. They need to pay 30% of fair market value of asset or 30% of undisclosed income as tax and 30% as additional income tax in lieu of penalty, and would thereby get immunity from prosecution. For category B, asset value is proposed to be up to 5 crore rupees. Here, immunity from both penalty and prosecution will be available with a payment of fee of 1 lakh rupees. Rationalizing penalty and prosecution. Multiplicity of proceedings are hindrance to the ease of doing business. I propose to integrate assessment and penalty proceedings by way of a common order for both. There will be no interest liability on the taxpayer on the penalty amount for the period of appeal before the first appellate authority, irrespective of the outcome of appeal process. Further, quantum of prepayment is being reduced from 20% to 10% and will continue to be calculated only on core tax demand. As an additional measure for reducing litigation, I propose to allow taxpayers to update their returns even after reassessment proceedings have been initiated, and an additional 10% tax rate over and above the rate applicable for the relevant year. The assessing officer will then use only this updated return in his proceedings. There is already a framework for immunity from penalty and prosecution in the cases of underreporting. I propose to apply this framework for immunity to misreporting too. However, in such a case, the taxpayer will need to pay 100% of the tax amount as an additional income tax over and above the tax and interest due. Penalties for certain technical defaults, such as failure to get accounts audited, non-furnishing of transfer pricing audit report, and default in furnishing statement for financial transactions are proposed to be converted into fee. I propose to rationalize prosecution framework under Income Tax Act while maintaining a careful balance for deterrence in some serious offence. Non-production of books of account and documents and requirement of TDS payment where payment is made in kind are being decriminalized. Further, minor offences will attract fine only. The remaining prosecutions will be graded commensurate with the quantum of offence. They will entail only simple imprisonment with maximum imprisonment reduced to 2 years and power to courts to convert even those into fines. There is no penalty. There is no penalty presently for non-disclosure of